Today we are going to build a full-stack e-commerce store with an admin panel using Next.js. It will be two projects. The first one, e-commerce admin, where we are going to use Tailwind CSS for styling, and the other project, e-commerce front, where we are going to use styled components. Both of them will be built from scratch using Next.js, React, and mongoose for our Mongo database. When we log into our e-commerce admin, here we can see some dashboard and some statistics. Then we have products here, where we can add, edit and delete products. Let me, for example, open this iPhone 14 Pro Black. Here, as you can see, we have name, category, some custom properties. Then we have photos and we can upload more photos. Then we have description and the price. Then we have categories, where we can add, edit and delete categories. Let me open, for example, mobiles. Inside mobiles, we have some custom properties. Those properties are used to create filters on categories page. Then we have orders, and here we can just see all the incoming orders. Then we have admins, so we can decide who can actually log into our e-commerce admin. Then we have settings, where we can decide what should be the featured product on our homepage here. And then we have also shipping price. Here on our e-commerce front, we see the featured product on the homepage. Then we have the latest products here. And as you can see, I can add and remove products from my watch list that I can find inside my account page. We can also add products to the cart from here with this cool animation. Now let me show you the categories page. Here, as you can see, we have max 3 products per category and those links to show all products for this category. Here we have on a single category page, we have those filters that we have created inside our e-commerce admin. So I can filter, for example, to show only black mobiles. And we have also sorting here, so I can sort by price and stuff like this. Now let me show you all products. Here we are just showing all the products. Let me open, for example, this MacBook. Here we can see all the photos for this MacBook, some description, title, and here we have reviews. I can add a review using those stars, title, and description. Now let me open this account page. Here, as you can see, I can see all my orders and my wish list. Here I have my account details that is used inside the cart page, here inside order information. On the left side, we have just our cart with all the products. I can add and remove them. Here I see the products total, shipping, and the total here. I can continue to the payment to just go to the Stripe checkout page. And the last thing here on the right side is just a search functionality. So I can search for example, iPhone. And here, as you can see, it found 2 different iPhones. And of course, both of the projects are responsive, so they look good on both mobiles and desktops. This tutorial may look like it's very long because it's almost 12 hours, but that's because I wanted to explain as much as possible to make it easy to follow. The whole project is built from scratch, so there is no starter code or anything. I will put the timestamps and the source code in the description, and as always, all I ask for is that you would smash that like button to give me some extra motivation for the future projects. And if you have questions or anything, let me know in the comments. And now, without further ado, let's dive into the code. Alright, so today we are going to build an e-commerce store, and this will be actually 2 projects because when we are going to build an e-commerce, we need to have products and stuff like this. So we will need also an admin panel. So I will have 2 projects here. The first one is e-commerce front, and this will be for our e-commerce store. And I also have this e-commerce admin project where we will have all admin dashboards and administration to create, edit, and update products, see our orders and stuff like this. So we are going to actually start with this e-commerce admin because to build an e-commerce, we need to have some kind of products in our database first. So that's why we are going to start with e-commerce admin. And both projects will be built with Next.js, but for e-commerce admin, I will use Tailwind CSS, and but in e-commerce front, so our e-commerce store, I will use styled components to make things different, and so you can guys learn different ways of styling things. Right, so let's start with our e-commerce admin. So as you remember, this will be a Next.js project so we can actually put our products into database. And this will be an Next.js project. And as you can see, for now, for both projects, I only have an empty directory, empty folder here, e-commerce admin, and there's nothing here inside. And I'm opening here a terminal just to install a Next.js project here. So I will do yarn. You can use npm if you want. Yarn create, and let's do next app, and let's do just dot, so it will be installed here in the current directory. And now it's asking if I want to use TypeScript. I will click no, because we can add TypeScript later if you want. ESLint, yes, why not? Would you like to use source? No, I don't need source directory. Experimental app. No, I don't want experimental stuff. Import alias, let's just click default. And now it's installing everything. Right, now it's installed. So I can just hit yarn dev to get a URL for my app. And I will just copy this and I will put it into my browser. And we have Next.js 13 app working. So I will hide my terminal for now. And let's go into pages and our index.js page, because this file shows this page for us. All right, so as you remember, for our e-commerce admin, we are going to use Tailwind, but for e-commerce store, we are going to use styled components. So for now, I will start by putting Tailwind CSS for Next.js. So I will just do Tailwind Next.js, so we can grab all the comments. And I have already created my project. So I just need to install those three. I'll open new tab in my terminal here, and I will do yarn add those three. Later we just need to run npx tailwind css init. So let's do this. Yes, and then we need to add this tailwind config file. So let's see, tailwind config. Yes, and we need to put content to be like this. So let's do content this. And we are not using source directory, so I can just get rid of this. And let's see, now inside global CSS, let's see styles, global CSS. Let's remove everything from here and let's just put those three here. All right, now we should try to see if it works. I will restart here by running yarn dev again. And I will refresh here. We don't have any styles for now, but let's go to index and let's see, I will remove everything from here. We'll just leave an empty return, and I will just do div with some class name like background red 500, and let's put test here. And it looks like it works. So we don't need this inter thing for fonts. So let's just remove everything from here. And we just have an home function. And that's it. So now the main thing that we need for our e-commerce admin panel is so we can be able to log in. So let's start by creating a login page. Right, so I will maybe put a div with a class name to make it a dark background. So let's do maybe background blue, and let's do maybe 900, and let's make it width of screen, same with height. Yeah, and now on the middle I want to have a button login with Google, something like this. So I'll create a button that will say login with Google, something like this. And now I need some class names on this as well. So let's make it white. So let's do background white. Let's add some padding of 2. Yeah. And now I want it to be centered. So let's add here flex. And let's put this button in a separate div here. And now let's put also items center. Yeah. And now for this div, let's add class names to make it text center and width of full. Yeah, so now our button is on the middle. Maybe we can add some rounded corners, rounded medium. Yeah, so to look better, maybe even we can change it to large. And let's add the bigger padding on the sides of 4. Yeah, I think that's much better. I will make this a little bigger here in my browser. I will zoom in so you guys can see it better. Right, so we have login with Google, and this doesn't do anything if I'm clicking on it, because now we need to be able to add some kind of authentication. And I think the easiest way would be to use Next.auth for this. So I will open Next.auth, and let's see. It's super easy. We just need to add those 3 files or those 3 code snippets. So let's start with this one on the left side. Inside pages API auth, we need to put this file. So let's go to our pages API, and here we need to create the directory auth, and inside auth we need to create a directory called square brackets ... next auth and .js here on the end. And this is because those parentheses are for, so all requests that go to auth will go to this specific file. Right, so now we can copy this, but before we paste anything, I will add this library here. So let's do yarn add Next.auth. Yeah, and we will probably have all those providers. So that's it. Let's just paste this here. I will hide my terminal and sidebar. And we have a lot of providers here, and I will just leave one provider, Google provider. So I can remove Apple and Facebook. So let's just leave it. Remove this and email provider. Yeah, and we need 2 things for our Google provider: Google ID and Google secret. So it should be inside the env file. So first, let's create an env file inside our e-commerce admin. Let's do a new file and let's do .env. Right, and here we need Google ID and Google secret. Yeah, and I think that's it. Let's see. Yeah, Google ID and Google secret. Right, and to get those, we need to go to our Google Search Console. I think it's this one, Google Cloud Console, and we will create a new project here. I'm already logged in. You may need to log in here. Right, I'll click new project, and let's call our project Next e-commerce, like this. Let's create it. Now it's created. I will select this project. All right, and let's see here inside our navigation we have API and services. Let's see what's inside. Here we need to go to credentials, and first we need to configure this consent screen. So let's do this, and we can here only select external. So let's do this create app name. Let's just do Next e-commerce. Support email, I would just pick my email, and let's see, do we need something else here? Yeah, one time more my email address, and let's click save and continue. And here, same thing, save and continue, back to dashboard. And now we have it. Let's go back to credentials, and now we can create credentials. And it will be OAuth client ID. So let's pick this one. Application type, web application, and authorize redirect URLs. And this needs to be our local host 3000, but with a specific URL. So I will go to documentation, quickly to go to providers, and let's scroll down to Google. And this is what we need to use. So I will copy this one and let's put it here. So localhost 3000/API/auth/callback/Google. Add URL. We don't need any more URLs. Let's create it. And now we have our client ID and client secret. So I will copy it and I will put it here, maybe inside those. So let's do it like this. And for client secret, it will be this one. Yeah, I prefer to put it inside apostrophes here. So let's do this. Now I think we are done here. So let's click OK. Now let's see here. Still nothing works, but we just put our first file. So let's go back to Next.js and let's see. We have our provider configuration here. Next thing is that inside our pages app.jsx, we need to put session provider. So let's go here and let's see. Inside the pages app.js, we need to put our session provider. We need to import session provider. So let's do this. And let's see. We need to change this app. So we will provide our session to the main component we have here. Because we haven't changed anything here, I would just copy and paste it. So it will be faster like this. It looks a little odd. So I will try to reformat it. And now I think it looks better. Yeah. Right, so we have our app component here, and we have main component here as a property, and we have page props, that is session and the rest. Right, and this should just work. Let's go to our client page, which will be our index.js, I guess. And there are a few things we need to add. The first is this import. So let's select this, and on the top I will put this import. So we are importing use session, sign in and sign out. All right, so now we can grab data from use session. So let's do this. And now let's see. Use session returns session for us. It's renamed from data to session. And now we can, as you can see here in the example, we can check if we have session, then it means that the user is logged in. Otherwise, we are not logged in. So if, let's do it like this. If we don't have any session, let's return just not logged in like this. And let's see, inside our app, we are not logged in. All right. So if we are not logged in, we should actually see all this. So I will do return parentheses, and let's put this button to log in. Otherwise, here we will be actually logged in. So let's do just return parentheses and maybe just a div logged in. All right. And we can probably just grab some more stuff here, like session user email. So let's do this, logged in, and let's print session user email. Right, but for now we are not logged in. And as you can see, for logging in button, we can use our sign in method that we are importing here. So let's use it. I will put here on click, and here I will put arrow function. And let's put here sign in like this. And now let's see if this worked. I will refresh, login. Yes, it works, but the problem is it's redirecting us to a specific next auth page. And I don't want to have it. I want to have it on my button here. So to fix it, you just need to add a provider ID here as a param, and for Google it's just Google. So if I save it like this, And let's see, I will click login with Google. I'm redirected to a login page. Right, and now I can pick my user, and I'm logged in as my user. If I refresh, I'm still logged in. So that is really nice. Right, but now I'm logged in. But the problem is I don't have any database. I'm just logged in and I don't know what type of user information I have and stuff like this. So we should be able to put all the users in a database when they log in. I want to have information about every user. So I will create a database on Mongo Atlas. So let's open Mongo Atlas. I will here sign in with my Google account. Yes. And for Next.js, they have actually inside documentation, they have adapters for MongoDB here as well. So let's see here MongoDB, and we just need to yarn add this. So let's do this, yarn add those things, and we need to add lib mongodb.ts. This is TypeScript file, but we can just for now get rid of a TypeScript part. Right, so I will just select all of this. Let's copy, and we need to put it, they say we need to put inside lib mongodb. So let's do this. Inside, we don't have any lib directory, so I will create it here, lib, and we don't use TypeScript yet for this project, so I will just do mongodb.js. And here inside, I will just paste this. And we have some errors like we don't have Mongo client here, TypeScript thing. And we don't need this either, but this is a promise. And yeah, I think that's it. Now we can use it. And if you are wondering what this file is doing, it's basically a wrapper for a MongoDB connection. So the problem is that for serverless functions, we try to reuse existing connections. So if we are running the same, maybe not even the same code, but the same project again, we send another request, we try to find first an active connection to the database that we can reuse instead of connecting again. So this is what this file is doing. All right, so now let's see, we have this one. Now we can go to our Next.js file. So let's go to pages, API, auth, and Next.js. And here we need to put MongoDB adapter. So let's add adapter here, param, adapter. And now let's do MongoDB adapter. And it has been imported for me here. If it doesn't automatically import for you, you just need to add it manually. And we have MongoDB adapter, and let's see, here we just need to put client promise. So I will do client promise. And as you can see, the client promise is actually the export of our lib MongoDB file. So this will just reuse an active connection to the database if we have an active connection. If it doesn't, it just creates a new connection here, MongoDB client, and it creates just a connection. Right. So now we have it. Let's go back to Next.js. Let's see. I think that's all we need. I'll just say comma here. And well, let's open our app. Looks like we need to log in again. So let's log in with Google. There's an error here. It's because we didn't provide the MongoDB URL. So let's see. Here inside, they want to have URL here to the database, but we didn't create it in the database yet. So let's create inside Mongo Atlas. I'll create a new project here, and let's call this one again Next E-commerce, like this. And here I will just click next, create project. Let's build our database. I will use a free version. And let's see. I think that's all we need. Let's create it. And now we need to create a user and password. My user will be ecommerce, and the password will be, I will do for now ecommerce 123, and I will change it later so you guys cannot reuse it. Let's create user. And now we need to add IPs that will be able to access the database. For just local development, it's the only IP you need is your local IP. So I'll put my local IP. If you put the application to production and you publish this application, you need to put a mask for all IPs. I will show you in a minute. I will just click here, finish and close, go to database, and here inside network access, you can actually add more IP addresses, and you can click this one, allow access from anywhere, in case you publish your app. Right, now it's creating my database here, but I can put my MongoDB URL. So I will go to my .env file, and let's add a new row, MongoDB URL, apostrophes here, and now I need to wait for this database to be created. All right, so now our database is created. I will click connect here, connect your application, and here we get our URL here for our Mongo database connection. So I will just paste it here. I just need to replace password with my password, ecommerce 123. I will change it later. And now let's see, we have an error. Let's see why. I will open terminal here. I will just restart our app. So let's do yarn dev again. And let's go to localhost 3000. And let's see if it works. I will log in with Google. I will log in with my user. And we are logged in. Let's check the database. I'll close this one. Let's see, browse collections. And we have accounts, sessions, and users. And sessions is self-explanatory, but users and accounts, what's the difference between those? And the thing is that when one user logs in with different providers, for example, Twitter and Google, they will have two accounts. So one user can have many accounts. So for now, I have only one account and one user, but that's because I have only one provider. All right, so here we have the basic information about the user. So email and name. And here inside accounts, we have information about our user that logged in with a specific provider like Google. All right, so let's see. We have information about our user here. We have email and stuff. So now we can continue. We are logged in and we can now design our admin panel. So let's go to our index.js here. And let's see, here we have just logged in as session user email. Right, so the first thing I want to do is to add this dark skin. So I will do a div with some class names, and let's do background blue 900. I want to have this dark blue, and I will put this logged in as this user. And let's see here. Now I will add minimum height of screen, so it will take the full screen. And now I would like to have navigation on the left side and then the content on the right side. So for our navigation, I will create a separate component. So let's see, I will close this API, and not inside pages, I will create a separate directory for components. Let's go directory, components, yes, and inside I will put maybe just nav.js, right? And here just export default function navigation nav, and it will just return, let's say it will just return a div with navigation, just text here inside. And inside the index.js,
let's just use this component. Let's use nav. Yeah, and it has been imported here for me, and we can see navigation here. Right, so now let's go inside navigation, and let's put everything inside aside. Oops, it should be aside like this. And so here we will have all everything that should be on the left side. So I will put maybe first a logo or something like this on the top. So we'll have first the logo and then our navigation. So for logo, I would like to use some kind of icon. Let's see, store. Yeah, I will take this one, copy JSX, and let's put the div with, or maybe not a div, a link. Let's make it an A for now. And I will put this icon, and let's put maybe also a span with some class names, and inside the span we will say next, or maybe just e-commerce admin with capital A, something like this. Let's see how it looks like. It looks really bad, but for this A we can add some class names here as well. So let's do flex. Yeah, this is better. But now one thing I want to change, all the texts here should be white. So let's do aside class name and let's put text white. Yeah, that's better. Let's add maybe even some padding. Let's do padding of 4. Yeah, why not? Now under this A tag, I will put navigation. So let's do just nav. And let's see, we need first maybe our home page for admin panel will be a dashboard. So let's do a link, but we shouldn't use A tags. So I will use actually a link from Next.js link. And here the first link will be just dashboard. And let's see. This didn't work because we need to have ref. And just do just slash. We have dashboard, but I want to have an icon for each link. So let's go to icons here. Let's search for home. I think this one will work. Let's put it here. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, we have home, and maybe we should change this one to a link as well. So let's do a link, and let's do ref. It's required. Ref just slash, and it works. So now I would just put more links here, and I think we need another link for orders that we will need later, and we will need one for products, so we can have products. Maybe I will put products above orders, right? And maybe one more for like a general settings. So let's do settings. Here, the last one will be settings, and I want to have a cog icon on this one. So let's search for cog. This one will work. Let's put it here. Yeah, and now for orders, I would like to have a list. Something like this will work. Maybe we can take this one. Let's take this one for orders. Yes, and then let's see, for products, I want to have some kind of package or a box. I think this one will work. Yeah, and let's see now how it looks like. Yeah, we have something, but now we need to make some spacing and stuff. So for all links here, 1, 2, 3, 4 links, I will add the class names on all of those, and I want to make them flex. I want to add a gap of at least 2 or maybe 1, and I think this will work for now. So now for this whole navigation thing, I will add here flex as well, but I will change it to flex colon, so they will be under each other, and I will add gap here of maybe 2. Yeah, so we have some spacing. And now for this, for our logo, I want to add some more spacing here as well. So let's add gap 1 and some margin bottom of at least 4. Right, so this would work for now. Let's go back to index.js. And as you remember, on the right side, I would like to have a content over specific page. So let's say for dashboard now, I want to have like my latest order or something like this, or statistics. So here we have this div logged in as blah, blah, blah. But we need to actually add a flex here, so those two will be next to each other. Right, so we have this logged in as me. I will add some more class names here. So let's make the content part white. So let's do background white. Yes. And this one should grow all the way to the right side. So let's do grow, or maybe it should be flex grow. Yes. And I want to have a little bit of spacing from the top and from the right. So let's try with margin top 1, yes, and margin right of 1, yes. Maybe we can do more, 2 and 2, right? And now I will add the rounded corners, rounded large, and let's add some padding of 4. Yeah, something like this. And for the margin, I will even put margin from the bottom, margin bottom 0. Sorry, margin bottom 2. All right, so now we have a white box for our content. And let's see. Now I would like to make this first one selected. So let's go back to our navigation. And let's see. All the links have the same class names here. FlexGap1, FlexGap1. But I'll put those as a constant. So I'll copy this. I'll put a constant here, const, and let's say inactive link equals a string, and let's put those. And let's put const active link. And here I will put everything that is inside inactive link, a space, and I will add background of white. And let's now use it somewhere, those two. So here, and here. Let's add curly brackets and let's put inactive link. But on the first one, we will make it active. All right, something like this. Now for active link, we will change the text color to, let's say, this dark blue 900, yeah. And I would like to have a little bit of padding on all of those. So let's do padding 1 here, and let's do rounded corners on the left side. So let's do rounded left, and let's do large, yeah, something like this. And now I would like to get rid of this spacing here. So as you can see, the spacing comes from this padding 4 on the S side, and I would just remove it by doing padding right of 0. Yeah, now this works. But for our logo here, we need to add some more spacing. So let's say this is the first link here, and I will just put margin right of 2. Yeah, so we have some spacing, maybe 4, so that's better. Right, now let's fix maybe other links. So the first will be just slash to the home page, then we'll have products, yeah, and the third one will be orders, yes, and the fourth one will be just settings, yeah. And now let's see. Now if I click this one, and we are at products, but nothing is shown because we don't have any page for products yet. Right, so I will go back for now, and maybe let's create a page for products. Let's see how our index looks like, and we have too much stuff going on here, so we need to refactor this first. So the thing is that I don't want to put all of this on every page because it will be too much of copy paste. So instead, I will create a layout component here inside components, new file layout.js, and I'll put everything inside layout so I can reuse it. So I will just copy all of this and I will put it inside layout like this, but I will rename it to layout. And we are using session, but it's not imported. Same with sign in. So let's go to index.js, and we forgot about the top line here. So let's put it even inside our layout. Yes. Now let's go back to our index.js, and we don't need all of this code. So I will just put an empty home function, and we can get rid of all of this. And our home function will just return layout, but inside layout we'll say test. All right. And now I would like to see this test here instead of this logged in as blah blah blah. So let's go inside layout and let's grab our children from here. And instead of showing this logged in as blah blah blah, I'll get rid of this. And here inside, I will just put our children. Yeah, and we have our test here. So this means that we can use the same instruction for products page. So let's do new page here, new file, and let's do products.js. All right, and here let's do just export default function products, and let's see how it looks inside index. It's home with capital H, so let's do maybe capital P for products, and it should just return layout, but let's put it inside parentheses just in case. Layout, inside layout, let's just say products page here. All right, now if I click products, we have products page here. Right, but I'm clicking here and it's still the dashboard link that is active. So let's fix it now. Inside navigation, as you can see, we have active link always on the first one. So to know what type of link we should make active and active classes on, I need to know what's the URL. And to check it, I will use location. Sorry, it's not location, it's actually use a router. So let's use router from next router, I guess. And let's do const router equals this. And let's just console log this, our router here, so we can see how it looks like inside, what type of data we have. I'll make it a little bigger. And as you can see here, we have an object with router and we have as path. And let's see, do we have something more? We have path name. Yeah, I guess we can just use path name. So now by checking the path name, we can see if it's products, and then the products link should have the active link classes. So let's grab the path name now. So let's do const path name equals just router. And now for for products, we'll remove this inactive link and we'll check that path name includes, and it includes /products. Then we'll add active link classes, otherwise inactive link. Right? So now we have products and dashboard active. Right, so let's fix our dashboard link here. That is always active. And now let's see. Here we have active link. And the thing is, we need to check if the path name, let's see if we go to here, let's open, clear here, let's refresh. And I think I removed the console log, but we can check that path name is just exactly only /. Then we know we should make it active, otherwise inactive link, right? And let's go to products, and as you can see, only products is active now, right? And we should probably make the same thing we did for products for other links. So let's do now for orders, and let's change it to orders because it should be active only for orders. Now for settings, let's just change this to settings, all right? And let's see, we don't have pages for those, so that's why we'll get 404, but otherwise it just works. Right, so maybe for the homepage, let's maybe just put some kind of hello and username. So here I will just, let's put a div, and here I will add some class names to make, for example, the text color blue 900. And inside I will just say hello and the email address. So let's do session, but we need to grab the session first. So let's do const session. But as you remember, it just renamed from data to session. Use session. So let's use session, and here we are renaming data to session. And the session user email. And this will be only if we have session. So let's add question mark here and here. Session is not defined, all right? So if we don't have any session, let's just return nothing. Sorry, it's session with 2s. Like this, and now it works. So on the beginning, on the first render, this can be null. That's why we need this one. But probably we don't need this anymore because we have those question marks here. Inside we'll also have, instead of email, we can use just name. So I will have my name, and we have an image there, I think. So the console log to see. Let's console log session, and let's see what we have inside session. User, we have image that we can use. So I will use this image. And I'll put an image here, and the source will be actually just session, user, and image. Let's see, and this is my image from my Google account. So that is really nice. I will put this image on the right side. So let's put maybe here a flex, and the first part will be inside the, let's put H1 or maybe H2 here for this hello part, and the second part will be inside a div. So let's put it like this, and this image I want to make it smaller, so there may be a width of 6 and a height of 6 as well. Yeah, this will work. And next to this I want to print the name, so let's do session and user name like this. And on this div I will do flex as well, so it will be next to each other. And this whole div I want to add some background colors. So let's do background, let's do gray, and let's do 200. It should be probably gray with A. Yeah, maybe 300. Yes. And the text inside should be black. Yeah, and let's add some gap of at least 1. Yeah, and now I want to put this on the right side. So for this flex, I want to add space between. Space between. No. Let's try with space around. No. The flex. Sorry, it should be justify between. Yeah, now it works. Now for this session username here, I put a span, and I will add some padding on the sides of, or maybe on the top and the bottom of 1 and on the sides of 2. And now I'll put my name here. Yes, but I will make this my image a little bigger. Let's do 8 here. And now maybe I can even remove this from the top and the bottom. It doesn't need to be that big. And let's put it back to 6. Yeah. I want to make it rounded, so it will be like a widget, rounded large. And the image hasn't been rounded, so I need to add actually here on the image, or not on the image, on this div, overflow hidden. Yeah, so now even the image is rounded. Right, here maybe my name, I will put it as a bold text. Yeah, so it will be prettier. And I think that will be it for now for our dashboard. Later we will add maybe some kind of statistics here and latest products here, something like this. But now, for now, we just need to add products for our e-commerce store. So let's do this. Let's go to products. Yes. And for our products, we need to add a button that will say like add a product. So let's do. And this button will be actually a link. So let's do link. And it will go to /products/new. Let's say something like this. And it will say add new product. Yeah. Now we need to add some class names so it will look like a button. So let's add maybe background green of, let's see, 700. And let's do text white. And let's see. Yeah, let's add some padding on the top and the bottom of 1 and on the sides of at least 2. I don't like this green, so I think I would change it to background of gray 200. And the text will be default black, maybe darker gray 300. Yeah, and the important part, let's do rounded medium, so it will have rounded corners. Maybe we can change the background color to the same as we have this dark blue. So let's try with text white here and background blue 900. I think this looks nice. So I will go with this one for now. Right. So when we click this, it will go to /products/new. But again, we have 4 because we don't have page for this one. So inside pages, let's create a directory called pages. And inside we need to create a file called new.js. Sorry, it shouldn't be pages, it should be products. Refactor, rename, products, and now to new file, new.js. And here let's do export default function. And let's call this one new product and parentheses here. And it will just return. We need to return our layout. And inside, let's say just new product. Yeah, we have layout, but it hasn't been imported for me. So let's try again, layout. Now it's imported. I try to refresh. Yeah, we have new product. We can go back, new product, and new product page. All right. And well, now we need to create a form for all new products. So we will need an input for product name. Let's add placeholder product name. Yeah, something like this. We don't have any borders or anything on this, but I think we can add global styling for all our inputs. So we don't need to add classes on every element. So on input, let's say like this, I will add border, or I can just do like this, apply, and I can apply now classes from Tailwind. So let's do apply border and border and border. Let's say what color can we do? Let's do border blue 900. Yes, I think I can make it wider. Let's do border 2. Now rounded corners, so let's do rounded medium. Yes. Now we need some padding. So let's do padding on the sides of 2, maybe just 1. Yeah. Right. But I think this blue border should be only if it's focused. So do input focus like this, and let's apply. And let's apply border of blue 900 like this. But here we will do like a gray color, gray 400. Yeah, or maybe 200, 300 maybe. Yeah, so if I click here, it's blue. Yeah, and by default it should be width of full. Yeah, and let's maybe even add another apply for margin bottom of 2, something like this. So when we put more inputs, there will be spacing between those. So the input here, and we can have more information. Actually here I think we need to put text area for description. So I'll get rid of all of this, and I will have text area, and I will add a placeholder here that will say description, right? And I want to have the same styling for the text area, so I'll do text area, and here same thing, text area focus. Yeah, so this will work. Maybe on the top on this page I will put an h1 that will say new product like this, and here I will add some class names that will say, for example, let's add text to be blue 900, and let's do margin bottom of 4, maybe less 2. Yeah, and let's make it bigger, so let's do text large. Is it like this? Yeah, text large worked. Or maybe text XL. Yeah, I think this will work better. Maybe we can even for h1 put those classes as defaults. So let's do h1 and let's apply all of those. And then now we can get rid of those classes because it will be default that h1 looks like this one. So for other pages like orders and settings, we will have this h1 that looks like this. Right, the next thing is actually that we need a price. So let's add one more input, and let's add a placeholder of price like this. And I think it would be nice to have like labels for each input here. So I will actually maybe just put a label for each input here, and the first label will be just a product name, and then I will put more labels for description, and let's add a label for price as well. Let's do price in US dollars. Yes, and now for this input, I will put the type to be number. Yeah, so it will be easier to put price. And now for the label, I will make also some global styling here. That label will have the color of, let's do apply text blue 900. And I think this will work like this. So now the last part here is a button for now that will just save a new product for us. So let's add it. Let's go back to Next.js and let's put a button, and let's call this one just save. And it would be nice maybe to add the class name for this. But instead of adding a lot of class names, I will just add button primary here, so I can style it here. Let's do button primary, and I will just apply styles like, for example, background blue 900, text white. Let's see. Let's add padding on the sides of 4. Let's add the rounded medium corners. Yeah. And maybe some padding on the top and the bottom of 1. Yeah. I think this will work. Let's see how it looks like here on products. Yeah. Even here we can change to button primary, so it will look the same way as this one. Right, but now let's try to save our first product. So let's go back to Next.js, And the first thing is actually we need a state for all of those inputs. So let's do const and let's do title, set title equals use state empty string as default. Same for description and same for, let's see, price. And that's it for now. Now we need to put value here to be title or name. And well, let's see. Then we need also on change. And on change on this input, we will get event and we will just run set title to event target value, right? Maybe I can put it in different lines so it will be easier to read, right? And now same thing for text area and other, and this other input for the price. Let's do the text area first. So let's do on first value. Either we can put value here or we can put value here. I think I will put value here. So let's do value and let's do description. I put into separate lines so it will be easier to read. And on change event set description event target value. Yeah, let's see if this works. Yes, it does. And now the last input, same thing, just a different input. So let's do value equals, and here price, and on change event set target set price event target value, like this, right? So now what should happen when we click on this button? We can either add on click on this button, or we can actually make this button type of submit, and we can put the whole thing, all the inputs inside the form, and we can add on submit on this form instead. That way, when we hit enter on the last, let's say on the last input, it will be submitted as well without clicking the button. So that is really helpful. So let's put everything here, and let's put this here and this. Failed to compile. Let's see, because on submit is empty. Let's say that on submit we will have a function that will do create product. Yes. And let's just put this function here, create product. Yes, and now to create a product, we need to send a request to our API. So how can we do this? We can either use fetch or Axios. I think it would be easier with Axios, so I'm going to install it. Let's do yarn add Axios. Yeah, and now let's do Axios, and it has been imported for me. Let's do post, because we want to send a post request to create stuff, and let's post to /API/products. And now data that we want to post, let's define it here, const data, and let's just put title and description and price inside, and let's just send this data like this. And this is an async function, so I'm going to add a wait here and async here on this function declaration, right? And that should work. But now we need to define this endpoint. So let's do this. Let's go to API here, and let's create inside API file called products.js. And same that they're doing it here. We just need to export a default function with request and response. So let's do this. Export default function. The name doesn't really matter. I will do handle because this is the same name they are using. And let's grab request, response, and let's maybe just respond with JSON and all the information that we have inside request. So now if I hit save, well, it got redirected, but this is because I need to go back to new. And for this function, I get an event that I need to do a prevent default on, because the default behavior of a form is using get requests and passing all the parameters to the URL, and we don't want to do this. So let's try again. Let's put test here. Let's open network to see if we get anything. Yeah, and we get 500 error. Let's see. Something was wrong. Let's see, payload preview response. Let's see where it has been sent. API/products. Let's see here. And we get an error that says, okay, it has problems with converting response to JSON, so we cannot just send the whole request. So here we cannot transfer this to a JSON. So let's maybe try with request method like this. And now let's see if this will work. Yes, it does. Preview, and it says it's a post request. Right, so let's grab it. Let's do const method from request. Now, in case it is method is post, then we'll create a product. So let's create a product here. So the problem here is actually that to create a product and to put it inside the database, we need to have some kind of database layer connection. And I think we are going to use this time mongoose again. So I'm going to yarn add mongoose, and now I will create models here for products inside our database. Let's go and create new directory, models, and here inside models I'll create new file called let's call this one product, and here we have the definition of a product model. So let's do first we need a schema, so let's do const model schema equals new schema from mongoose, and here we define our schema. So for now, each product needs title or name, doesn't really matter how we are going to call it, description and price. So let's do title. It will be a string. Then we have a description, will be a string as well, and we have a price that will be a number. But the thing is that I want to put more information here. I want to make it type of number, and I want to be sure that this one is required. So let's do required true. And well, the title should be required as well. So let's put type string here and required to true as well. And that's it for our model for now, model schema. So maybe let's call it product schema instead. And now let's create a model. So let's do const, and let's do product equals new, not new, just model. And this function has been imported for me as well. And first is the name of the model. So let's say product, and then the schema. So just product schema. Right, now we will just export this const, and let's go to our products. Right, and here we need to first connect to our database. So maybe here on the top, let's do mongoose, and let's import mongoose from mongoose, yes, and let's do connect, and here we need this URL for our database. So we can do either this, or maybe we can actually use this Mongo database here. But actually this returns a Mongo client and not Mongoose client. So I don't know if this will work, but we can try. Let's see how, what is the name? Client promise. Okay, let's try to use it, client promise. And if we can grab URL, yeah, we can grab URL even from this. Let's see, I will respond with response JSON post here. Let's see, yeah, it worked. So we can actually connect, but maybe we can just, if we do like this Mongoose connect, we are just creating another connection, but here inside we can probably have a working connection. So let's try to use it. Let's do Mongoose and let's put promise here, maybe with capital P. Yes, promise equals, and let's do client promise like this. And now here, let's when we have a post request, let's try to create a product. So let's import our product model. So it has been imported for me, and now let's try to hit create. And well, to create we need to put all the data, and the data we have actually in the payload. So let's grab it from here, or maybe here inside our post. So let's do const, and let's grab title and description and price from request body. Yeah, and now let's put it here, title, description, price. And this is an async function, so I'm going to add a wait here, and I will also add async here, export default async function, right? And this will return our new product from the database, the product document, we can call it like this. And let's just put it here, product document. Yeah, and now let's see if we can create it. Let's do test 1 and the price 1. Let's just save it, and let's see, it says it's pending, and that means something went wrong. Yeah, it failed. Let's see what happened. So it looks like our connection didn't work. So to fix it, I'm not going to use this promise that we have here. Instead, I will add another lib called mongoose here .js, and here inside I will create my own connection, and I will try to reconnect if we have a connection. If we don't, I will just create a new connection. So let's do export default function, maybe just export function, so we can have a nice name on it. Let's call it mongoose connect, and let's do something like this. Let's grab the URL or URI, and it's process.env.mongo URI. And now we can check if we have mongoose connection, and we can check the ready state. And the ready state can be, as you can see, 0 disconnected, 1 connected. Let's check if it's 1. Let's do if it's 1, then it means we have a connection. So if it's 1, let's just return mongoose, and let's do mongoose connection as promise. Otherwise, else, let's just connect. So if we don't have any connected connection, then let's do just mongoose connect like this, and URI. So we can actually put this URI here only when we need this. Right, and now we can use our mongoose connect function inside our API products.js. So let's put it here, mongoose connect like this, and we are connected. I will add a wait here, and because it's an async function. And now let's try again. I'll hit save here and we get an error again. Let's see again, test. Let's put 1 here and test even here. Let's see if we will get an error. Let's hit save. Yeah, we get an error. Cannot overwrite product model once compiled. Let's see what's wrong here. So it should be inside models product. Let's see here inside. Maybe it should be with capital P. Let's try again. I will refresh here. Let's put test here, and 1 here. And now let's hit save. And now it worked. So as you can see here, we get a document with ID and all the information. So now it worked. I will hide my terminal, and yeah, I forgot it should be with capital P, the names of the models. Right, back to our products API, and let's see, we can get rid of this mongoose thing. And well, now let's go to the products page, and we should be able to display this one product here, right? And other thing is that here inside Next.js, when we create a product, after it's created, we should redirect back to this products page. So to do this, let's add a redirect. So let's put a state first, go back and set go back, and or maybe go to products, and set go to products, and the default will be false, right? And here, after we created the product, let's do set go to products to true, right? And here, before we will do render, let's check if we have go to products, if it's true. And if it's true, let's return a redirect. Let's do redirect. It's not a component, I think it's just a function. Yes, redirect to just slash products. Yes. Now if I create test2, test and 2, save, and then we get an error. And why is that? I don't know. Let's try again. Try with 2, save, we get an error. Let's see why. Let's try to refresh, and let's try again. Test2, and just 2, save. Now we get still the same error. Cannot overwrite product model once compiled. And I think this is because we need to fix our model here. So first, before we will create a model for product, we will check if it's already created. So let's do models, plural, and let's grab it from here, models, and let's check if we have product like this. Otherwise, we will create a new model. Right, now I will refresh and see test2, and 2. Let's hit save, and now we get a small error on next redirect. So that's better. Let's go back to Next.js and let's see. Maybe instead the redirect, let's just do router. So import this one, and let's just do, we need to use router, instead. So let's do const router equals use router from next router, yes, and then let's return router, and let's do just push, and let's push to /products. Yes. Now I will just refresh, and let's see, test 3, and just 3, save. And it worked, but it shouldn't be, it should be without return here. Right, I will refresh, let's try again. Let's do test 4, and just for save, and we are back at products page. Right, so now let's go back to products and pages products, and here we want to list all the products from our database. If I refresh here all the collections, we can see our products here that I created: test 2, test 3, and test 4. So let's list them here. So first we want to grab all the products, and for this I'm going to use use effect. So the use effect, arrow function like this, and empty square brackets here, because it should run only once when we mount our component. And now here axios get, and let's say /products, and let's do 10 because it's async function, and we don't want to put a wait here because then we'll have some warning because of use effect. Let's do then, and let's do response, and with this response we have data inside. So let's do just console log response.data. Right, so now I will go back to products.js inside the pages API, and if it's a get request, if method is actually a get request, then I'm going to respond with JSON and just all the product.get, and here we need to put a wait because it's async function, but that's basically it. Right, so I will save this, and now let's open console here to see how it works. Let's go to network, products, preview. Okay, it didn't work, and I think it's because it shouldn't be just /products, it should be /API/products. And we get a 500 error. Let's see why. API products, product get. Maybe I think it should be just find instead of get. Let's try again, refresh, and I think it worked. Let's see console. Yes, we have an array of 4 objects. So let's go back to pages products, and instead of console login, let's put it inside state. So let's do products set products equals use state. Default will be an empty array. And now let's see, here we want to, instead of console log, we will do set products. So we'll have our products array inside the state. And now let's just let's show the products. So I think I can put it inside the table. It will be a table with t head, and let's put one tr here, and the first column will be product name, and then we will have an empty column, no title, and inside t-body let's just loop through all the products here. So let's do products.map, and for each product here I'll put parentheses, and for each I'll put a new row here, table row, and inside the first column I will put the name. So let's do product title, and on the second we will have buttons here, so I'll put just buttons here. Right, and we have test 2, test 3, test 4, and will be nice with some basic styling for this table. So let's do class name basic on this table, and I will add some simple CSS here, table basic, and I want to add on the cells, so trtd, and let's add some let's apply some styling here. Let's put border, yeah, something like this, and the table itself should be let's do apply, and let's do with full. Yeah, so it will take all the space. I want to have some padding of 1 on the cells. And let's see, I want to make the border darker, so let's do border and gray and 200, maybe darker 300. Yeah, I think this will work. And maybe the head of the table, so let's do table basic t head trtd. Let's make it grayish, so let's do apply, and let's do background, and maybe let's do blue 100. Yeah, so we have something like this. And instead of gray border, maybe we can do blue border of 700. That's too bright. Let's do 200. I think this will work. Right, now let's go back to pages products, and I want to add even some margin top of 2 from the top. And for the buttons, instead of the buttons, I want to put some links or maybe buttons to edit the product and to delete it. So first button for deleting, so or maybe editing. So let's do link, and here we need to add href, and the href will be to just slash products slash, and then let's add the ID of this product to the underscore ID to the URL, and let's put edit here and put it in different line. Yeah, and maybe I will quickly even style here links inside this table basic a tag, and I want to make it buttons. So let's do apply, and let's do background blue 900, text white. Let's see, yeah, something like this. And let's do text small, text SM. Yeah, let's add padding of 1 on every side. Let's do rounded corners medium, something like this. And I want to increase on the sides padding to make it 2. Yeah, this will work. And I want this to be flex. Right, and now I will also, or maybe inline flex. Yeah, and now I will also add a gap of 1 in case there's something more inside, and I will add actually some icons inside. So for this link edit, I want to put an icon of a pen or something like this. So let's do pen. Yeah, I think this will work. Copy JSX, let's put it here, and let's see. Yeah, it's too big, so let's change it to 4 by 4. Even this is too big, let's do 3 times 3. No, 4 is good. Yeah, and now we need also another link. So let's do a link to deleting this. But maybe we can first fix so we can edit. When I click on this, it goes to slash products slash and then ID. Maybe instead of this, it should be edit. So slash products slash edit and then the ID. So let's go back. Let's click edit. Now it goes to edit slash and then ID, but we need a page for this. So inside pages, inside products, let's add a new file here. And even here we will put not a file, actually, we will put a new directory here called edit. Inside edit, we will create this magic file called dot inside square brackets, and here let's put edit product.js. Let's make it with capital P, right? And here let's do just export default function and edit product page, something like this, and it will just return parentheses, and let's put layout here like this, edit product form here, and let's see if this will work. Yes, it did. So now here we need to fetch the product of this ID. So let's do this. First, we need a router. So let's do const router equals use router from next router. Yes. And then we need to grab the ID of the product. So let's do const ID equals router. And do we have params? No, but let's see what do we have inside our router. So let's do console log router, and inside router we have as path, and we have route, we have path name. Let's see, query, and here inside query we have edit product to be this. I think that would be much better to edit this file name to be just a ... and ID like this, and this way it will be renamed to, let's see, I will scroll down here, let's see, query, and we have ID. Right, so I can grab ID from router query. Yeah, and now I can use effect, and first param is an arrow function, second param is dependencies, so I'll put ID here. And now let's fetch product of this ID. So let's use Axios, let's use get, and now /API/products, we can do something like this and slash the ID, or maybe we can just do a regular get, but with some query like ID equals and then the ID from the URL. So maybe let's do it this way, and let's do then, and then we will get a response. So let's put it as arrow function, and with this response let's just console log our response data. Yes. And let's now fix that the query params will work, because for now if you do a get request to API products, it will just return all the products. So here all the 4 products, and we want only one. So let's go to API/products, and let's see, here we have a get request. Let's see if we have, and let's see headers, if we have a query param like this. So let's do if we have request query ID. I will put a question mark here in case something doesn't exist. If we have this ID, then let's just respond with JSON, and here we want to just await to do product find one, and we want to find one by ID. So let's do find one, and we need to put underscore ID to be this. So let's put it here, and we don't need this question mark here because we know that here it will exist. And that's it. For the else, we will put this thing if we don't have an ID inside the query. So now if I refresh here, let's see here, it failed. We have find one by ID, we have await. So let's see what went wrong. Let's see how this looks like. Right here, as you can see, we are passing undefined to this request. So let's go back to products edit, and here first we will check if we don't have an ID, then we'll just return here and not ask for a product. So now it should work. Let's see, payload and preview, and we get our product here. Right, so now we can actually show the form, probably the same form that we have for a new product. So we can edit an existing product. So inside new product, products new, we have this form here and state and everything. So I think we can just move it. I can just copy this
like this, maybe even including, no, I don't need the whole function. I will just grab this return and all the states, and I will create a separate component for this, and I will call it products form, or maybe just product form singular.js. And here I will just do export default product form, and let's just place everything here. We don't need a layout, we just want to have this form. So let's put it like this, and export default should be function product form. And let's see, I think it looks fine. Now let's go back to new, and we don't need all of this. We just need to return this product form, but we want to have an empty form here, so that should be correct. And we want to get rid of those unused imports. Let's see if that page works. Let's go add new product, and it works, but here we actually need a layout. So I will put parentheses here, and let's put layout like this, and here product form like this. Right, but when we are editing, we want to have the same thing. So let's go to this page, pages, products, edit, and the ID. And here inside layout, I want to put product form as well, but I want to send all the information about this product, and I have it inside response data. So let's save it inside the state first. Let's do const product info set product info equals use state, and let's say default will be null. Yeah, and here we will do set product info response data. Yes, and here we will just pass this product info, and we will just spread it like this, product info, and this way we'll have all the properties here. So let's go here inside, and let's grab those properties from here. It's title, it's description, and it's price. And it's started wrapping, so I will put those into separate lines like this, maybe more to the left. Yeah, I think this will work. I'll put it here, this thing here, and I'll put defaults maybe here. Okay, now we have a problem because we have same property names as state names. So I can rename those properties to, for example, previous title, or existing, or maybe current title, existing title, and this to existing description, and this to existing price. And this way, instead of doing empty string here, I will do existing title if it exists, otherwise empty string. Same here, existing description, otherwise empty string. Here for the price, existing price, otherwise empty string. And now it works. And now, as you can see, we get this form that is filled, but the problem is it says new product, and this is because inside this component product form we get this h1 here that we should move outside. So let's go to products, add new product. Let's go to this page, new.js. Let's put this h1 here, but when we are on editing page for a specific product, let's go to this page and let's put h1 here, edit product like this. And now let's see, if I go to products, edit, I don't see anything here, so something is wrong. Let's go to product form. Okay, we have product info with spread like this, so something didn't work. If I go here and I click edit, I don't see
the information of this product. So something's wrong. Let's see. We don't need the layout here. We have title. Okay, I think I know what's the problem. Here we shouldn't display the form if this product info is not loaded. So let's do if we have product info, then let's do and, let's do parentheses, then we'll put this, right? Now if I go to products, edit this one, now I see the data. If I go to this one, I see the data. I don't know why it's -2, but doesn't matter. Let's see other test 3. Yeah, test 4. Yeah, I think it looks fine. And test. Yeah, I think it works. But now we should be able to save a product. But inside this product form, we have Axios request to always post, to post a new product. And we don't want to post if we have an ID here passed. So here I will check if we have an ID, and let's maybe console log it. Console log _ID. And now let's see console here, and we have _ID here, but when we go to add new product, the _ID is undefined. So this way we can check here inside this function for create product. If we have _ID, then we should save update product, update. Otherwise, if we don't have an ID, we want to create the product. And this function should be named create product because it can either update or create. So let's rename it to save product. Yes, now here we have create, so we can actually put this, the code that we had, and even this redirection, I guess. But let's see, what do we want to do when we want to update? We want to send a request. So let's do await Axios, but we want to set a put request to /API/products. And we want to put data, but the data here will be actually the same data that we have here, except we want to put an ID to it. So I can copy it, paste it to here and add ID, or I can put it here at the top, and I don't need it here. I don't need it here because it's defined here on the top. But here, instead of just returning this data without ID, we will need this ID because we want to update a specific product. So I will spread the data like this, create a new project from data, and I will add _ID. Yes, and this way, when we will go now to API products, here we can check if the method is actually put, and if it is, we can grab stuff like this, but we will also have our _ID. So when we get _ID, and this is a put request, first we need to fetch the product, right? So let's do const, or maybe we don't even need to fetch the product. We just need to update the product. So let's do product, and let's do update 1 and parentheses. And first part is a filter, and the filter is an object. So our filter will be just ID. We can do ID equals ID like this, ID to be ID, but the name is the same, so we can do just object of _ID. The second part is what we want to update. So we want to update title, description, and price like this. And this is async function, so I will add a wait here. This is an object of title being title, description being description, but because the name of the property is the same as the variables here, I can do just title. But you should know what this creates, this object here. Right, and what the property names come from and the values. So I encourage you to test, and maybe here even I can show you that. Let's define A to be 4,
or 5, and then we can create an object of a being a, and that this way we get an object a5, or we can create an object just a, and this will be the same result, a being 5. Right, but now we updated this product. Then what? Then let's respond with JSON of true to just say, yeah, it's updated, everything is fine. Right, now let's go to product form and let's see. After we updated the product, what do we want to do? Maybe we will tell that it's updated and everything works. And let's say that update was successful. And or maybe we can redirect to our products. Maybe let's do redirect part. So again, we will just do copy this and we can put it here, or we can get rid of those both and just after this is elf we can put it like this. Right, so let's go to products. Let's test this one. Let's do test old, or maybe test space old, and let's save. And as you can see, we have a new name here, test old. So everything worked. But now we should also add a delete button. So let's go to our products page, and let's see, here we have a link to edit. Let's add a link to delete. Let's say this links go to products edit. Let's create a link that will go to products delete. Because on this page I want to have let's put delete here. I want to have like a separate page or a pop-up. I think it would be better with a page. Do you really want to delete this product? So I'll put it like this. Yes. And now we need to make so it will not be 4. But before we'll do this, let's add an icon, trash icon. Let's do trash. I will copy JSX. I will put it here. It should be 4x4, 4x4. And here let's put some spacing between those. So let's go back to our global styling and let's add margin right of 1. Yeah. Now, if we click on this button, it will go just to products/delete/this. And it gives 4. So we need to create a new directory here called delete. Yes, why not? And let's do a new file. Same way, let's just do id.js. Yes, and here, as always, just export default function delete product page, and here we will just return layout. Inside this layout, let's say we'll have, do you really want to delete product X? Do you really want to delete product X? And then 2 buttons, button that will say yes and button that will say no. Right? And this button with no, it will just run go back. It will go back to the products. So it's the function go back, and this go back, we need a router. So it's the const router equals use router, and here we'll just do router push and /products, and let's put it here on click. It will run go back. Yeah. But this delete, let's fix this X first. And let's see. Yeah, do you really want to delete product X? I will put it inside H1 like this. And now I will, instead of doing product X, I want to fetch the product name from this URL. So as always, I will need first the ID. So do const ID from router query, And then I need use effect to the arrow function here. And the second param is array of dependencies, and I need ID here. If we don't have, if ID is undefined, then we'll just do return here. But if we have an ID, I want to do Axios get request to /API/products. And let's remember we can pass ID like this. And let's do plus ID. Then let's do we get response here. Let's do arrow function. Inside response data, we will have all the information about the product, but we need to put it inside the state. So let's do product info and set product info equals use state, and default can be undefined. And here we'll do set product info to this. Yes, and Axios is not defined. Let's import it. Axios, enter. Now it should be okay. Right, and here, before we will return, here we want to, instead of product X, we want to do product info dot title. But in case this is null, I want to add a question mark here. So do you really want to delete test old? I need to add a space here. Let's do NBSP, no breaking space. And I will put the name of this product inside apostrophes like this, or maybe like this. Yeah. And yeah, this should work. And now we have two buttons. I want to create some class names here so I can reuse them. So let's do button red, and here maybe class name of button default. Yeah, and let's see. I'll put it in separate lines so it will be easier to read. Yes, no. All right, and those two buttons I'll put inside the div with flex class name, and I will add a gap of 2 between the buttons. So let's put those buttons here. And now we need to fix the styling for button red, button default. I can add a tailwind class names on those, but I would prefer to define it once and use it even for orders and other parts. So let's go to globals CSS and let's see. Let's do button red, and let's make it apply background red. Let's maybe try with 800, text white, and button not begin. Yeah, and now for the button default, I want to apply gray color. So let's do background gray 200. Yeah, something like this. And now on those both, so let's do button default and button red. On those both, I want to apply padding on the sides to be 4, and padding on the top, on the bottom of 1, and rounded corners. So let's do rounded medium. Yeah, something like this. I think this default button can be a little darker. So let's do 400 here, maybe 300, 400, 500. Yeah, and let's just do text white here. Yeah, I think this will work. Right, and let's maybe make it centered, the button. So let's go to delete. And here we have this div. Let's do justify and center. Yeah, and even for this title, I would like it to be centered. So I will add some class names like text center. Yeah, and that should work. And now when we click on the yes, we need to add on click. So I'll put it here
here output on click. On click, we will do delete product, and just like this. Let's put this function here, delete product, and we will just take this ID and we'll do axios dot delete. It will be a delete request, not a post, not a get, not a put. It will be a delete request to /API /products and question mark ID, and I will put ID like this. And we will do then, or maybe we can do await here because it's not inside UseEffect, so we'll do await, and I will make this one async. Await, and after we are done, we are going to do router. We can go to router push products, or we can just run this function, go back, so it will be easier. We can reuse it, right? So on click listener to be a function, let's see. Yeah, it should be without parentheses here. Yeah, so we have the we want to delete. And now let's go to our API products, and let's add a handle if method is actually delete. Then we want to do the same thing that we have for query. We want to we want to check if we have this ID inside URL. So let's grab it. If we have it, then we are going to delete it. So let's do await product delete one, and we want to delete where ID is this, where underscore ID, because in the Mongo database they are using underscore IDs for the IDs. So if the I want to delete one where underscore ID is this ID, and then I would do response JSON true, right? And as you can see here, for all products we have underscore IDs inside our database. So now let's try with hitting this yes. Let's see if this will work. Yes, as you can see, we don't have our old product. Let's try again with test2, delete, yes, and we don't have test2 anymore. All right, so this works. We can now edit our products. Let's do test 3.1, and let's save it here, and we have 3.1. So the next part will be actually that here inside our product we need one important thing, which is images. We need photos of our products. So this is what we are going to fix now. So let's go to our product form, and here this product form, as you remember, it's used for both adding new product and editing existing products. So here we have save product. Here we have some state for description, price, go to description, price, and title. And here we have our form, and somewhere here in between, maybe under the product name, we want to add photos. So let's add a label without HTML4, and in this label we will put just photos. And all right, and under, let's put the div, and under this we want to show all the photos, and we want to have a button, upload new photo. So I think next to these photos, I want to have a small button that will be upload more photos. So let's do something like this. In this div, I want to display all the photos. So how can I know if we have photos? We should have this as a property here. So let's call this property photos, maybe images, product images. Yes, so we are going to call it images. And
here inside this div, let's check if we don't have images length, then let's do and parenthesis, and here I will just print a string saying, or maybe a div saying no photos in this product. Yeah, so we have no photos in this product. And under this div, I want to add margin bottom of 2. So we have some spacing. And next to this photos thing, I want to have maybe a button here next to this photos, or we can maybe put a button here. And I think it will be better to put it here. So we'll have like a squares of photos, and the last square will be a button to add the new more photos. So here let's add a div, or not a div, it should be a button, right? So let's do a button, and let's add some class names here. So each square should be a width of let's say 8 and a height of 8 as well. And let's add some small border. Yeah, so you also can see it's this small, and we should probably make it bigger. So let's do 32, 32, and 32. Yeah, so now it's this big. Maybe it's too big. Let's change it to 24. Yeah, now I think it looks better. Inside this button, I want to have like upload text, and I want to have an icon, or maybe only an icon. Let's do upload. Yeah, this one, and let's put it here, and let's see how it looks like. Yeah, kind of okay. Let's put it text center. Didn't work. Maybe if we do flex, and let's do items center. Yes. But now I also want to do justify center. Yeah, something like this. But I think that this text upload can be inside a separate line. So I'll put it inside the div. Let's see. Didn't work. Maybe because we can just change this to flex call to column. And now we have something like this. Is it better? I don't know. Let's put it back. And let's make the text smaller. So let's do text SM. Yeah, and let's add some gap between those two. Gap 1. Yeah, and let's make the text gray. Gray 300. Maybe darker so we can see it. 500. Yeah, something like this. And we want to make it rounded. So let's do rounded medium. So each square will have rounded corners. Maybe we can do actually large. Right, and let's add some background color. Let's do background gray of 300 or 200. And probably we don't need a border anymore. So let's get rid of this border. Yeah, no, and I think it looks fine. Now when I click on this upload, I would like to open a window to actually pick a file. So to fix it, I will actually change this button to a label like this. Nothing has changed because we have a lot of classes here. And inside this label or this button, this square, I will put an input of type file. And now we have this input of type file here, but now I'll make it hidden. Let's do class name and class name hidden. Right, so now it's not visible, but because we have this label outside of this input of type file, when I click on this label, it will open this file picking window. So now to upload photos, I will go here on the top and I will define the function
upload photo, upload image, sorry, upload image. But it's just an empty function, and this function will be run when our input of type file will change. So let's add on the, maybe somewhere here, on change we will do upload image, maybe images. So let's rename it here as well, upload images, yeah, in case there are several files selected. Right, and we'll get an event here. Right, so now I will first console log this event to see what do we have inside. I need to select files. So let's do upload. And one thing, I want to have an hand icon when I hover with my mouse here. So here, let's do cursor pointer. And that should work. Let's see. Yes, it does. Right, so here, upload images. Now let's see. I will select this frog. And here we have our event. And we have target. And inside target, we should have all the files here somewhere. Here, files. So, I will grab it. Let's do const files equals event target files. Let's add a question mark in case it doesn't exist. And then let's check if we have any files here. So let's do files dot length. Let's check that length is bigger than 0. Then we know we have something to upload. I will add a question mark here. In case files is undefined or null. And now we want to upload those files. So how can we do this? So to send all those files, I will send them as form data. So instead of sending JSONs as we always do, I will define here data that will be not a JSON, not an object. It will be, well, it will be an object, but it will be an object of new form data, like this. So it will be easier to parse it on the backend side. So let's do new form data, and let's now put inside all the files. So let's do let's do const file of files. So for each file, let's put it inside, or maybe we can do files for each, and for each file, we'll just do data append file to be file. Yes, and then we want to, after we added all the files, we want to send an Axios request, and well, we want to just upload this those images. So I think we can create a separate API route for this called upload. So I'll do a new file here inside API, and it will be just upload.js. All right, but let's go back to product form for now. Axios, it will be let's say it will be a post request to /API/upload, and this endpoint is going to just give us links to those images after we have uploaded them. We are not going to update our product here. We are just uploading photos, all right? And after we upload the photos, we want to show them here. And after we hit save, those photos will be saved to this product. So let's do this. We want to do Axios post with our data here. But this is async function, so I will add a wait here, and I will mark this one as async. And we actually want to grab data from the response. So let's do const response equals this. And let's just console log, maybe not the whole, we don't need the whole response, but I will grab only data from here, or maybe let's do response, and let's do response data here, right? And now, let's see, now we need to fix this upload endpoint. So let's go here. Now here, the upload is a little bit complicated, but not that much, so stay with me. So let's do, as always, just a handler for this API endpoint. So let's do export default. We can put async function, and let's do handle. And here just request and response, like this. And what's the next part? The next part is actually, we want to tell Next.js to don't parse our request. Instead, we want to parse it ourselves. So let's do export const, I think it was config equals object, and we want to pass to API a config on the API. We want to do body parser to false, like this. Yes, and now we should have a raw data inside our request, so it will not try to parse our request to JSON. Right. Now, to get files from our request, we are going to use a library called multi-party. Sounds really awesome. It's for parsing multi-part form data parser, which supports streaming. So as you remember, we have this form data that we used here for gathering our files, form data, and here form data. So now this is what we are going to use for upload. So let's do open here, and let's do yarn add multi-party. Sounds really awesome. Now let's go back here to our handle, and let's use multi-party. I think we need to put it here. So let's do import multi-party from multi-party, like this. Now it's imported. And now on multi-party, we have a function called form. We just need to call it like this, and it will be, let's return it to a form. Right. So this is kind of initiation. And now on this form, we can do parse, like this. And we want to parse our request. And here we'll have an async callback. An async because I don't need to put async for now, but we will do async stuff here inside, so that's why I put it, but I can put it later. And in this callback, we'll have an errors and the fields and the files in this callback. So let's maybe just put a console log here, and in case we have any files. Let's see how many files we have here. So let's do files.length. Yeah, that's it. And here I will just do response JSON. Okay. Yes. And here I forgot to put new. Right. Here I will refresh, and let's see. I will upload this part. And let's see, for each is not a function. Right, so it looks like files is not actually an array. So let's see, let's go to products form, and we have files here. We have length on this, but let's change that. We'll do for loop. So let's do for file of files. Let's do const file of files. And let's do just this data append file to be this. So I can put it like this, and I can remove this. Right, I will refresh, and I will try to upload again. Let's see, maybe this frog, open. It says okay. Let's see if we have anything here. We get undefined. Let's see, why upload
files length looks like is undefined. Let's maybe put length colon and let's add a comma here and let's try again. I will try again. I will upload this one, make it okay. Length is undefined. All right, just in case, we will check if we have any errors. If we have an error, then we will throw this error. Yeah, I will try to upload once again. Let's see here. We don't have anything inside the files. Let's maybe see if we have anything inside our fields. Yeah, let's see. Upload, open. Length is undefined, and this is an empty object. Let's see how we are sending this upload. We have payload. The file is binary, so everything looks fine here. Let's see if we have any error here. Okay, it says API resolved without sending a response. Let's see why. We are sending a response. Let's do even a return here. And I will try to upload something once again. API resolved without sending a response or API upload. But here, when we open upload, we have preview of OK. So this is kind of wrong, but I don't mind this warning. I think that the way to actually hide this message will be to return a promise here. So let's see. I would do return new promise, and here we'll have resolve and reject, and we will put all this here inside. And if we have an error, we will do reject with this error. Otherwise, we will do resolve with fields and files as an object. Right, and like this. Now, instead of returning this promise, I would just grab the fields and the files from new promise, and I will remove it from here so I can put it here. And now we shouldn't have this warning. So let's see. I will refresh, upload this, and something didn't work. Let's see, files from new promise. Okay, I forgot about wait here. And now let's try again. Upload this, open, and we are back here without this warning. All right, so looks like our files is empty. Maybe we need to restart it. So I will try again. And now if I will upload anything, let's see, upload this. Do we have anything? No, length is still undefined. I think this is wrong because inside our product form, we need to tell Axios to not try to send it as JSON. Let's see. Here we have this upload, we have payload, it's a form data, but we need to probably add some extra headers here. So instead of doing the request like this, I will add extra headers here. So let's do extra param here, and I will put headers, and it will be an object as well. Here I will put content dash type, and I will put content type of multi-part form data. I think this is the thing that we need for our multi-party to work. So let's go back here, and I think this is the only header we need. So let's try to upload again. Hello, and it didn't work. I will try maybe to send it with fetch instead. So let's do fetch.
and it will go to /API/upload, and he will have a lot of more info. I will wait here as well, and the method will be post, and the body will be data, and here we'll get the response, and here we will not have any data, we'll have only response. But let's try to upload it as a fetch, but still undefined. Anyway, goes to /API/upload. Let's see, upload files length is undefined. Let's maybe try with only files. Yes, I will do upload here of this one. Okay, and here we have some information. So we have path to this file, and it's inside this files. So there is actually information about this file, but I don't know why it was undefined. Maybe because we checked for the object and object length is undefined. We would need to check files dot file dot length, and then it will work. Let's see, I will upload this one, then we will have length of 1. Right, so inside our file, or maybe it should be named files, by file we have an array of files. So let's grab it. Let's maybe put let's maybe do a for each here. So we don't need to console log fields. We want to do only upload. So we already uploaded here this photo. I can probably open it in my browser. But the problem is we don't want to have it like in the temporary storage like var or tmp, and instead we want to upload it to a persistent storage like S3. So I will go to my console on AWS and I will create a bucket to upload it to S3. So I will just quickly log in. And I will go to S3 buckets and I will create a new bucket called maybe Next e-commerce. Yes, and create a bucket, and this looks fine. I need to do ACLC enabled, and let's see. I will not block all public access because I want those files to be publicly available. And yes, and that's it. I'll create this bucket. Okay, this one already exists. I will do Next.js e-commerce. Okay, it needs to be unique. So I will name it David Next e-commerce. Now I'll create this bucket. Right now I need to create a user for this bucket so I can upload from the code. So I will go to here and security credentials, and now I will create a new user for my bucket, only for this one bucket. I will do add users, and let's call this user same. Let's do David Next e-commerce and this. And let's do next. And I want to just attach a policy that I'm going to create now. I want to create a policy specifically for this one bucket. So for services, I'll find just S3 actions. Let's do all actions. And let's close this one. Resources. I will select any for now, but only for now, on almost everything except the bucket, because on this bucket I want to specify that it should be only David Next e-commerce bucket that this policy should apply on. Let's do next, and the name of the policy will be policy, let's call it S3 David next e-commerce. Yeah, let's create this policy, and now it's created. So now we can go here and we can refresh policies, and let's search for David next, and we have we have policy S3 David next. It's this one. I will just double check. Yes, it's this one. Next, create user, and now we have our user. So it's this one, David next e-commerce. I will open it, and now we have security credentials here, and we have access keys, and I want to generate access keys. Here we have many different options, but many of those will give us the same result. And I will select here, I guess, third-party service, maybe not, application running outside AWS. Yes, let's do next. Just create access key, and we have access key and secret access key. Now we need to put those inside our env file. So here, let's add S3 access key equals string, and let's copy this one like this, and now S3, and let's do secret access key, and I will copy this one, and let's put inside parentheses like this. And now we have everything. Let's click down here and continue. And now let's try to upload to our S3 bucket. I will go back to our Pages API upload. And as you remember, here inside this files file, we have information about our files that we want to put now inside the S3. So I'll open our new bucket here. Let's do S3. I'll open this, and let's go to our bucket. It was called something David next e-commerce. As you can see, it's empty, but now we are going to upload some stuff inside. So to upload to S3 client, we are going to need to install more things, and it will be S3 client that we need here. So let's do yarn add, and let's do here @ AWS SDK / client S3, because we need only client S3. Let's hit enter, and I can actually grab it like this to import this here. So let's do import, and we're going to import from this. And the thing that we are going to need is actually S3 client. And now we can define using this function. So here, let's define our client. Let's do const client equals new S3 client. And here just options inside. And the options that we need is region. And I think I picked the region of, I think the region was default US East 1. And maybe we can even check it here. I don't know if it's somewhere here or here on the buckets. Let's do David, and let's say next e-commerce. Yes, US East 1. So that's correct. We have region. What else do we need? We need the credentials. So the credentials will be an object. And here inside credentials, we need access key ID. That will be a string, and we need also secret access key. And both of those, we have them inside .env. So we can just do process.env .s3 access key, and here we can do process.env secret access key. Yeah, so we have our client ready, and now we can use our client to do stuff. And the only thing we want to do with our client is to send, and we want to send actually a command. This is the way they call it. You are sending a command to with your client. So here we'll just do new, and we will do new put object. I don't know why I have so much here. Object command. Yes, let's import it from client 3. And this has been imported here for me. Put object command. And here we need to put an object of information. And here first we need to put the name of the bucket. And the name of the bucket will be David Next e-commerce. But I think we can put it somewhere else, maybe here on the top, maybe here on the top. The const, and let's do a bucket name to be a string of this. This way we can do just bucket name like this. All right, so we have bucket. Now we need a name of our file. So to put name, we use a key to this file. All right, so how we want our name to look like? We have our original name, hello.jpg, but we don't want to use original name. Why? Because if we upload two files with the same file name, then we'll have a problem. We want to have unique file names. So from the original file name, I'm going to pick only the extension, and this part I'm going to generate random string. All right, so to do this, I will first here create a loop for all files. So here we have the files. Let's do for file. Let's do const file of files.file. And now let's just put, we can put this client actually here above. We can define it only once. When it comes to sending, we need to send this for every file. Right, now I will put a wait here because it's async function. And now we want to define the key. So inside this file, we have the object of file information, and we want to put get original file name first. So from the original file name, we want to get the extension, this JPEG. So how we can do this? We need to grab original file name, and we want to split it by a dot, and we want to take the second part. So let's do something like this. Let's do const extension equals file dot original, let's see, original file name dot split, but using dot. And let's take the last part. I think we can do this with pop. Let's see what pop is doing. Pop method removes the last element from an array and returns that element. That's awesome. Right, so maybe we can now just do console log of extension and file to see if everything works, and we'll just comment this put command for now. We want to see if it works. So I will just quickly refresh here. Let's do upload hello JPEG. Let's open here. Let's see. We have extension JPEG, so this worked, and we have file with all this information. So that is really nice. All right, so let's uncomment this part, and let's continue with our key, which will be our new file name. Let's define our new file name, and we want something random string, and then we want to add the dot, and then we want to add the extension. But here on the beginning, we want to have random numbers or something. So I will actually use just date.now. It will give us a timestamp, And maybe I will also add a dash, and I will, I think date now will be good enough. I don't think it's really that possible that two people will upload files in the same millisecond. So well, this will work. Or you can also add something from here. This is unique as well. So we could maybe do MD5 of this string, but date now will be good enough with just timestamp. In case you need something even more unique, you can maybe add MD5 of this. So it will be even more unique. The file name will be even more unique. All right, but now we can use new file name here as a key to the file. So we have a bucket, we have a key, but we need to tell what's the content of the file. So let's do body of the file, and to grab the body, we need to read this file. And to read this file, we need to import fs from fs file system library. So we'll do fs read file sync. We don't want to read it asynchronously, we just want to do it synchronously. And let's read this file, and we need path to this file, and path is here. So we can just do file.path. Yes. Okay, so we have bucket, key, body. We want to also add ACL to be public read, so the file will be publicly available, and we can just return a link directly to this bucket file. And the last thing that we need here is actually content type. Because S3 likes to have the more information about the file, what type of file it is, if it's a JPEG or what it is. The problem here is I cannot guess if it's always a JPEG or if it's always an image. So I'm going to add another library, and this library is called mime types. And let's see, yarn add mime types. And what it does, it just reads the file and checks the mime types. So let's do import mime. Let's call it just mime from mime types. Mime types. Yeah, we will call it mime here. And here, content type, and just do mime. And let's do lookup and just file.path. Right, and this should work. Now, after we uploaded the file, let's maybe grab a link to this file. So the const link equals, and now to get link here, it will be just https / the name of the bucket. So let's put here bucket name and .s3 .amazon aws.com / Amazon AWS / and here the new file name. So let's do just new file name. Yeah. And now we want to grab all the links in case we have several files. So let's do const links equals array. And here let's just do links push new link and this. And here instead of okay, let's just do links. Yeah. And now let's see if this will work. I'll clear this. Let's upload one photo of this parrot. Open, and it says it's pending. Okay, I think it worked now. Let's see. Preview. We have links. We have this one link. Let me select it. Let's open new tab. Let's see, and we have parrot with our link here. All right, so this worked. Now, when we are done with the upload part,
we can display every uploaded file, right? So let's go back to product form, and we are doing this response here with the response. We are console logging the response. Actually, we don't need this fetch here. We can change it back to Axios post, and we don't need this, and we can just put the data like this, data, and this should still work. And now inside response we have this data that we can check, but we need to add a wait here. I will just try again to see if everything works. Let's upload this frog, and yeah, we got something here. We have one link. Yeah, everything works. So inside data we have links, so we can just grab it and add it to our state. So let's create a state for our photos. Let's put maybe here, let's do const photos. Sorry, it should be called images. Images, set images, use state, and the default will be an empty array. But as you can see here, we are also passing this as a property in case we are editing an existing product. So let's rename this property to existing images, and let's put it here, existing images or empty array. Right, and now we can actually use it here after uploading. And let's see here. Here we'll do set images. We'll grab the old images, and we'll do arrow function like this. And here we'll just return old images as an array like this. And we will also spread new links here, all right? But links come from response data links like this. This way it will create a new array with all the images inside and new links here. So all the links and new links, right? So now let's scroll down here and let's see. Here we have those squares. Here we have this upload button, this big. Let's maybe go here, and before this upload button, let's check if we have images length. I will do question mark here, and I will check if it's bigger than 0, or maybe I don't even need to check if it's bigger than 0, because if it's bigger than 0, then this will be true. And then I can do images map to map through those images. And every image, it will be actually just a link. So I'll put link this, and let's put a div with the link, right? And now it says it's 0 because this thing returns 0. I can change it to Boolean by just doing bang bang here, converting this to Boolean false because length is 0. And now let's see. If I select one, let's do hello JPEG. I picked this image, and now it's uploading. It takes a few seconds, but now, as you can see, I get this link, and I get here an warning because I forgot about key here. So I'll put key to be actually this link. So we will not have this warning anymore. But now, instead of showing this as a link, I would like to show this as an image. So instead of link, let's just do img, and the source will be just link, like this. And now we'll have like a big image here. But to fix it, I will just make this div class name to, let's make it height of 24, like this. And now the image inside should have styling of max wave 100%, but I will put it here inside globals. So globals, and let's put that for all images, max height
should be 100%. Yeah, so now it's here. Let's go back and let's see. I will also add that this div should be inline block. Yes, and this label here should be inline block as well. But now they are not next to each other, and I'm not really sure why. Maybe it will be easier to just change those to regular elements, but I will add here instead flex, and I will also add flex wrap in case there are too many elements, and I will add a gap of 2, so there will be some spacing between those. And for each image that we are displaying, I will do rounded corners on the images. So let's do class name. Let's do rounded. I think it should be medium or maybe large. Let's do large, the same that we did for the button here, this upload button. And well, this looks fine. So now when I have this one image here, when I hit save here, I want to add this link of this photo to my products, to my product. Where is it? It's here, to my test-free, for example, product. But I don't have it inside my schema here, so let's add it. Let's add that images will be of type string with capital S. That is. It will not be required, it will be just type string. That's it. Right, now images will be actually a JSON here inside. So yeah. Or maybe I can even change this to type array of string, like this. But now let's go to our API/products. And here where we are putting this, or where we are creating product, we need to grab images here, and we need to grab images even here, right? And we just need to add those, right? So let's do images here and the images here, and let's see if this will work. So now if I hit save here, and I don't know if it worked. I think it was this one. I will check the database maybe first. So let's refresh this one. And let's see, products. We have 2 products. We don't have any images here. I think this is because we are not sending this from product form. Here we have this save product, but we don't have any images. So let's do images like this, and it's the same as our state, so it should work like this. I can close probably some tabs here. But now let's try to upload some photos. For example, this frog. I'll click open, and even when I'm uploading, it takes some time. Maybe we can add information about this, that it's uploading, so we will know. Here we have this upload images function, but before we'll do this upload, let's check if it works. I will click save. I'll go back here, and I don't know if it worked. I will do refresh and products, and let's see. No, we don't have it. Let's see here inside network if we actually send it. We have here products put. Let's see payload. We have images here, and we have one image, one link here. Let's see if everything here inside product is okay. Maybe it shouldn't be like this, but instead it should be an array of type string. Let's try this way. I think it should be this way. Let's do upload, let's take this one, and now it should be uploaded. Yes, it's uploaded. Let's save it. Let's go back. I don't see it, but let's check our database here. Still nothing here inside images. Let's see our API products. Here we have our put, here we have our images, and we are putting this as images here. But just in case, I will first do console log and print images here to be sure that we are getting this. So here, let's try to, I will refresh here, I will upload maybe this parrot, and let's hit save, and we have images and one link. Maybe it's because I need to restart this, and I will do yarn dev again. I have also here, let's see, let's do edit here, let's do upload, let's pick this file, and now I will click save, and let's check our database. I will do refresh somewhere here, refresh, and let's see, yes, now we have images. Yeah, so it worked, we just needed to restart. So I can remove this console log, and I can remove console log from upload that I forgot about. Let's remove this one, right? But now let's see, if I open this one, I see the current images, and I see also upload button, and I can upload more photos. Let's maybe go to this one, and maybe you can get rid of this text. So let's go back to product form, and let's see, no photos. We can remove this part, we don't need this. And the next thing is actually that we wanted to have an indicator when we are uploading something. So here we have upload images, and when something is uploading, what do we want to do? Let's say that we will have a box here on the beginning, or maybe on the end, here between the last image and the upload, a box with a spinner, right? So let's see, if we are uploading something, let's update state. Let's go here and let's define state is uploading, and set is uploading, default will be false. And here inside our upload function, on the beginning we will do set is uploading to true, and on the end here set is uploading to false, right? And now here in between, let's go. Here we are looping through the existing images. Here in between we'll check if we have is uploading to be true, then array div, and we want to have something like this. So I will just do, let's see, I will do just height of 24, class name, let's do class name, and like this, and text inside will be uploading, or maybe we should have a preload or something like this. So a spinner. So let's do react spinners. I think it's this one. Let's check demo page. Yeah, I think I will use this. And well, you can use what type of spinner you want to use. And I think I will go with this path. Yeah, I will go with this path loader, or maybe something more basic, bounce loader. Right, so let's add react spinners. So let's do yarn add react spinners, like this. And there are, let's see, react spinners, yes. And there are, I guess, some type of, I will use bounce loader, but there are some things that you can
pass like a size, color, speed. So I will actually create a separate component for this. I'll create a component called spinner.js, and here let's just do export default function spinner, and it will just return parentheses, and I think it was mine was bounce loader. You can pick a different one, and I want to pass information like color. So let's do color, and to pick the color I will just pick the color from my page here. I want to use the same color, so it should be black. Something went wrong here. It should be this one. So let's put it like this, and let's put speed multiplier 2, so maybe it will be faster or something, and let's now put it back here. So if we have an upload, let's see, no, here's the button to upload, here's uploading. Here I will just show our spinner, yes, and let's see how it looks like. I will upload maybe my parrot here. Yeah, it's something like this. I want to add some padding and gray box to this. So let's do the same background gray thing here, and I will also want to add padding of 1. I want to make it flex, and I want to do items center, so it will be centered. And let's try again. Let's pick this frog. Yeah, I forgot about rounded corners, and maybe I don't need this gray background, so I will put it like this. I will not save it. I will just go back here, and I will try to upload again. But before, I want this space to be a little smaller, so I will just do gap 1 instead. Yeah. Let's see now. I will pick maybe this parrot again. Let's see. Yeah, and it's uploading. So I guess it looks fine. And we get a parrot here. So everything looks fine. So we have an indication that we are uploading. So this works. All right, now it would be nice to be able to sort those images with drag and drop. So for example, let me try to upload another image, for example, this frog. And I would like this frog to be the first picture here, image. And it would be nice to just drag and drop it to the first place. So to do this, we will install another dependency. I will go to my terminal and I will yarn add react sortable.js. Right, and now let's see. Here we have our images and we want to be able to sort them. So first let's import our react sortable. I will go here and I will do import react sortable from react sortable.js. And now let's put it here above our images. So here we have a div for images. For each specific image, here we have a main div for images and spinner and the button for upload. So somewhere here, let's use our react sortable. Yes. And the closing tag should go underneath. And now let's see, can't resolve sortable.js. Let's see here. Okay, it's because we need both react sortable and sortable.js. So I will add this one as well. Yeah, now the problem is that we need to pass the list of elements. So let's put list, and our list of elements will be just images. Yeah, now we need a set list. So let's do, for now, set list will be a function that will create. It will be called update images order, something like this. Of course, we need to create it. So maybe here,
let's do a function, update images order, and we will just do console log arguments to see what we get inside. Right, and now as you can see, the CSS looks weird because on our React sortable, maybe I will put this into separate line and I will add some indentation here. And we need some styling here. So for our React sortable, I will add some class names here as well. And let's start with flex and flex wrap. And let's see, now it's better. Now we will just add our gap one. Now it looks better. And now as you can see, we can kinda sort them. We just need to handle this function that we are just console logging stuff. So let's see, we get 3 arguments in this function, inside arguments. And the first is elements, and the second is just a div that is above, and the third is just dragging some information about what's happening. So basically we just need the first argument. So let's put it here, images, and let's just print images, right? And I will refresh. Let's see. Yeah, now we are just getting images. So I guess we just need to take this images as a param, and we need to set it back to our images here to set images. First, let's see how the images look like. So I will go to, let's see, here we have edit product page and edit product page. And let's see, here we have product form, and here we have props images, and it's just 2 links, and that's it. So we can just go back here, and we can just set images with those new images. So let's do set images and these new images that are sorted now, right? And I will just refresh just in case, and now let's see, does it work? Yes, I can put it as a second. I will add this frog back here. Yes. So now we have 3 images, and let's say I will make this frog as the first image. I will save it, and let's go back to our product. Our frog is first. Let's now put our part first, and the frog should be the last one. Let's save it, and let's go back, and looks like everything just works. One error we have here, each child in the list should have a key, and I think it's inside the products. So let's go to our products, not here, it should be inside here, inside our component. We are listing our products, and here we need a key. So let's say it will be just product underscore ID. So now if we go to products, we don't get any error. And it's underscore ID because from database, it's always underscore IDs here. All right, now another thing that we need to add here in our dashboard panel is actually categories, because each product needs to have a category. So I will create a separate navigation item here. So let's go to components, navigation, and let's see, here we have many different links, and I think I will just copy the products part, copy the products link. I will just rename it to categories, and I will change the icon. So I'll open back hero icons, and let's see, let's search for maybe a list, and I think we can just take this one, and I would just paste it here, and let's see, now it should work. Yeah, we have products and categories, but let's see, categories should have slash categories as a link, and it should it should have active link class only if the path name includes categories. Yeah. And now let's see, if we go to categories, of course we get an 04 error because we didn't create the page yet. But let's do this now. Let's go to pages, new, let's do file, categories.js. And the same way we have with products. Let's see, we just need here layout, and that's basically it. So let's go to categories and let's create a function here, export default function, categories. Let's add page here. I think we are doing this page in all other. Now we are just doing products, right? Let's just do then categories. Categories. Here let's do return, and here inside, as always, just layout. And it has been imported for me, so that's nice. And here maybe on the top, let's just do categories. Categories like this. And now we have our categories page. And now the first form, the first thing we need is a form to create a new category. So I guess we can just have an input. So let's say input, it will be a text. And let's say that we'll have a placeholder. But inside placeholder, we will have just category name. Yeah, something like this. Would be maybe nicer to have also a label like here. So let me quickly check here product form, and we just have a label, and that's it. So let's do this categories, and let's add label here, but under this h1, and we don't need this HTML4. Let's do just label. Category name, yes. Let's go to categories, maybe just new category name, yeah. And we need a save button, maybe next to our input here on the right side. So I will just do a div with class name flex, and let's put this input here, and a button that will just do save. Yeah, so we have our button, but on our button, we need to add some class names. Let's add our button primary class name that we created before. So we have a big button here. Let's add a small gap of 1 here. And let's fix the padding on our button. Padding on the top and the bottom to be just 1. Right, looks like this didn't change anything. Let's see our button here. Okay, now our button looks really weird, but I guess it's because our input has a margin bottom here. So let's remove this. On our input, let's do class name, and let's do margin bottom of 0. Okay, now our input is the same height as the button, so that's fine. Let's put our form in actually a form tag, so it will be easier to add on submit here. And the button will be type of submit here, just in case. And we can of course just do like this, submit. It doesn't really matter, but we need to add here on submit. It just will have a function called save category, and let's add it here, function save category, just an empty function for now. And now if we want to save a new category, we just need a name from here. So let's add first state for our input, because as you can see inside our input we don't have any state. So let's do this. So let's do const name and set name equals use state, and default will be empty string. Now for our input, we will just need to add value name, and well, I can put those into separate lines so it will be easier to read. But otherwise, we need also set, on change. On change, we will do event. With event, we'll do set name of event target value. So now we have state that's updating and it's inside our name. And now when we click save or when we hit enter, this save category will run. And let's try to save our first category name. So the same way we did it with product form. As you can see, we are just doing axios and put or post. And we will use post because it's for creating. And let's go back to categories and just do axios. And let's do post to /API/categories. And then we need to put data. Let's just put our name here. And that's basically it. So now we can add a wait here and async here, because then it will be an async function. And then let's think, what do we want to do after it's created? Well, after it's created, maybe for now, let's just remove the category name. So the input will be empty again. So let's do just set name to empty string, and that's it. Later, we will also print all the categories here. And we will also refresh this list when we create a new category. But for now, let's just create a category. So, of course, we need to first add this endpoint. So let's go to Pages API. And here, let's do a new file, categories.js. And here inside, just do export default function. And it will be handle as for all the API handlers. And as always, we just get here request and response, right? And let's quickly check for the products. As you can see, we can just grab the method from the request, and then we just connect to the database. Right, so let's do the same thing here inside categories. Let's grab method from request method. So we can do this like this, or we can just put this method inside this curly brackets, right? Then if the method is actually a post, then what do we want to do? We want to create a new category. So let's grab the name that we are sending. So let's do const name equals request body. So we are grabbing name from request body, and then what? Then we want to create a category inside our database. So inside our models, we need to create a new model for categories. So let's do this. Let's do new file, and let's call this one just category.js. And first we need to create schema. So the const category schema equals a new schema, and it has been imported for me, so that's nice. And now let's put an object with schema. So the only thing that we need for now is just a name, and the name will be just a string, and that's it. We can actually just make it type string, and we can add that it's required just to be sure it's not empty, but that's basically it. Now we can define model same way we did with our product. Let's just do const and category equals, and first we need to check it if it's already defined inside models. Let's check if we have category here, category. Otherwise, we will just call the model function with first param is the name of the model, so just category, and the second param is just the schema, so category schema. And that's it. We can now just export it like this. And now we can use it inside our categories API endpoint. So now let's import it. I will do category. It has been imported for me. And now we want to just do create, and we want to create with our name. So we want to put a new category with just a name. We just have one property there, and we need to add a weight here. And I will also add async here because when we use a weight, we need to add async on the parent function. And then this will actually just return a new category document from our database. So I will do like this, and I will just respond with this category document from the database. And now let's see if it works. So I'll put here test C for test category. I will open network to see how it works. I'll hit save, and this didn't work. Let's see why. I know why, because inside our categories page on submit, we are running this function, but we forgot to grab event and do prevent default. And now let's try again. Test C2, save, and I think it worked. As you can see, inside the response, we get our category document from database. So let's see. I will refresh here our database. Let's go to categories. And as you can see, we have two categories here. So maybe I can just delete one of those, or maybe not. Let's maybe just display them both here underneath. So under the form, let's maybe just create a table with existing categories. So first let's add T head, and the first row will be just a row with category name as a column name here. And we had some basic stylings for tables. So let's go to globals and let's see it. We have this called basic. So I will use it now. So back to categories, I will add here class name basic. Yeah, maybe even margin top of 2 from the top, maybe 4. Right, now I would like to fetch categories from the database and put them into state. So I want to do a Axios get request and just grab all the categories. So let's add this here inside categories. I want to check maybe somewhere here if the method is a get request. Then I want to grab all the categories from the database. But before we do this, I forgot about one thing here, and it's about mongoose connection. So I will add mongoose connect, and I will add a wait here. And it worked even without this mongoose connect, but that's because only we were doing other requests at the same time. So if you are using a database in any function, you need to always add mongoose connect to connect to the database in case you are not connected. All right, but now back to our get. We want to just grab all the categories. So let's do response JSON, and here we just want to grab all the categories. So let's do category find without any params. But here we just need to add a wait, and that's basically it. And this should work. Now let's go back to our pages categories. And when this component mounts, we want to fetch all the categories. So for this, we are going to use effect. So do use effect. First param is an arrow function or just a function, and the second param is dependencies. We want this to run when this component mounts, so that's why our dependencies will be just an empty array. But here we will do Axios get. /API/categories, and that's basically it. Then we will get result, and with this result, let's add an arrow function, and inside the result, we have this data, and inside this data, we should get the JSON with all the categories. So now let's put them inside our state. Maybe here, categories, and set categories, use state, and let's say default will be empty array. And now here we can just do set categories, and let's put them inside. Right, now we should be able to list them here. So let's put tbody element here, and here let's map through our categories. So let's do if categories length is bigger than 0, and then let's do categories map, and here we want to do just category arrow, and I will put parentheses here, and here inside I will just put not the div but tr. Sorry, it should be tr, like this. If I make this window bigger, you can see how it looks like. So if we have categories with length bigger than 0, then we are doing categories.map, and with category we are just doing parentheses, and inside parentheses we are just doing tr, so table row, and we have one column with only category name. So let's do just category.name, and let's see, looks like we are getting our categories here. So another thing we need to do is to able to actually edit and delete them. But before we do this, there's another thing that we need to add to our categories, and it's a parent category. So let's say we want to add a category called headset, or maybe just iPhone. Maybe let's start with phones, mobiles. Let's do mobiles. Let's save it. Yeah, and the first thing, we want to refresh our table when we create new categories, because now I need to refresh manually to see mobiles. So let's fix this first. Here, where we create our categories, we are just setting the name to empty to clear this input, but we want also to run this. So the easiest thing will be just to remove this from here, and let's create a new function called fetch categories, and inside I will just paste it, and this should run here, fetch categories, and it should run also here underneath. So let's do fetch categories, right? And now I created mobiles, but let's say I want to also add iPhones. And I want iPhones to be actually the child category of mobiles. So the iPhones should go below mobiles. So the thing that we actually need is to have a select here, drop down, to select a parent category. And we need to add a select box somewhere here. So maybe between this input and this button. So let's do this here. Here we have our input. Here we have a button. Let's put a select box, and I will remove this name and ID. And the first default option, or maybe we shouldn't put options like this. Or maybe let's put options here. The first option will be no parent category. And let's say the value will be 0. So now we have no parent category, and the styling doesn't work here, but we can go to our global styling, and let's see, here we have input text area. Let's add select. So now it looks a little better. Let's also add it here. So select focus. Now, as you can see, this select got this margin bottom to as well. So I will go back to pages categories, and on our select, I will add class names as well. And it will be margin bottom 0. So it will have the same height here. Right, but now we need to add more options here. And here our options will be actually all the categories that we have here inside our list. So let's do, if we have categories, or maybe we can just copy paste what we have here. So let's put it here, but instead of tr, we will just put an option, and the option value will be category dot underscore id, and here we'll put category dot name. Right, and it has been it's wrapping my code, but let's see. As you can see, we have everything here inside, and if I open this select here, we are getting those IDs, and the first has a value of 0. Maybe we can just remove to make it empty, so the value will be empty. But now we need to have this as a value as well on our select. So let's put a state here for our, we have for name. Now we need to have a state for our parent category, and set parent category, use state, and the default will be just an empty string. And when we change, we need to add here value will be parent category, and I'll put it into different line. And here I will also add on change. We grab the event and we do set parent category with event target value. Right, now let's see if this works, if I can change it. Yes. But now when I hit save with a category name here and a selected parent category here, I need to have I need to send this parent category as well. So let's see, here we have save category. Let's add parent category here as well to our endpoint, and now we need to handle it inside our API categories. So let's see here, when we do a post request, we are grabbing name. Let's also grab parent category. Yes, and let's just put it here, parent category. And of course we need to add it inside our category model. So we can just put parent category here, or maybe because we know it's a category collection, maybe we can just call it parent. So the parent will be type of, well, the type here will be special because it will be another ID. So let's do mongoose types, and here we will do object ID. And let's say it's not required. Yeah, and that should be it. Now let's go back to API categories, and because we have it as a name parent, we need to do here parent : parent category. I put this into separate lines like this, so it will be easier to read. And now I will try to add iPhones here, iPhones, as a child category of mobiles. And if I click save, we get iPhones, but let's see how it looks inside our database. I will refresh here to see our categories. And here we have iPhones, but without any parent category. Let's see inside network here. Here we posted a new category, but inside payload we have parent category with this ID. So let's see parent category. We get the ID. We set it as parent, maybe because we needed to restart our server. So let's restart here, and I will put maybe iPhones 2 as a parent. Oops, here I will put iPhones 2, and it will be, the parent category will be mobiles. Let's hit save, and we have iPhones 2. Now I'll refresh, and let's see, here we have iPhones 2 and we have parent category. Right, so now let's print our parent category here inside our table. So let's go to pages categories, and here we have our table here. But if we just add a parent here, or maybe parent category, and we print category dot parent inside curly brackets, it will just show the ID. And the problem is we don't want to show just an ID. Instead, we want to grab the category of this ID, and we want to grab the name and display the name. So to do this, first I will go to category, our model, and here I would like to add a reference. So reference here will be actually what this ID is about, and this ID is just another category. So I will add this, and now let's go back to API categories, and here, as you can see, we are fetching all the categories, but instead of just doing find, I will also add populate, and I will add here parent, right? And now let's see if I refresh, here we are grabbing, let's see, all the categories. I'll make this a little bigger. Categories, we are fetching all the categories. We have a parent here. Let's see, parent as an ID. Maybe we need to restart the server once again to refresh the models. Now, if I refresh, as you can see, we have an error that the objects are not valid React child. And this is because now inside categories, inside parent, we don't have an ID that we can print. Instead, we get an object. So let's go back to our categories. And here where we printed just parent, we cannot print it anymore because now we need to, this is an object. So let's just print a name instead. So now I will just, to be sure, I will refresh. Looks like this can be undefined because for categories that don't have a parent, this will be undefined. So I will add a question mark here just to know if we have a parent, and maybe another question mark here. So let's see, and now we can see iPhones 2 has a parent category of mobiles. So that works really nice. And now actually we can add those buttons to edit and delete categories. So we can edit this to just iPhones and maybe delete this one and delete those two. All right, so let's create here an empty column. And here in column, we will create a button with class name button primary that we created before. And the first one will be here, edit. And the second will be delete. So the delete. And here I put a div here above with a class name of flex, and I can add gap 1 between those. Maybe it will be easier to just add margin left 1, sorry, margin right 1 on this button. Yes, so we'll also have some spacing here. All right, but now when I click, for example, on this button, I would like to edit this category. And we can put it into another page, the same way we did with products. But I think because this form will be only this small, maybe we can put the data here above. So let's do this. When I click on this button, I want to put the name here and the parent category here. And that's it. And maybe I will change new category name to something else. So here on this edit button, let's say that when we click on it, on click, we will run a function called, I will put arrow function here, and we will run edit category, and I will put the ID of the category from our category that we are looping here. So let's do category dot underscore ID, and that's it. Now we just need to add this function, or maybe, you know what, let's send the whole category. So we'll remove this, and I'll put this into separate line. Same with this, and maybe even this. Let's put it like this, so it will be easier to read. But basically, when we click on this edit button, we will run function edit category with the whole category object. So we will have all the data. So let's put this function here. That's the function edit category. We don't get the event here. We get a category object with all the data inside. And what do we want to do? First, let's maybe change this title here. So we have a new category name, but when we click on edit, we want to edit a category. So first, maybe we can put this into the state that now we are editing this category. So let's maybe put it here. I will put a state called, we can call it a category we are editing or something like this, but I want a simpler name. So I would just do edited category, and set edited category, something like this. And we'll be use state default, let's say, will be null, right? And now when we click on this edit here, I will set edited category to our category that we get as a param. And this way we can check if this is not empty, and we can change this title here. So here, let's put that if we have something inside, so let's do edited category. If we have something here that is kind of true, let's put a title of edit category. Otherwise, we will put back this new category name, or maybe let's rename this one as well to create new category. That's it. And this now looks messy, but I will put those two separate lines, maybe something like this. It will be easier to read. Now let's see, if I click this edit, we have this edit category, but maybe let's add some more information here. Let's do edit category, and let's also add the category name. So let's do edit the category dot name. So now we have edit category test C. Now we should propagate the name here and the parent here. So let's do this. Here we will do set name to our category name, and we will do set parent category to just our category dot parent category, or maybe not, it just called parent inside our database. So let's do this. Now if I click test C, it doesn't have any parent category, so that's correct. Let's see, if I click iPhones 2, well, this changed to iPhones 2, but this is still no parent category. And that's kind of wrong. Let's see, here we have set parent category, so this should work. Yeah, I know what's the problem. We have a parent here, but parent can be actually an object. Instead, we should check if we have an underscore ID here instead. and this should work now. So I will refresh. If I edit test C, we don't have any parent category, but if I edit iPhones 2, it changes to iPhones 2, and here it changes to mobiles. So now it works. But now if I click save, we will run this save category, and this save category function, it always creates a new category. So it always runs this post request, and our post request always creates, here as you can see, creates a new category. Instead, I would like to see if we have something here inside, then I should know we should update a category and not create a new one. So first I will maybe put this into to make it prettier. And now here I can check if we have edited category in the state, then I know we are inside edit mode. If we are edit mode, we don't want to run this. We want to run this only if it's not edit mode. So let's put it inside an else here. But if we are inside edit mode, let's do await Axios, and let's do put request here to /API/categories. Yeah, and we want to send the same data, so I can just put an object like this, but to make things a little simpler, because the data here and here is the same, I can grab it here, and I can define it here above as data, and I will put it as an object here. This way I can just reuse this data here, and I can put this data here as well, because it doesn't matter if we are updating or creating a new one, we are just grabbing information from this input and this select. Right, now we don't have this put handler inside our categories API. We can only handle post. So now let's maybe add a method equals put, so we can also update the category. So basically we are going to do the same thing that we are doing for creating, but we want to update. So instead of create, let's put update here, update one, because we want to update only one category, but we want to know what type of category, which one we want to update. And when we send a new name and a new parent, we don't know this. We know this, we need to have the ID of the category that we want to update. So back to categories. Here, as you can, back to categories here. Here we have the data, but we are sending only name and parent category, both to put and the post. But for put, we need also an ID that we have inside edited category. So to put ID here, I will do something like this. I will change this to ... data, and this way this will be just a copy of data. That's it. But we can also add a comma here, and we can add underscore ID to be edited category underscore ID. Yeah, this will work. But there's also, I can show you how it looks like. It looks like this. It would be just a copy of data, plus we will add a property of underscore ID to be edited category underscore ID. So we will put also the ID of the category that we clicked here or here. So we will get the data that we already fetched, the underscore ID. But there's, I guess, also easier way of adding this ID. Let's try with just data underscore ID, just edit a category underscore ID, and here we can just put back data, and I guess the result will be the same. Right, here we have test C 2. Maybe I will refresh and I will edit this one and I will change it to test C1. But let's go to our API categories, and here our put is exactly the same as post, but actually now we can also here grab underscore ID. And now when we have the ID of our category that we want to update, we need to put it inside our update one. So when we create, the only thing that we need to pass is an object of all the properties that we want to create a new document with. Here for update, first we want to specify an object of what do we want to update, and then the object of the data that we want to update with. So the first object will define how we can find this document inside our database, and the second param, the second object, will be the new data for this object, for this document. So we can find it by just checking that underscore ID is the underscore ID from our request, and then we just want to update both the name and the parent to be parent category. So let's check if this will work. I will just refresh just to be sure. I would edit this test C. I will add 1 here. I will try to save. And as you can see, we got test C1 here, but we are still in this edit mode of test C. And after we are done editing, after we saved a category, I would like to disable edit mode for this specific category. So here, after we updated a category, I will do set edited category back to null, so we can actually create new categories. So let's edit this one. I will add more ones, save, and now it went back to create new category. So that's good. Let's now change, for example, this one, and let's change parent category to maybe this one, test C 111. Let's see, hit save, and as you can see, it worked nice. If I refresh the page, we should get the same data, and yes, we do. So now the last part will be our delete button. So the delete button for products was a separate page, but now I think for categories we can make it a little simpler. Maybe we can just do a pop-out with confirmation, or maybe a confirmation here underneath, not as a separate page. So as you remember, if we go to products and we hit delete here, we have a separate page to confirm this deletion. Do you really want to delete? If we click no, it just goes back. If we click yes, it will delete the product and send us back to the table. For categories, we can make it simpler. If we click delete, we can have a pop-up with yes or no, or maybe pop-up here inside the table. And I think pop-up inside the table, a small are you sure will be enough. But I think it will be much prettier with like a pretty box or pop-up here that we can reuse. So that's why I'm going to open Yarn package repository here, and let's search for React Sweet Alert 2. Yes, this will work. So I will just yarn add this one. Let's do yarn add this one, and it's just a prettier form of confirmation. So we need to have a state for our sweet alert. So I'm going to put it on the top, or we can actually also use this as injected. So we don't need properties. Let's see, here they are showing us properties with properties, but here we can also use it as an injection. So we can just do sval and just do sval fire, and that's it. No state, no nothing. Or actually we have here with sval, but I guess this way will be simpler. So let's do this with small. So I will copy this part, and here on the top I will just place it. And as you can see, we need to export our function here, but we want to export with small. So let's add this part here, and I will open parenthesis here, and I need to close another parenthesis here on the bottom. Yes, but we need to get rid of these categories. We don't need this, and instead this with small will be a function that we are calling. So we can remove this function thing here. So we have with small, and well, maybe to make things simpler, I can put back our categories page somewhere at the top. So let's do function categories like this, and inside I would just put all this, and so we have our function categories, and it's just our component that we were exporting before, but now we are going to use it with small, and we are going to export it the way they do this. So here we need to put parentheses, and here we need to grab this small thing and a reference in case we need this. And here inside we can just use our categories as component, and this should work. So now let's see. Yes, it works. We don't have any errors, but now we can use this file to fire alerts this way. So maybe I can just pass it. So let's do sval equals sval. So we can pass it back down to our categories. And here inside categories, our page, I can just grab it here. And let me use it when we click this delete button. And delete button is here. I put this into separate line, and now I will add on click, and I will put an arrow function here. Or maybe I will just create a delete category, and I will pass this category object to know what category we want to delete. Now I will go back to here. I'll create the function delete category, and as you remember, we pass this category object, and we have this all information here inside category, the ID and everything, and we have this sval that we can fire things with. So maybe let's first see if this will work. This hello world example. We are not deleting or anything. Let's see. If I click delete, we get this example hello world. But now we want to change some things. Here for title, let's put "Are you sure?" question mark. And for the text, I will put backticks. And do you want to delete? And let's put here category name and question mark. And let's see. We don't need these handles to when it opened or when closed. We just want to handle the result of this confirmation. But it shouldn't be just okay. It should be a prompt. So I guess it's just a type of confirm. So I will refresh and let's see. No, it's not confirm. Maybe it should be prompt. No, it should be confirmed. Maybe we don't need to have delete, but instead we want to have a show cancel button to true. And let's see, cancel button. We have cancel button title. Let's say it will just say cancel. And let's see, we do have button labels, more button labels. Confirm button text. Confirm button text. Let's do this one. Confirm button text, and let's put it as yes delete with exclamation mark. This should be title, show button, cancel button text, like this. So both of cancel button text and confirm button text. Now if I hit delete, we have yes delete and cancel. But I would like to have this yes delete on the right side. So there is a property called reverse buttons to true. And let's see now, if I refresh and hit delete, we have yes delete. Would be nice maybe to make this yes delete button red or something. So let's do confirm button color, and let's put some kind of red color here. So let's maybe do D55. So it will be this red, and let's see how it looks like. I think it looks fine. So now when we click it, it will run this function then with the result. So let's just do console log and let's print this result. I guess we don't need this catch part, and I will do inspect here to see console, and I will hit delete here. Yes, delete, and as you can see we get the result, and inside the result we have object of is confirmed, true, is denied, false, and value true. So we will only check if it's confirmed, because if I hit cancel we get another result with is confirmed false. So from the result we just need to grab is confirmed and needs to be true. So let's do if result is confirmed, and if it's confirmed then we want to delete our category. So basically we just need to run Axios request, and let's put it as type delete. Let's go to /API/categories, and let's put some data object here. And the only data that we need here is the ID of the category we want to delete, and we can grab it from here, from category. So let's do underscore ID equals category dot underscore ID, and that's basically it. We can do this like this, or we can grab the underscore ID from category, and we can just put it here as a param. So but the problem here, as you can see, is that we get this warning and that the delete actually doesn't have any body. So if we can't send it as a body, let's see how we did this with products here. And with products, we are sending this inside the query. So let's send it as a query as well from our categories. So to send it as a query, we will just do question mark underscore ID equals, and we will just add the value underscore ID here, and that's it. We will add a wait here, and then we need to mark the parent function here as async. And after we are done with deletion, we just want to refresh the table. This table, we want to see that it disappeared. So we will just run this fetch categories, and that's it. Now we need to handle this endpoint inside our API categories. So let's check here. If the method is delete, then we want to grab the underscore ID from the query. So let's do const underscore ID from request query. Yes, and with this underscore ID, we just want to delete things. So let's do category, and we want to do delete one, and we just want to delete one by this underscore ID. So the first param here is just an object about how we can find it. And we want to find it by checking that underscore ID is actually underscore ID. But because those two are the same, we can just do underscore ID. This is async function, so I will do await, and after it's done, I would just do response to JSON with OK, and that's it. Now I will try to make this window bigger. Let's do inspect here, network, and let's maybe try to delete iPhones. I will click delete here. Or are you sure? Do you want to delete iPhones? Maybe I should add iPhones category. Yes, delete, and it's deleted, and it refetched categories. And as you can see, we don't have iPhones anymore. We just have iPhones 2. So I can rename this one to iPhones, and it will be under mobiles. So that's perfect. Everything works. I can now delete this test C2. Yes, and I can delete this test 1-on-1. Yes, delete. And we have now only mobiles and iPhones, and iPhones is the child of mobiles. We can also add the Android. That will be also a mobile under category. Let's hit save. Now we have Android, mobiles, iPhones, mobiles, and mobiles. So now we can create new categories, we can update existing ones, and we can delete them. So I guess we are now done with categories and products. But the last thing that we need inside products is actually to be able to assign a category here. So let's say that test 3.1 product is actually an iPhone or under mobile, so an Android phone. So now we should have a select here with to be able to select a category for this product. Right, but let's maybe start by creating a real product. So I will go to products, I will hit new product, and I want to add iPhone 14 Pro. And I will upload some images. I downloaded some iPhone images here, and I can only select one by one. So I will first upload them all. All right, and now I have all the images. I can maybe sell this iPhone for $1,200. And let's put maybe test iPhone description here, and let's hit save. So we have our iPhone 14 Pro here, and we should be able to change the position of the images. And now the only thing that we are missing here is to be able to add a category. So I think that we can put the category under this product name. So let's go to our product form, and let's see, I will make it a little bigger. And let's see, here we have photos, here we have product name. We need also a label and a select for category. So let's do label here, and it will just say category, category, and underneath we need to have a select, and the first option will be just empty value, and it will be uncategorized in case of if the product doesn't have any category, and then it will be uncategorized. But then we need to list all the possible categories. But for now, we don't have any categories here inside our state. So we need to fetch it here as well. So let's see here. We are definitely fetching information about this specific product. So let's see for use effect that we can reuse. Looks like we don't have any use effect here. Instead, we are passing information from the a product page, edit product to this product form. So let's see where this component is used. And it's used for new products and for new product page and for editing an existing product with an ID. So we can either put fetching categories for those two, or we can put it here in one place. I think it would be better to put it here in one place. That's why I will go maybe somewhere here, and I will add use effect. And as always, the first will be just an empty arrow function for now, and the second will be empty array because we don't have any dependencies, because we want to run this function when this component mounts. Right, and what do we want to do? We want to do axios get, and we want to run /API/categories so we can grab all the categories we have inside our database. Then we get result, and it will run this arrow function with result, and with result data. Here inside the result data we have our JSON with categories. So we need to prepare state for this. So let's do categories, set categories, use state, default will be empty. Let's say it will be just empty array. And now here we can just do set categories like this, and that's it. But now we should be able to use these categories to list them as options inside our select. So let's put let's check if we have categories. The length of the categories is bigger than 0. Then let's do and let's do categories map, and this will be a function with specific category. Let's just short this down to C, and the parentheses here, and for each category, which will be C, we will just print an option, and the value will be just c._id, and here the label will be c.name. Right, so now we have uncategorized, but we have all categories here. All right, now we are printing all the possible options here, but we don't have any state for this select. And as you can see, we have it for title, description, and so on. And for the price, so let's just put another state for our category. So let's do category and set category, use state, and default will be let's say empty string. So it will so this empty string will match our empty string here for uncategorized as default. Right, so now we can use this category here down inside our select. Let's do value equals category, and on change we will just do with event, we will just do set category, and we will grab the new value from event target value. That's it. So now we should be able to change those, yes. But now when we hit save with, for example, iPhones, we should send it as well to our API endpoint here inside save product. So let's do this. Here we are sending the data, but we also need to add category, and the category will be, of course, just the ID of the category, because we are setting this here from our option value. We are setting it back to category. Right, so we are sending category as an ID. Now we need to handle it inside API products. So let's go to pages, API products, and both for post and put. For post we are creating, for put we are updating. Here we need to grab category, And here we need to grab category as well. And what do we want to do with category here and here? We just want to pass it along with to create a new product or to update an existing product. And that's it. So now let's see if I refresh here just to be sure, and I change this to mobiles. Let's not mobiles, to iPhones. If I click save, let's check the database for products, and the latest product should be iPhone 14 with we don't have any category here. And why is that? I think it's because we forgot to add it to our product model. So let's put it here. So category, and we want to define this property to be type of ID. So let's do mongoose types object ID, and we want to add reference as well. And the reference is just category, the name of the model. And that's it. Let's now try to save it again. iPhone 14 Pro. Let's change this to iPhones. Let's save. And let's refresh our database here for products. Let's scroll down here, and we don't have any category. I guess this is because we need to restart here our environment, our app. So I will refresh here, and let's go to iPhone 14 Pro, and let's change this to iPhones, save, database, refresh, products, and for iPhone 14 Pro, now we have a category. So that is really nice. But let's open it back, and as you can see, it's still uncategorized. And it is uncategorized because if we go to pages components product form, the default will be always for category. The default will be always empty string here. Instead, we should use, as we are doing with existing title, that we are grabbing from the properties here. So let's grab category, and let's just rename it to existing category. Or maybe we can name it assigned category. Yeah, and let's just put it as a default here for assigned category, or default, if in case this is empty or something, default will be empty string. Right. So now, as you can see, I saved and it changed this to iPhones. Let's check if something crashes for older products. No, it looks like everything just works. So now we can change categories. I can put it to Android, and if I edit, you can see it's Android. But I can put it back to iPhones as it should be. So everything now is fine. So now we are done with products. We can add the title, category. We can upload images, description, and price. And we can, of course, edit also those categories. Now, another thing I would like to have for our products is properties. So let's see here, we have an iPhone 14 Pro, but this is a black version. And let's say it's a version with 100 gigabytes of memory. So we should be able to put this information. And we can put this information here in the description. But the thing is, if we have a properties as a separate input somewhere here, maybe, then on the front of our store, we can be able to sort and filter the products we have. So let's, for example, say that inside all the mobile phones, we will have a memory property. And then when we open mobile phones category inside our e-commerce store, we will have a filter. Okay, how much memory do you need for your phone, or how big the camera should be, or something like this, the screen size, or the color. Let's say this one will be black, and you can filter depending on the color. So I think we can go to categories then, and I think properties should be assigned to categories first. So let's say that when we open mobiles, we should see filters for price, of course, like for all the products, but also like color and maybe memory and yeah, the storage, something like this, and the color. So when we click edit here on mobiles, we can only edit the name here of the category and what is the parent category. But the thing is that I would like to add more information here, more properties to this category. Let's say that mobiles will have also properties like color and storage and stuff like this. So I think we can go now to categories inside here, categories page. Let's see. And first, let's say that we want to have those properties here underneath. So let's first move this button here also under, and we will have like properties here in between. So here we have this form for editing properties. We have this save button here. As you can see, this form is flex. So we need to create another div that will be actually flex with gap 1, so we can move the input and the select inside. So let's move this select and input. Let's put them here, and we don't need this flex and gap 1 on the form part. Now the save is underneath. We can also remove this margin bottom 0 on the input and on the select. So we will have some spacing here. And now let's see. Now between this those two inputs and the save button, I would like to have properties here in between. So here under this main div, I will put another div. And first here I will put a label that will say, let's say, properties. Yes. And under I will have a div, or maybe first we need a button to add the new property. So let's add the button with a class name button secondary, and this button will say add new property. Yeah. We need to style this button, and so let's go to our global CSS. We can style it with just the classes here in the component, but I think we can reuse this button secondary later. So let's see, we have button default. Maybe we can use this one instead of secondary. Let's use button default. Okay, and we have something like this. Maybe we can just make it smaller. So let's do padding of on the top of and the bottom of 0. This doesn't change anything. So let's do text smaller. Yeah, now the button is smaller. So I think maybe we can maybe put it under this properties. So let's put properties, and let's make this as a block. Yeah. So we have this button underneath, and now for this div, let's also add margin bottom of at least 4, I guess. So we'll have some spacing. Maybe 2 will be enough. Yeah. So we have this button, add new property. It doesn't do anything. I just add that it's type of button. Otherwise, it could just hit the save on our form here, and it would submit the category. So now it's type button, so it will not submit the form. And let's see. Now we will need on click event on this button, I will just put it into separate line so it will be easier to read. But now I will add on click. Sorry, it's not here. It's not this save button. It should be this one that we need on click. So I will put it maybe like this, and this one here. Let's do on click. And on click of this add new property, we want to put a property maybe here. So to create properties, we need to have a state for them. So let's scroll up here and let's see, we have categories. So let's add also here underneath properties, and let's do set properties, use state, and it will be empty array for now. Right, now we have error because we have this empty on click part here, and we need to define a function. Let's maybe call it add property. Yeah, now we need to create this function. So maybe here under delete category, let's do function add property. Yes. So now let's see. When we click this button, we need to create a new property. We need to put a new property here inside our properties. So let's do this. We will just do set properties. And remember, this is category properties, not properties that are inside React component, just category properties like color and stuff like this. And with this, we can just grab a previous value and run an arrow function like this. And we want to return all the previous properties. So we can make a copy like this. But we will also add an object of new property. And every property will have name, or maybe, yeah, let's call it name. And the name will be empty string, and then we will have also values, and values will be also an empty string, right? And now, if we have something inside properties, we should list it as maybe inputs here. So let's see. Here, under this button, I will try to list the properties. So let's see. Let's do properties length is bigger than 0. Then we'll do end properties map. And for each property, we will do parentheses. And I will make it bigger so it will not wrap. And for each property, I will print a div. And inside each div will have this flex and gap, maybe 1. And inside each, we will have an input for, let's say, property name, for example, color, and another input will be for, let's say, values, comma, separated, yes. And that's it. Now let's see, if I click add new property, then we have property name, and we have values here. All right, so now we can click to add more properties, and this should work. Now we need to also be able to update them. And as you can see, the problem is here that we don't have any state for them yet. We don't have any values, and we need to add them. So values will be actually simple because we can just do value equal and property dot value. I think it was values. Yeah, values. And well, it should be here. Property values, and above should be name, property values, and above should be just a name, but I will put it also into separate lines so it will be easier to read. But the problem now will be with update function, because when we change text inside a specific input property name, we need to update properties. And we need to find in properties first which one we should update. So let's start here with property name. Let's add on change function. And well, here let's maybe add a function called update property name, or maybe let's call it better handle property name change, right? And I'll put it actually inside arrow function here, so we can pass the property as an object. But now I will put this function here, maybe somewhere at the top, as the function, and this handle property name change. And in the first param we'll have our property, right? But now if we are updating property, then we need to have also the new name, right? That we want to update this property to. So let's see, we need to pass also the new value. So from this event that we'll get here, let's also pass here event target value, right? But now the problem is that we will have the new name, and we know what is what's the property object that we want to update. So we will have the name, the old name, and the value. So let's say here we will have a test property and values like 1, 2, 3. And when we added this input, we will change it to test1. The new value, so this event target value, will be test1. And inside property, we will have both the test, the old name, and the values. So we can just, in this function, we can just loop through all the properties, and we can find the one that has the name test. But the problem is, what if we have several properties with the same name? Then we don't know which one we should change to test1. Here we know because we see it's the first, but we don't know it inside this function. So to fix it, I will also pass the index here that we can grab. So I will put this into parentheses, and I think that the second param here that we can grab is actually index, and I'm going to pass it here as well. And now in this function, let's jump to this function, we will have different params here. We will have index, property, and new name. So let's do index, property, and new name. New name that we want to have for this property. And first I would just console log everything. So let's do index, property, and the new name. And so we can see if this works. I will open here my console, and I will edit, for example, this one, test. And let's see, we have index 2 because this is the third property. So, and the new name should be just t. Right, so we can update it. We can fix it. So let's see. We will do set properties, and we can just set properties with just an array of properties here, but it's better to use the previous value. So I will do arrow function here, and inside previous value we have all the properties. So now with these properties, we will create a clone of this array here with all the properties. So let's maybe call it props. Maybe props is not correct way to call it. So I will do properties equals, and I want to do a copy of this array. So I'll just do array dot previous. And now I want to do properties and of our index that we have as a param, and I want to change the name. So let's do dot name equals new name. Yes, and here I will just return properties. Yes, and now let's see if this will work. Test 1 to 3. Yes, I can edit here. I can put test 3 to 1 here, and for now it works. I can edit this input. So now we need to have the same thing for values. So I will just copy this and paste here. Handle property values change, and here I will put new values, and here of course we need to change as well values, and of course new values, and that's it. Then we can use this function for our other input. So let's do on change, and with the event we will run handle property value change with the index of this property, so 0, 1 or 2, and then we will pass the property and then the new value of this input. So let's do event here, event target value. So that should be it. Maybe I can put it into separate lines so it'll be easier to read, but then I need to put every property into separate line. So I don't know if this will help match, but yeah. Right, so now I should be able to edit those inputs as well. Yes, and they do work. So I can edit inputs, I can edit properties. I would like to add the margin bottom here on this button. So here I will do margin bottom of 2, and I want to be able to remove properties as well. So we have 2 inputs, but I will also add a small button that will have this class button default, I think it was, and it will just say remove. So we have this remove, and well, we don't have any spacing between them, but this is because our inputs have margin bottom of 2, and I will remove it. Let's do class names, and let's do margin bottom of 0 here, and let's do the same thing for other input. And now for this each div, I will add margin bottom of 2, so we'll have margin bottom on the div and not on the input. Right, so now we should fix this remove button, right? So here on this button, I will put it maybe like this. I will add here on click, and it will just run a function called remove property, and we actually need only the index of this property that we want to remove. So here we'll have index 0, index 1, index 2. So let's create this function here above our return. Let's do function remove property, and we get the index, and we want to run set properties. We'll grab the previous values here, and inside this function, let's just do new properties. It will be just a copy of previous properties, but now from these properties we want to remove the property of this index. So how we can do this? Well, the easiest way would be to just return new properties as they are. So we are returning all the properties, but here we will also add filter, and we will filter out the property that we don't want to have. So the first param here, we need to put it as a function, but first param here in this function will be the property itself, but the second will be actually a property index. So I will call it maybe let's call it property index. And here if we will return true, then it will, this filter will give back this property to this return, otherwise it will not. Maybe so it will be easier to understand. I will put it here, and instead I will just do here return new properties. Right, so new properties will have the copy of the previous properties, and then before returning to new properties, we'll filter them to check if the property index is the same as index to remove. Let's call it index to remove. So it should return true only if property index is different than index to remove. All right, that should be it. We can just skip this part and we can actually just do return here. Right, so now let's see if this will work. I can see that add new property doesn't do anything anymore. Let's see, maybe because this is, yeah, we need to put it as an arrow function here. So now let's see, 1, 2, 3. Let's say, yeah, that we will have a color and a brand and maybe a size. And here we'll have red and blue, and brand size will be, let's say 14 and 12. But now we want to remove the size. Yeah, so it worked. Right, so I can remove those properties, and we get an error if we remove the last property. That is weird. So let's fix it. Let's see. We are getting 500 error. Oh, that was strange. Let's just refresh. Add new property. I will add the 3. I will click this one. Okay, so it tries to run categories endpoint post because we are removing properties. That's weird. Remove property. Okay, I think this is because we need to add here on this button that it's type of a button. Otherwise, it can try to send this form with our submit function here, save category, and we don't want to do this. Right, but when we click, for example, edit on this one, it should reload those properties as well. So, and maybe if we are editing a category, for example, Android or something, I will hide this table. So let's see, where do we have this table? This table is here. And if there is an category that we are editing, I think it's called edited category. And I would check that we don't have it. And then parentheses, and here inside, I will put our table. So let's grab this table and let's put it here inside. So now we don't have any because we are editing, but we should have also a cancel button here. So let's see here, we have properties. So underneath somewhere here we have save button, but I want to also have a cancel button in case we are editing a category. So if edited category and then parentheses, another button here, and it will say just cancel, and it will have a class name of button default. Yes, I want to have some spacing between those, so I will put a div with class name flex and gap1, and I will put both of those buttons here inside. And for this button that is cancel, I will add the on click, and we will define this function here. On click, I just want to do set edited category to null. Yes, and this way, if I click cancel, I will also add type of button, just to be sure we will not save this form. If I click cancel, we see everything here. But the inputs are not cleared. So I will actually put this into parentheses, and I put it inside new line like this. Let's see, not here. I will put it enter here, and now I will do set edited category to null, set name to empty string, and set parent category to null, or maybe empty string. Yes. So now if I edit iPhones and I click cancel, it clears the form. All right. But now let's see if we can put some properties, right? So let's do test property, and let's put a property with color, and we'll have red and blue and maybe green. All right. What happens if we click save now? Let's scroll to our function that's saving our category. And let's see, we have this save category. But the problem here is that we don't have any properties that we send. So let's send along inside our data properties. And of course we need to fix so we can handle it inside the API categories. So let's go to API categories. And now let's see. For both post and put, we need to grab categories. Sorry, not categories, properties. And same here, properties. And the properties will be an array of objects, and each object will have a name and values, and both name and values will be strings. So first let's do this for a post. So we will just do properties to be properties, but this way we will have values as string with comma separated. Instead I would like this values to be chopped to an array. So I can either do this here, or maybe I can send those properties already prepared. I think it will be better to send them prepared. So here I would just do properties. So we are going to save it as they are here. I will add them also to our category model. So let's do here properties. Properties will be type of, let's say, object. This should work. But it should be actually type of an array of objects, right? And I don't know if this should array be here, or maybe it should be here. I think it should be here. It should be properties will be an array, and inside each it should be type of object. Let's try it like this. But first, before we will send these properties, we will not send them as they are here, because then each property will be an object of name and the values that are comma separated, and we don't want this. So here for our data, I'll put this into separate lines here, and for properties we will not send them as they are here from the state, and instead I will do properties and I will run map function on it, and for each property I want to return a new object with property name. So let's do name equals property name, but the values, I don't want to just do property values. I want to do property values, and I want to split them using comma, right? So let's see here. Maybe I will put those two into separate lines, so it will be easier to read. And now let's see. I will try to send it. Let's hit inspect here, network. I'll click save here, and let's see, it failed. Let's see the payload, and the payload looks fine. We have properties with name, color, and values, those, but we get an error. So let's see here inside the inside our console here for our server. category validation failed. Right, let's see what was wrong with our category. Object failed for value, blah, blah, blah. Object ID failed for value, blah, blah, blah. Right, let's see what was, it was a post request. I will close this error here. We have both the name and everything. And the error is cast the object ID failed for value, blah, blah, blah. Type string, path parent. Right, so let's go to our API categories. And it looks like it's failing because our parent category will be an empty string here. So I think we need to fix it for both put and post. And the best way to fix it will be just to check if the parent category is empty string, then we will just return undefined here. Otherwise, we'll just do parent category. Otherwise, parent category. Yes, and this should work, but it can be simplified. So let's say we'll just return here parent to be parent category, or if it's falsy, just undefined. So let's now do the same thing here. Yes, and now let's click save again. I will clear here, save, and looks like it worked. The one thing that didn't work, or we forgot about, is to clear this properties after we save. So let's go to pages categories, and after we save, we are resetting the name, and we should also reset the parent category to empty string, and we should also reset the properties to just empty array. And now it should work. Let's do categories. Let's go to products, back to categories. Let's do test P2, test properties 2 with mobiles as parent. I will put two new properties, property 1, property 2, and value 1, value 2, and here maybe value 2, value 3. Let's try to save it, and looks like it worked. Let's check it inside our database. Database, refresh, and categories. And let's see, here we have test P2. We have parent, but we don't have any properties. And I think this is because we need to restart our server here. So it will reload the models. So I can delete this one and delete test P2 as well. Yeah, and now let's try again. So we'll do test P, and parent will be, let's say, mobiles. I'll put property 1, property 2, and value 1, value 2, and here value 2, value 3. Let's hit save. Let's refresh our database to see if we have it. And we have properties, and each has the name and values as array. So this worked. Now let's see if we can edit them. If I click edit here, we don't have the properties that we added. So this is because here on the top, we have properties. Let's see what happens when we click the edit button. So we have edit category here. We are setting the edited category to this category, the name, parent category, but we are not setting our properties to category dot properties. So let's do this like this, and I will hit refresh here, and let's see if we edit test P. So it looks like it worked. Let's go back to products, categories, and test P. Looks like it just works. I will maybe add here a comma v4, and comma v5, and I will click save. And now we have a problem. And the problem is split is not a function. So I think that the underlying problem is, let me just refresh. If I click edit here, those are listed here as strings, but the properties that we are setting here are object. This is an array of objects where each object has a name as a string, but the values is not a string. It's just magically converted here. So we want to set it here back to strings, the values here. So I will do here map, and inside this map, I will do that for each property. I want to maybe let's grab the name and values for each property, and we will return an object, a new object for each property, where the name will be the same as name, but the values, I forgot about the S, the values, we want to change the values. And if we are grabbing like this, I need to have another pair of parentheses here. But for values, the values will be an array. So we want to join each element by colon. Right, so now it didn't change anything here, it just still works. But now if we do comma v4, we should be able to save it. Yes, if I edit back, yes, we have this. Let me go to products, categories, edit this one. Yeah, everything works. All right, so this works now. And the thing is that after I click cancel, I want to clear the properties as well. So we have this cancel button somewhere here. Here we have the cancel button. I will add set properties to empty array here. Let's go to products, categories, test P, cancel. Yeah, everything works fine now. So now I can remove this test properties category, delete, yes. And now let's maybe add real properties. So let's say that for mobiles, I will click edit here. I will add at least 2 properties. Color will be the first one, and we will have black, red, blue, yellow, and well, that's it for now. And maybe brand. Brand will be, maybe not brand, but maybe we'll have storage. And for storage, storage will be with gigabytes. And for storage, we'll have 62, 128, and 512, and 1 terabyte. Something like this. And let's save it. And let's edit so we can see. Yeah, we still have it. So now when we go to products and we go to iPhone 14 Pro, it's under iPhones category, but the iPhones category, as you can see inside categories, is the child category of mobiles. So I want to do something like this, that when we are on products, iPhone 14, even if it's iPhones category, I want to get properties from both iPhones and mobiles, because iPhones is the child of mobiles. So let's go to our product form component that we have, and let's see here. We have all the categories here, so we can just loop through them and check if we have any properties inside. And we should just check for the categories that we have selected. All right, so the selected category is here, and it's just an ID. So this should be pretty simple. Let's scroll down to our return, and let's see. here we have photos. So above the photos, we have the select. So between the select, we can check if we have categories. So if the categories information is loaded, I would check if categories length is bigger than 0, and we have a selected category, so just category. Then I would do parentheses and I will put a div here. And inside this div, we will have properties. But I will here check also if we have inside this category, if we have properties with length bigger than 0 as well here. I'll put some spaces here and let's see, it should look like this. Now we have a error here, and this is because some categories don't have any properties. Well, maybe we can just get rid of this, because we need to anyway just check both the category and the parent category. So I think I will just skip it here. Right, but now I want to get inside both the category that we selected and the parent category and grab all the properties that we need to fill for this product. So maybe I can prepare it here above the return. So let's say it will be const properties, just properties, and it will be an empty array. And now let's check if we have a category selected, and as you remember, this is just an ID. So then we will find this category inside categories using this category ID. So let's do categories. Let's check also if we have categories, right? Categories length is bigger than 0. And then category, right? And inside this category, I want to find the by underscore ID, that underscore ID should be the same as category. So this is category ID that comes from this select, right? So here we are finding the category that is selected. So let's do a const category info, or maybe selected category info. And maybe I can just console log it. Console log selected category info, so we can see that it actually works. And here we have, as you can see, object selected category info. And for now it's iPhones, but if I change it to mobiles, it will change to name mobiles and so on, and properties inside. But if it's iPhones, we should also check for parent category, or for all categories we should check if we have parent. So let me scroll down here, and we need to check if the selected category, like for now it's iPhones, we need to check if it has a parent. And if it has a parent, we want to find it. So and for parent, let's see, where I can close properties, and here it's iPhones. I can see the parent, we have mobiles, and we have the ID of the parent. So let's do something like this. For this that we found, selected category info iPhones, I can find properties and I can see it's empty, but I can add them here to my array. Properties to fill, let's call it this way. And so let's do properties to fill, and I will add push, and I can push many items here. So let's do ... selected category info dot properties. Yes. And now let's maybe use it. So here under, let's do properties to fill. If it's bigger than 0, then we would just do map on it. Let's do end properties to fill map, and for each property, let's call just p parentheses, and for each I want to put a div, and let's for now just do property name. So now we don't see anything because we have properties only on mobiles, color and storage, but we should also, when we select iPhones, we should also get the parent from mobiles. So here underneath, let's check. While we have a selected category info parent ID, let's just maybe add question marks here. Then we should add more properties to fill. Let's do properties to fill push, and we should grab the properties from the parent. So let's do const parent, and we can find it by looping through the categories like this, and we can just check that the ID is the same as parent underscore ID. So let's put it here, and now we can push more properties. So let's do push, and push what properties from parent category, let's call it parent cat properties. Yes, and now this can go wrong because it checks while we have a selected parent ID, and we have it all the time. So this is not good. Instead, we should check and maybe rename this to category info and change it to let. And now let's check that here category info. While category info has a parent with ID, then we should find this parent category, and then we should add parent category properties as well. But after we are done with this category info, we should change it to that category info will be actually this parent category. And now let's see. Now I will hit refresh here, and we get an error: selected category info is not defined. Let's see, it should be just category info. Yes, here. And now let's see. If I change to mobiles, we have color and storage, but for iPhones, we get nothing. And this is because I forgot about 3 dots here. Yeah, so now for both the iPhones and the mobiles, we have the same properties, but those properties, color and storage, are registered only on mobiles and not on the iPhones. So if I change to Android, we also have it. But if I change to uncategorized, we don't have any properties on uncategorized. So let's select back iPhones, and let me explain how it works. Now, if we select iPhones, we go through this loop, and we are checking if we have categories information, if it's length bigger than 0, so we have categories information, all the array of objects of all categories. And this category is the ID. Here we have the string of the ID of the selected category. So this is ID of iPhones. Right, then we go inside here. And then what we are doing, we are finding first the selected category, and we are assigning this to category info. So we are looping through the categories, and we try to find a category where underscore ID is the same as our selected. So here we will have an object of information about iPhones category. So name, properties, and so on. Then we are just grabbing all the properties from this selected category, and we are pushing this to properties to fill. our array here that we are defining. But this will work only for the properties that I assigned on the selected category and not on the parent categories. And here we have a magic while loop that we are checking. Okay, is selected category here, does it have any parent ID? And if it has a parent ID, then we know that this category has a parent. If we know that this category has a parent, then we are trying to find the information about it the same way we did it here. From categories array, we are assigning it to a parent category, and we are trying to see if it has any properties. If it has, we are adding these properties to our array properties to fill. Right? So this will add properties to fill with parent category properties. But in case, just in case, we are assigning this parent category to category info. And what it does is it runs this while loop again after we are done with our mobiles. The mobiles will become our parent category. We are grabbing properties like color and storage. We are putting them into properties to fill, but then we are assigning this mobiles category to category info, and we are running this while again, and we are checking, do mobiles category have any parent? No, mobiles doesn't have any parent, but just in case there is a deeper parent-child structure, we can check for infinite number of categories. So we can check. We can have like unlimited structure, and we will check for all the parent and the grandparent properties this way. So I guess you understand how it works. But now we are only listing the names and no values or no inputs. So here we are just listing the name. Instead, I will put this as a flex with a small gap of 1. And here we will have the name. And maybe let's put it into this name into a separate div. And I will put an input for both, as you can see, color and storage. So we can put what's the color or what's the storage. But it shouldn't be an input. It should be actually be a select. So we'll put select, and for each select we should have options here, and those options should come from our property values. So let's do property values. Let's do map, and for each value I would just call it v. I would do parentheses here, and I would just print an option with value to be just value, and here we will just put value as well. So now we can select colors and sizes. And but now we need to also have on change here, and for each product, for each property, we should also have this product properties stayed somewhere here at the top. So let's see, we have category, and but we don't have any properties information here. So let's do const, and let's maybe call it product properties, and set product properties, use state, and default will be just an empty object for now. So now we have an error because we have this on change that is empty. But let's say that on change we will have an arrow function, and we will just run a function that will be called change product prop, right? Or maybe set product prop. And we want to just pass the property, maybe just property name, because that's all we need, and the value that we choose here. The value that we choose, we'll grab it from event, and we'll just do here event target value as the second param. I'll put it maybe like this, so it will be easier to read. And now we need to create this function where params will be property name and our value that we picked from the select. So let's do maybe here function, and let's do set a product property. The first is prop name, a second will be value. Right, and we want to only update this state. So let's grab this setter function. And well, what do we want to do? Let's grab the previous values in case there is anything. And let's do new product props equals just a copy of previous properties of this product. And then let's just do that new props of prop name will be this new value. And now let's just return new product props. And that's it. So now let's see. We have this select for category. Here we have select for props. But I need to add value on this select as well. And well, let's see. I'll put this here. But this doesn't look that good. I'll put this into new line. And yeah, maybe something like this. It's not perfect, but it works. Here we need to fix the value now because we have an error. And how we can know if we have any value here? We need to go to our product properties, and we need to check this product properties of index of this property name. So let's do property.name, right? So now we should be able to change those properties. Let's see, red, black, yes, it works. And as always, we had with this form, we need to now check when we are updating this product. Let's see, save product. We need to add to the data that we want also to send product properties. Yes. And now we need to go to API products, and we need to make sure that we are saving this. So let's see. Here we have post. We need to grab properties, product properties. Maybe let's rename, let's pass it other way. I will put this like this, and put it into a separate line. And instead of putting this with this name, I will just do properties :product properties. So this way I can grab it with just properties. Yes. And the same way we need to do this here for put. But let's focus on the post first. We have product properties here inside properties, and we just want to save it to our model. So let's see if this will work this way. We will just create a product with these properties. And let's do the same thing here, just colon, and let's put this data here. Now let's edit our product model. So we need to add the properties here. So the properties, and well, what's the properties should be? It should be an array. So let's put an array here, and here an object. And this will not be actually an array. This will be an object. So I will just put type of object, and that's it. Now let's see if we can save this iPhone with selected properties. It's black. Let's say it will be 128 gigabytes. Let's click save. And now I will check my database for products. And iPhone, we don't have any properties, but that's because we need to restart here. So let's see. Now it's restarted. Let's save our iPhone again. So I'll pick, yes, it's black, 128, save. Let's go to data, products, and let's refresh. And the iPhone, we have properties, we have storage 128, but we don't have any color. I think we don't have any color because it didn't change anything here. So let's see, black, save, database, refresh. And inside products, we have our iPhone with properties, but we have now only the color. Okay, it looks like we forgot in our form to grab the old properties. Let's see, product form. Here we are grabbing the old ones. So let's do properties colon, and let's call them assigned properties. And we want to put them inside our state here, product properties. So let's do assigned properties, or in case it's empty, then we will do just empty object. Right? Now let's click edit here, and let's change this to 128 and maybe this to yellow. Let's save it. If I go back, does it have yellow and 128? Yes, it does. Now I can do refresh, and let's see our product, iPhone 14 Pro, properties, yellow 128. So yes, it worked. So now we have products with properties. So now I can stop recording for a few minutes, and I can add some fake products and put prices, so we can have some more products to display on our store. Right, so now I created more categories: mobiles, iPhone, Samsung, headphones, laptops, Xiaomi, and also more products. So we have like headsets and everything. We have 2 different iPhones, and we have a Xiaomi phone, and we have different laptops, and so on. So we are done with categories and products. But one more thing that we need is actually admin's page. So for now, if I log out, first I don't have any logout button, but I need to have a logout button. And even if I log out, anyone can actually log in and edit the products and so on. So we need to create a page for creating and removing admins. So first, let's start with a logout button. I will go to my navigation component, and let's see, maybe here at the bottom, let's put, I will just copy this settings link, and we don't need any active or inactive link because it will always be inactive. I can just put here as a string inactive like this, and we don't need any link here, ref, and it doesn't need to be a link. I will just change it to button. Let's see, closing tag button. Yes, instead of settings it will be logout. And now let's fix the icon. So let's go to hero icons. Let's search for sign out or logout. Yeah, maybe this one. So I will select this SVG and I will paste this one. And now let's see how it looks like. Almost fine, but looks a little bit weird here. Let's see. We have this SVG here, logout. It's inactive, but the content looks a little odd. And I think maybe we can just change this to span. And well, this helped a little bit. Now we have this inactive. Let's see what classes do we have here. It should be flex. Yeah, but it's not next to each other. Let's see why. It's not next to each other because it should be inactive link as class names. So let's fix it. We can probably just put back this to span, and let's do just inactive link. And it should be a variable. So let's put it as a variable like this, inactive link. Now let's see, it's a button and it looks just fine. So when we click on it, let's add on click. We want to run, we want to log out. I think there's a simple function for this, sign out. Yes, so I'm going to import it from Next.js, and I will just use arrow function here to sign out. And yeah, let's see what will happen now if I click on it. I will refresh and click, and well, everything worked. So now I'm not logged in anymore, but even if I log in back with my user, and the problem is I can log in with any Gmail account, and it shouldn't be possible. So we need to have a page for all admins, or we should at least select who can log in or who cannot. So for this, let's go first to our API, auth and next auth, and let's see here. Here in our configuration, we have providers, we have adapter, but we can also assign callbacks. And the one callback that we are going to use is JW token. And it will be a function. And here inside we will have, we can grab properties or params like token. We will have also account and profile. And the only thing we need to do so it will still work is that we just need to return token, and that's it. Now we can maybe console log everything to see what's inside. So let's do console log and let's print everything. I will open console here. Now let's try to log out and let's try to log in again. I will log in as my user, and now let's see what do we have here. So now, although they say in the documentation that this function should run every time we assign a token, JWT token, it looks for me that it's not run. So instead, I'm going to use a session, which should be run every time a session is checked. So that's perfect for us. We have session here, and we can have also token and user, and we need to just return session to make it work. But let's print everything. Let's maybe print session, token, and user to see if this will work now. I will log out and I will log in again with my user, and we are now logged in. And as you can see, we have some console logs here, like for example, token is undefined, but that's okay. We have some session with my email, and here we have the user. Maybe we can check something here. Inside, let's say inside session, we can check that the session user has a specific email, and then we can validate the user this way. So let's change this to check if we have session, user, and this email. So let's do something like this, and we will check that either session user email is my email or user email is my email. But let's start with session user email, and let's see if this will work. I will define admin emails here. Let's do const admin emails, and I will here put an array, and for now it will be only my email. And let's see, here we will do if session user and email, and we want to see if this email is inside this array. So let's check this way. Admin emails includes, if it includes this email inside session user email, then the email is correct and we can do return session. Otherwise, let's say it will just return false. So I guess we will not be logged in, right? And now let's see if this still works. I can log out and let's see if I can log in. Yes, looks like everything works. Now I will log out, and let's see what happens if I will change this email to Gmail, something like this. Let's log in. Let's try with my user, and we cannot log in. So this doesn't work anymore. I cannot log in. But if I put this back, then everything works. I can still log in and everything works. Now there are a few more things that we need to secure. Let's go to, for example, categories. Here we are connecting to the database, and then we have a get request, post request, and so on. But the problem is here in this handle function, we are not checking if we are a proper admin. We are not checking if the person that we are not even checking that we are logged in. So to fix it, we can maybe just grab a session. So let's do get server session, yeah, like this, and let's do const session equals await get server session, and let's just do a console log, and let's see what's inside this session. So now if we open a terminal here, let's go to categories, and well, looks like we get a small error here. And we get this error because I forgot that we need to pass some information here, and we need to pass request, I guess, here inside. So let's put request here. So we are going to pass now a request, and we also need to pass a response, and we need to pass the config for our authentication. So all this config, we need to put it first into a constant here. So let's call it maybe auth options equals this, and let's export it as well. And now we are going to use it here. So let's do it like this, and now we can use those options even here, auth options. Yeah, and it has been imported for me. So now let's see if we have any session here. So if I go back to products categories, yeah, as you can see, we have some information here. We get user, and we get when the session expires. So inside the user, we get the email. So this way we can check inside every function, every handler, that the session has a user with emails that are inside admin emails. But to make this simpler, I will make a separate function, maybe here, and I will do something like this. Let's do export function is admin request. Let's call it this way. And it will take request and response, because we need this from every request, every handler, and it will just grab the session. So let's do const session equals get server session. Here, as always, request, response, and auth options. So let's use it. Here we need to add a wait, and async here, async function, and let's see. Then we will have a session, And inside session, we need to check that user email is inside admin emails. So let's do if admin emails includes, and now let's do session user email, then everything is correct. But if it doesn't, then let's throw an error. Let's throw an error, not admin. Yeah, something like this. And then we can now reuse is admin request instead of this. So let's do just await is admin request response. All right. And now if I comment this out, let's see if we can call this function to get all the categories. I will open this in new tab. We get JSON, and even if I log out, I can still refresh this page and I can see all the categories, or I can change it to products and it will work for products as well. But let's see what happens if I uncomment this. Await is admin request. If I refresh, I get an error, not admin. Maybe I should change it so it will be not an admin. But yeah, you understand, you will get an error. On the production environment, it will not be, you will not see all this stack like this, but it will just be an error and like 500 and something went wrong, and you will not see this JSON. But if I log in back to my user, I can now refresh here and I can see the JSON. So we should put this protection inside every API handler. So let's see, we have it inside categories. Now we need to put it to products as well, and even for upload. So here for upload, let's see, here we need to first connect to the database. So let's do await mongoose connect, and then we can do await is admin request. And that should be it for our protection. If you want, you can easily add a sub page here for admins, where you can create and delete admins. And when you have admins inside the database, then you can check here inside authentication, next auth. Here, instead of getting an array, you can change this to function like isAdmin, and then you can do a request to the database with all the admins that you put it to the database. Right, but now let's go back to our admin. So we have products, categories, and everything works, and we can even log out and sign in with different user, or at least we can try. But let's see, we have a problem here, and this is because we are trying to get categories even if we are not logged in. So the problem is that actually we shouldn't be on a specific page when we are signing out. Instead, it should take us to a different page, right? Let's see, maybe first inside our layout. Here we have components, layout. Yeah, here we have data. Here we are checking for the session. And if we don't have any session, then it will just say login with Google, a button. But even if we have a session, but the URL is weird, we shouldn't be at this URL. So let's go to our navigation. And instead of calling this just sign out, I will define a function here somewhere at the top. Function, let's call this one logout. And I will use router to push us to different location, to just slash. And then I will call this sign out. and I will add a wait here, and I will make this async function. And now let's try to use this function instead. So I can put it like this, or I can actually just put logout. It should work as well. Let's go to categories, and now let's log out. And now everything works. It redirected us to the start page, because if we go to categories, we will get an error because we are not logged in. That's why we have 500 error. But if we log in with proper account, we can go back to categories and everything works. We can maybe also try to change the 500 error to something else. So let's go back to next auth. As you remember, we have this response here. So let's maybe do response, and let's do status. Let's do status, and let's say this status will be here, because if we are not an admin, then we want to have a status of, let's say, 4.1, and not an admin. And if we are done with the request, it's good to do just response and end like this. And now let's see if we log out, and if I go to /categories, we get request failed with code 4.1. That's because we are not logged in. So now we don't even see this message, but that's not a problem. So if someone tries to hack now our admin panel and goes directly to categories, that person will not see anything. Even here for API request to see the JSON, if I refresh, as you can see, this page is not working. HTTP error 4.1, so you cannot see anything. It just doesn't work. You get 4.1 on categories. So if I go back, I can log in, but you need to have a specific account. So I can log in with this user, but I cannot log in with other users, because this email is defined here. Right, so now our admin panel is secure. So now I guess we can go to our front, and we can try to list all of those products and build something that we can actually create orders, so we can later see them here inside orders. But before we do this, there's one more important thing to do with our e-commerce admin panel, and this is that it should be mobile responsive, so it should look better than this. So for example, here an important part would be to make this site navigation hidden when it's on mobile, with an extra hamburger navigation button somewhere here maybe. So when we click on it, it will show the navigation, and by default it should be hidden, so we should see only the content of the page. So this is what we are going to do now. So we need to add some adjustments for mobile, so we can use this panel comfortably even when on mobile. So I will start by editing our layout to make it look maybe a little better. Instead of this blue, I think I will just make it gray. So let's do gray 200 here for no session, and let's do the same here if we have a session, gray 200. So now it looks like this, but now we can fix our navigation. So let's go to nav.js, and let's see here. Here we have text white, that's why it looks a little bit off. I will change it to text gray, let's say 500, and now it should look a little better. Yes, it does. Now for the selected item, let's say it's here, I would like to make this color, text blue 900, a little bit different. I don't want to have this dark blue. Instead, I would like to use another blue. But the blue they want to use is not inside defined class names here. So I'm going to actually define my own blue color. And for this, I will go to tailwind config.js, and let's see, here I have extend. All right, so I can add my own colors here. And the color I'm going to add will be just, I will call it primary, and it will be this. So it's a pretty blue here. Right, now I will go back to navigation, and let's see, I have this text blue for an active navigation item, and I will change this to just text primary. Now we should have a prettier color. Yes, we do. And now instead of this white background here, I would like to end this background somewhere here, so it will not connect with the rest of the page. So let's see here. We have padding right of 0. I will get rid of this. Yeah, so now it looks a little bit better. Now there is something wrong with this. Those corners here are not rounded. So let's see how we can fix it. Here we have rounded. I think we can just do rounded. Let's change it to small. And I think it looks now better, but I think I will change it to medium. Let's see. Yeah, it's better, but I will change it back to rounded small. Right. And now, instead of this white background here, I want to make it light blue. So let's see here, instead of background white, I will add background. Let's do blue, and let's do 800. I think now it will be super dark. Yes, if I change it to just 100, yeah, it's lighter. Let's try with 200. Yeah, it's better, but it's not the blue that I actually want. And I will try to use a custom color for this. So I will go to my tailwind and config, and we have primary color. And I will add a color called highlight, and it will be this. So now I will try to use my highlight color. Let's see. Here we have background blue. I will change it to background highlight. Yeah, let's see. A little better, but not exactly what I wanted. Let me go back to our tailwind config. Try to repaste this, and now let's see how it looks. Yeah, I think it looks good, but I want to also change this gray background to something else. Also a custom color. So let's define my background gray, and it will be this. So almost white. Now let's go back to navigation, or maybe better, let's go to our layout to fix our background gray. And I will do background will be background gray. And now the same for color when we have session. Right, now we have something like this. All right, let's go back to our navigation, and let's see. It will be probably better to make the text darker, or maybe even black here inside this. So let's see, active link, it's text primary. I will change this to text black. Yeah, but the icon, I would like the icon to be actually blue, or primary blue. So let's do this. We have classes for links, but we don't have classes for SVG icons here. Here we have our logo, then we have a link to dashboard, but it would be nice to have also classes for SVGs, so we can paint them differently depending if they are selected or not. So I will add the constants here, and the first will be inactive icon. It will be just, let's see, the default classes will be those. And then let's do active icon. It will be inactive icon plus, and let's add space here, and let's make it fill primary. Yeah. And now let's try to use those classes for our icons. So the same way we did here for our class names, I will just copy this and I will put it for our class names inside this SVG. But instead of an active link, we will have active icon, and here will be inactive icon. Yeah. So let's see. Here we have now active icon. So this worked. Maybe it shouldn't be fill, but instead there should be text. Let's see. Yeah, now only the borders are blue. I think that's much better. Now I will fix the other icons. So let's see, here we have for products, class names for products, class name for icon here, active icon, and here otherwise inactive icon. Yeah. Now for the categories class names, let's put it even here. And sorry, I forgot about to copy the C. Now let's paste it here active icon, and here inactive icon. Then we have orders. Let's copy the class names here, and let's put them also here, but we'll do first active icon, then inactive icon. Then we have the last one, I think, settings. So let's copy this and let's paste it here with active icon and inactive icon. Yeah. Now we have different icon colors if we selected page here. So that is good. But there's one more thing I would like to make prettier here, and it would be to use filled icons if we have them. If I search for home, we have outline and we have solid icons. And I think it would be much better to have solid icons here, so I will fix it. So let's just copy JSX for home and let's test it. So here we have products, here we have our home, I guess. So let's paste this SVG. And now for the classes, we need to copy and paste them again. So let's do this. Oops, that's too big. Should be active link, should be active icon and inactive icon. Let's see. Well, I don't know if this matters that much, so I will just put it back as it was. Yeah, the previous icon, I think this one works fine. If you want, you can change it to solid icons, not outline. Right, but now the most important thing will be to put a hamburger button somewhere here on the top, so we can toggle this navigation. But before we do this, let's go to our layout and let's see how it's built. So as you can see here for our layout where we have our navigation, we have this flex and here we have our navigation. So our navigation is just a flex item on the left side. So what can we do about this? We can make it maybe hidden if we don't have enough space. So let's open our navigation. Yes, and here, let's see our main element here. It doesn't have any display property, display class, but I think we can add it. So let's see what happens if we make it fixed, and let's see, now it's fixed to the top left page, top top left corner. As you can see, the other part, the other flex item just takes the rest of the space. So we are making this fixed by default, and let's also pull it left so it will be outside of the screen. So let's see, let's do minus left, and let's see what do we have here. We can do minus 20. Let's do minus left full, and let's see now. Now our navigation is outside of the screen, but if we remove this class, then it's visible. It takes around this amount of space, but for mobiles, that should be our default. We would like to take, so it will take all the width. So let's put it here. I will say it will be width of, let's say it will be width of full. Yes, and let's add some background color. Let's say it will be this background of our default background will be background gray. Yeah, so now it is visible here, but the height should be full. So let's see, height full, and now it takes the whole height. Right, so let's add back that it should be hidden on the left side. So let's do minus left full. So now it's hidden, and we will fix so it will be toggled by a button. Let's go to our layout. I will put it inside layout so it will be on every page. Let's see, here we have our main component for layout. It's flex. Maybe I will add another div here. I put here everything inside, but on the first element I will just put a button, and let's say it will be test for now. Let's see, do we have our test button? Yes, we do. It does nothing. Yeah, that's correct. This background gray, I think, and this minimum height, we should add it on our most current div. So let's put it here. And yeah, now it's better. But now for our button here, I would like to style it a little bit. Let's fix the icon of hamburger. Here we have bars 3, and well, let's just copy 3 lines here. And instead of this test, I will put this SVG here. And now it should look a little better. And yes, it does. Now, when I click on this button, I would like to show my navigation. So here we have our navigation element, and here we have our button. Let's say that we want to toggle this navigation. So for this, I will put a state somewhere here at the top. Let's do cons, and let's say show nav, and set show nav, and default will be use state here, and default will be false. All right, and maybe we should rename it so it will be only for mobile. I don't know if it's important, but let's put our on-click action here. When we click our button, I will put arrow function here, and let's see. On click, we want to do set show navigation, and we want to make it to true, so it will be visible. Now we want to use this thing inside our navigation. So let's do show to show navigation, and now we can use this as an attribute here inside. So let's use show. Let's grab our show here, and let's see, here we have some class names for our aside, and I will put those as a string. And now on the beginning, I will add here parentheses, and if we have show, then I want to add left to be 0. So let's do left 0. Otherwise, if we don't want to show, I will use this minus left full. So let's put it here. Yes. Then let's add plus here, so it will be join it together. Let's add space. And now let's see if I click on it. Yeah, it kind of works. So I wanted this navigation to start from the top, so it should even hide this. Button that we created. So let's just do top and let's do 0. Yeah, and now we can click categories, we can click products, and now this kind of works, right? But to make it a little prettier, I would like this to be hidden when it's desktop. So to make it work, we will add classes here for desktop. I will start by doing medium, and in case it's a medium screen, I want this to be not fixed, but let's say static. The position should be static. And now let's see. Yeah, as you can see now it's static, and it looks much better, but the width of this is too big, and this is because we have this width full. And let's change it for medium screens. Let's do this width of auto. So now it's much better. So it's this big for medium screens, and for mobiles it's full width. So this works. If I click products, we are on products, and I can open navigation. I can, orders is not ready. I can go to dashboard and stuff like this. Would be maybe better to add some transition. So let's do this. Let's add transition, and let's see now. This didn't help because it shouldn't be only transition. It should be, let's do transition all. And now let's see if I click on this. As you can see, our navigation just slides in from the left to the right, and that is much better. And if I click dashboard, it will go to dashboard. If I click products, it will go to products. Yeah, but now this navigation button here, it shouldn't be visible for medium screens. So let's go back to our layout, because if I have a screen this big, our navigation is visible, so I don't need this button. So we have this button here. I will put it into separate div, and this button, let's cut it from here and let's put it here inside. And for this div, I want to make it a display block, but for medium screens, I want it to hide it. So let's do hidden, and let's see now. Yeah, I think that's much better. If I have screen that is this small, I can see the button. But I think it looks weird with just a button here, and we should have at least our logo that we have here also with the button. So I'm going to copy from the navigation our logo. Let's see where it is. It's inside navigation. Here we have our link with our logo. So I will copy this, and I will create a separate component inside components. So let's do a new file here, and let's just do logo.js like this. And I will just do export default function. Let's do logo, and let's do return here, and it will be just this link. Right, and let's see, the link has been imported for us. So now we can use our logo here instead of this link. So let's just do logo. Yeah, and let's see, it has been imported for us, and this works. But I want to put the logo here as well. So let's go to our layout, and next to our button, let's put our logo. Yeah, so now we have logo and the button. And for this div, let's make it flex. So the So the logo will be next to our button. And now I would like our logo to be on the middle. So let's see. First, I wanted to make it items center. So it will be aligned. I hope it will be aligned, but it's not. Let's see why. Here we have our link. Here we have our button. And well, let's see. There's something inside the button that makes it go to the middle. I think it's our logo link. It has a margin bottom of 4 and margin right of 4. We should go and remove it, and it should be only inside the navigation. So let's remove it from here. Margin bottom 4 and margin right 4, and let's put it only inside our navigation. Let's see, here we have our logo. Let's put a div with class names that we just removed, and this logo should be inside. Yeah, let's see if this looks fine. Yes, it does. So now we can put our logo in the middle here. So let's go back to our layout, and let's see, we have item center. Let's add justify center. So now everything is in the middle. That's not what I wanted, so I will remove it. And instead I will put my logo inside a separate div. So let's put logo inside this separate div. And now for this div, I will make it flex as well, and I will make it grow. So now this div that our logo sits inside should take all the width. Yes, it does. And now let's make it justify center, justify center. So now it is on the middle, but it is on the middle of our div, not in the middle of screen. So to fix it, I will add a small margin from the right. So the margin right of, let's try with 8. Yeah, let's see if the margin is around the same as the button size. Yeah, maybe we can make it a little smaller. Let's do 6. And now I think it works fine. So if I make it this small, it works. Yes, it's fine. But it would be maybe better to add some padding from the top and from the sides. So for our for this div here, let's add some padding of, let's say 4. Yeah, so we have some spacing, so it will look better. Let's see. Yeah, I think it looks just fine. And if I make it this big, then it disappears. Yeah, so I think it looks fine. Our navigation now works. I can toggle it, and I can go to products. I can go back to the dashboard. Everything works. But now I would like to fix this page content. So for example, for our products, it looks like this. For mobile, it will look like this. And it just sits inside this white div. I don't know if you can see, but we have a white container that grabs everything here. And now with this gray background, it doesn't look that good anymore. And this blue button is not that pretty anymore. So I will go to our global CSS. Here we have some basic classes that we can reuse. So for example, for this button, we have button primary, and this is because we created this class because we don't want to copy paste all those classes for every primary button. But this way I can now reuse my, for example, background primary here to make this button a little prettier. Let's see, background primary. Let's see if I refresh. I'm not sure if this worked. Let's maybe go to our products page. Let's see, page, products, and let's search for our button. Here we have, instead of those classes, we should actually use button primary. So I will get rid of those classes and I will just do button primary. And now I think this button looks much better than those, for example. So now we are going to fix also this, maybe this white box, so we can get rid of it. Let's go to our layout.js and let's see. Our content sits inside this div with this white background, so let's remove it. And let's see, we have margin top 2, margin right, margin bottom. Let's get rid of it. It's rounded, it doesn't need to be rounded. Let's just leave the padding. Right, so now our content sits in the same gray background that we have our site navigation. And I think that's fine. We can just make our buttons prettier. So let's go back to our globals and let's see, we have rounded medium. Let's change it to small. Yeah. And now let's maybe make our tables a little bit prettier, right? So we have this table basic that we were using to style all those basic tables for categories and products. And again, to not reuse all those classes to all the tables, to both of those tables, I'm going to just apply new styling for the headers and the cells and to make those this table a little bit prettier. So first I want to get rid of this light blue. So let's see, here we have this light blue. I think I would just remove it, and instead I want the header texts to be smaller. So I will put text SM to make the text smaller. Yes, it is, and I want to make it gray. So let's do text gray, and let's do maybe 400. That's too light. Let's do 600 so we can see something. Yeah, I think that's better. And maybe the labels here should be uppercase. So let's see, uppercase. Yeah, we have this class here. Yeah, this is much better. And now would be nice to fix this blue border that we have everywhere. So let's see, here we have this border blue. I will just get rid of it. So we have something like this now. And the only border I want is from those labels to our from the labels to our body. So here we have it for table head. I will add border bottom, border B, and let's make it light gray. So it's the border, and the color of the border will be gray. Let's say maybe 300. Yeah, so we have this line here. Maybe we can do border gray 200. Yeah, I think this will work great. Now, for the whole table, the background here is white-ish gray, but it's gray. So for the table, I will make background of white. Background white. Let's see. I don't see any difference. It should be not here. Background white. It should go to our table. Sorry. Yeah, now I see a small difference. But I will also add the rounded SM here to make rounded corners a little bit. And now I would like to add a small shadow. So let's do a shadow, small. Yeah, so it will be easier to distinct the table from the rest. Maybe we can do medium so it will be more visible. Yeah, I think this will work fine. Right, so now we can maybe add some more spacing inside the cells here. So for the header cells, we don't have any spacing at all. So I will add spacing padding on the sides to, let's say, 2 maybe. Yeah, so we have some small spacing here. Maybe we can do more, let's do 4. Yeah, and now let's try with the same spacing, side spacing for the cells. So let's do this. Now let's add some spacing from the top and the bottom. So let's maybe do padding top and the bottom to 2. And let's do the same for the cells inside the body. So now we have something like this, and that's too much spacing here between, so I will change it back to 1, and I think that looks really nice. Yeah, so now the only problem is those buttons inside don't look like our button primary. So let's go to our products, and here we have our table, and we have some links here. And I think they are styled because we have this global styling here, and we have links inside the table. Let's see here, table basic, A, and we have all those classes here. Maybe let's see if we can reuse our button primary here. Let's see, reuse, apply button primary, and well, kind of worked almost. Let's see if we are missing something. It should be inline flex, and other than this, I think it should work. Maybe let's remove all of the classes, and let's just add them one by one to see what is broken. So this looks odd. I think this is because we need this flex, inline flex. So let's put this back, button primary, and now let's do inline flex. Let's see. Yeah, now it's better. Let's add margin on the sides, margin X of 1. So we'll have some spacing. And yeah, it looks much better. Let's also add items center, so the icon will be on the same level as the text. Yes, and now a small gap between the text and the icon, gap 1. Yeah, now I think it looks much better. So if I click edit here on the product, we can see this, and that is fine. I think that those buttons shouldn't be blue, so I will change the background color for those. So let's change here. I will do background of, let's say, gray, and let's see, I will do gray 700, and this didn't change the background color. Let's see. Yeah, looks like we still get the background primary. So instead of doing this button primary, I would just copy the classes that I need to have here, and let's paste them here. And now they are gray, and I think they look better when they are gray. So let's try with categories. Here we have some buttons as well. Well, maybe we can remove the padding from the top and the bottom to make them a little bit smaller. Yeah, I think now they look much better. Maybe we can just make the text inside them smaller. So let's do text SM, and let's add some padding from the top and the bottom back. Yeah, and I think it looks fine. If I zoom out, it looks like this. So I would say it works fine. I will zoom in again, so it will be so you can guys see. Yeah, I think it looks fine. Our table for now. Now it would be nice to fix this those forms and the inputs so they don't look that ugly. And to fix this, we have some basic classes here as well, basic styling for inputs. Let's see, we have here border of 2. Let's change it to border of just border. So it will be a thin border here. And we don't want to make it rounded medium. I think we can be okay with rounded small. And this gray is too dark for the border. So I think I would just do 200. Yeah. And now I would like to add some spacing here inside. We don't have any spacing. Padding, so I will do just padding on the top and the bottom of, maybe just let's do padding everywhere too. So let's see. Yeah, but I think it looks just fine for the selects, but for the inputs, I would like to add more spacing from the left and the right. So padding from the top and the bottom will be 2, padding on the sides will be 4. So let's see now. Yeah, I think now it looks fine. Maybe it could be smaller, like 3. Yeah, I think now it's right. Maybe we can add a little bit of shadow here. So let's do apply, and let's do shadow medium, and well, that's a lot of shadow. I guess it's the same amount of shadow we get on our table. Yes, it is. I would change it to small. Let's see. Well, I don't think we need the shadow on the inputs. The borders is just enough. Well, but now I think we should have this title to look a little bit better. So let's see if we have any basic styling for this. No, we don't. So let's go to our products and let's find this. We have this table here. We have this button, but that is for add new product button and not for our form. For our form, we need to go inside product form, and let's see here. Here inside render, we have this form here. Then we have photos. Where do we have edit product? Let's scroll here, product name, form, category. I don't see the edit product. So let's go back to products.js. Or sorry, we have products here, then we have edit, and then we have this file here. And then we have edit product, H1. So let's see if we have any basic styling for H1. Do we have here? No, here we have it. It's text blue. Maybe let's change it from blue to darker gray 800. And now let's see. Yes. Maybe we can add more margin bottom, so we have more spacing here. Yeah, I think it looks fine. Now for those labels, I would like to change them as well. So let's see, here we have labels, text blue 900. I want to make them gray 800. And I want them to be smaller, so let's do text SM. Yeah, I think that is much better. Maybe I will make them lighter, so let's do 600, not the H1 on the label. Let's do 600, so it will be lighter. Yeah, I think that's all right. Now, I would also like to fix the spacing here because it looks weird. And we have color, and we have this storage, and we have this, and this is our properties that we have inside product form. So let's scroll down here to our properties. Here we have properties to fill, and we have flex with gap 1. And so we have text on the left, and this is this div. And then we have select, which is the right part. I think we should put select into separate div. So I will take this select and I will put it here. And this will just make our selects smaller. But now, maybe instead of having text on the left and select on the right, we can make it the same way we have with category and stuff. So let's remove this flex and gap. And let's see. Now it looks better, but those texts should be actually labels. So let's do label on this. And now let's see if it looks better. Yes, I think it does. But for the name here, I would like to be this with the first letter capitalized, or the first letter should be uppercase. So let's see. Instead of printing the name, I will print just the first letter like this, index of 0, and then I will make it to uppercase. Let's see. Yes, we have C and S, and now I will add a plus. So I will join strings. I will do take the name, and I will take the substring of the name. It will start from 1. Let's see. And we have the full name with first uppercase. So this the trick. First, we are just grabbing the first letter and we are doing to uppercase. Then we are adding the name again, but as a substring starting from the second character. So index of 1. Right, now I think our form looks much better. Let's see for mobiles. For mobile devices, it looks like this. I think it looks fine. One more thing I would like to fix here is this upload button. So let's scroll down to photos. Here we have photos. Here we have our label for upload button. I would like to change the color on it to white and add some shadow or something like this. So let's see. Background, I would like to be white. And let's add some shadow of medium. Why not? Yes. And maybe a small border. So let's do border and border color of gray 400. Something like this. Maybe it's too dark. Let's do 200. Yeah, I think now it looks much better. Maybe the shadow is too big, so I will actually change it to shadow small. And yeah, so now it looks more like a button. But now for the photos, we have those images here. I would like to add some background or something to them and some spacing. So let's add the background of white. Let's see. I don't see any big difference, but if I add a padding of, let's say 4, now we should see some difference. Yes, we do. And let's add also a small shadow. So let's do shadow SM. So small shadow. Yeah. And let's do rounded SM as well. Rounded corners of small. Yeah. And let's add a small border. So let's do border and gray 200. Yeah, now I think they look better. And the only thing is that I want to rounded corners here on this button, make them smaller. So let's do rounded LG. Let's do rounded small. And yeah, and I think it looks better. Maybe the text here can be blue. So let's try this with our primary color. Here we have item center, text center. We have text gray 500. Let's do text primary. So it looks like this. Maybe even the border can be primary. Let's try border. That's the border primary. And it looks now like this. Well, I think it looks just fine. Maybe instead of upload, it should say add more photos, add more images, or maybe just add image. Yeah, so we have add image, and well, it's flex, but it doesn't need to be flex, or maybe let's put it flex, but let's do a flex row, not flex column, and let's remove this flex. Yeah. So we have it like this. Should be column, I think should be just flex and flex call. Yeah, now it's better. So we have this add image with upload icon. I think it looks fine. And we have photos and we have save button. And I think everything here looks just fine. Now the next thing is I would like to fix this styling on this page. For example, this add new property, and it's inside our categories page, not inside API, but inside here. Right, and now let's see. Here we have some button that has a class name button default. So let's go to globals, and let's see. Here somewhere we have our button primary classes, and I want to apply the same for our button default, but the background should be gray 800, let's say. So now it looks like this. Maybe it's too dark, so I will do 600. Yeah, I think now it looks better. And so we can add properties and we can remove them, and this looks fine. But maybe it would be better for delete and remove buttons to make them kind of red. So let's do, we have button red class names here. So let's put the same classes on those. But instead of button red, instead of background gray, let's do background red. Let's do maybe 300. Yes. And now let's see where we have them. I would just search for this, and looks like we have it on where we want to delete a product. So let's see if I want to delete our iPhone. We have this red button here. One small thing I would like to fix here is to make it brighter red, but the text should be dark red. So let's do red 800. So now we have something like this. Maybe that's too dark. Let's do 600. Yeah, I think this will work. Maybe let's try with red 300 here. No, 200 works just fine. Would be nice probably to have the same styling for delete buttons here. So let's go, for example, to our products or categories. So let's go back to, let's see here, categories. Here we have button remove, and we have button default here. And let's change it to button red, and same on the, not on the save, but inside the table. Let's see, here we have a button for edit category. Let's change this to, here we have delete. Let's do button red. So we have something like this. And on the edit, let's maybe do button default. So it will be this dark gray. Let's see here now for products. I will open our products page here as well. Here we have some table rows, and here we have some links. So I will add class name on those links to be here first button default, and here let's add class name of button red. This didn't change much because inside our globals we have this definition for all the links inside the table basic. I think we can just remove some of those classes, like for text color and background color, and to see if this will help. Yes, it does. So now the colors work. It didn't work because here we have more specific definition, but that's all right. I think now our admin panel looks really nicely. The last thing I would like to fix would be default buttons. I would like to make them more, not that dark. So let's scroll to our button default. Maybe instead of this gray 600, maybe we can make them white. So let's do background white, and text should be, well, it should be gray, let's say 800. Now let's see how they look like. I think they look fine, but we need to add some border, and the border should have color of gray, let's say at least 600. Maybe that's too dark. Let's do 400. Still too dark. Let's do 200. I think this will work fine, but the color can be lighter. Let's do 600. Text gray 600. Maybe let's put back 800. I think it works just fine. But for default buttons, maybe we can add some small shadow. So let's do shadow small. So they will look a little bit better. And maybe for the even for the red button and for the primary, let's add shadow of small, so it will be more visible that those are clickable buttons. Same for the primary. Let's do primary button shadow of small. Yeah, and now I think we are done. So let's see, products looks fine. We can edit products here. Looks fine. Let's go to categories. We have edit and delete buttons here. And let's edit to edit category. We can add new property, and everything looks fine. Here everything works. We have cancel. Yeah, I think now everything looks fine, and it's even responsive. So if I make it this small, we can toggle here and we can change pages. So yeah, now everything looks fine. Let's see, even for products, we can edit products and the form looks fine. Let's see, for categories, we can edit categories. Yeah, and everything looks fine. So now I guess we can continue to build our front part, our main e-commerce part, where we can display our products and where we can order products when our customers can order products. So later we can see our orders here inside orders page that we will create. So now let's do this. All right, so now we are going to build the front part of our store. And as you can see, this will be a separate project. So for now, inside my IDE, I have another empty directory, and this project will be called e-commerce front for me. And here we had this e-commerce admin. So this will be two separate projects. Well, it will be one project, but it will be two different apps. The one will be for admin panel and another one will be for our front part, where we will show the front of our e-commerce store. And in the front part, I'm going to use style components. In the admin part, we were doing this with Tailwind CSS, but on front we can use style components, so you guys can learn how to use it. There are many big companies that are using this: Spotify, Wish, Reddit, Tinder, Giphy, Vimeo, BBC News, EMDB, and so on. So it's really popular library for styling components. And here as well, we are going to use Next.js for our e-commerce front. So this is what we are going to start with. We are going to install a new Next.js app here. So let's do yarn create and here next app and the dot. So it will be installed in the current directory here in my terminal, and now it's installing. And also we are going to, of course, use the same database where we have all of our products, categories, and so on. So we can display them in our e-commerce front. So e-commerce front and e-commerce admin, those two projects will have the same database. And here, let's see, TypeScript, no, not this time. ESLint, yes, why not? Source directory, no, we don't need this. And experimental app directory, no experiments for me. And that will be it. Okay, now it's installed. So let's do just yarn dev. And we get this link that we can use to see some preview. So let's open it here. Yeah, and it looks fine. So now I will go to pages. Let's go to index.js. And I would just remove everything from here. I would just, let's remove everything. And I would just export default function and let's just do home page. And that's it. Let's just return inside and a div with test inside. And we have test here. And same with styling. I will remove all the globals and everything from this home module that we don't need anymore. All right, now let's see. Let's go back to our index.js, to our home page. And let's see.
Well, the first thing we are going to start with will be some kind of header, right? Because we need to have a logo and navigation, and here maybe a cart button so we can see selected products and so on. So let's start with this. I'll create a separate directory for our components. Let's do components like this. And well, the first thing will be our header. So let's do header.js, and inside let's just do export default function header, and well, it will return a header HTML element. Yes. And well, what do we need inside header? We need a logo. So let's put a link, and it has been imported for me here. If it doesn't do it automatically for you, you need to add this line. We have a link, and the link will be just to our homepage, so just slash. And now let's see. What should be the name of our store? Let's say just e-commerce. E-commerce, yes. And okay, we have a link inside our header. What else do we need? We need some kind of navigation. And inside navigation, let's say we will have a link. Sorry, it should be a link with that will be to home. We want a link to have to all products, and we want to have a link to maybe categories, and well, we want also to have a link to register login, or maybe account. Let's just call it account. And then the last item we need will be a shopping cart. So let's put it for now. For now, let's put it here as the link, and let's put cart, and let's put 0 inside. Yeah, so now we need to have add some kind of links here. So for home, it will be just slash. For all products, it will be just, let's say, slash products. For categories, well, it will be just categories. And for account, well, let's say it will be slash account for now. And for cart, it will be just cart. Yes. And we have our header here. So now let's use it inside our homepage. Let's put it maybe here, header. It has been imported. Yeah, it's really ugly, but now we can use our style component that we planned to use to style it a little bit. Right, so I will open terminal, and I'll put a new tab here, and here I will just do yarn add, and let's do style components. All right, now style components is installed. So let's create a first style component. Maybe instead of doing this header, we can create a style header. So let's do const styled header equals, and now to use style commands, we will just do styled. Yes, let's import styled, and here let's do header, and then we do backticks, here a semicolon, and inside backticks we will just put all of our CSS. So I want our header to be dark, so I will do background color, and let's do 222. Yeah, and now as you can see, nothing has changed because style header is not used. So let's use it here instead of header. So now as you can see, we have some dark color here, but you can directly see that we have a small problem here, and the problem is with this white padding here that we get from our body. So we need to have some kind of global styles, but instead of using those globals here, I'm going to actually delete those two files. Let's delete them. Delete anyway. We get an error because this file is still used inside here. but here not inside index.js, it's inside here. Here we have our global CSS that is used. So I'm going to remove it. Let's remove it, and now we have only our app. But now to create global styles, I will go to here inside my app, and I will create global styles. So let's do just const global styles. Let's call it this way, and let's just use create global style. And as you can see, it has been imported for me from style components. And here let's just do backticks the same way. And here inside for our CSS, we can use selectors. So I'm going to use body, and here I'm going to do just padding 0. Yeah, and now let's use our global styles. So here we have our app, but I will cut this thing. I'll put parentheses here. I'll put it back, and this thing I will put inside React fragment. So this empty tag here, I will put this thing inside, and here I will put also our global styles, but I will call it with capital G, and let's do global styles. And now let's see if I refresh. Now we have changed. Let's also remove margin. Yeah, and now we don't have any white spacing here. So global styles worked. All right, so now let's go back to our header.js, and let's see what's the next part we need to fix. I guess we need to have some kind of prettier logo here, and we need to have a better font. So I think for this, for the font, we can use Google Fonts. So let's go fonts Google and fonts, and now let's see. Let's maybe take Roboto, why not? And I'm going to use regular, and well, let's just grab the regular for now. And I will use import, and I'm going to just copy this style part, and let's see, let's go to our defaults inside the app.js, and well, I'm going to put my import here, and inside body I will just do font family, or maybe I can just copy this part and I can put it here inside my body to use this Roboto font. So now let's see, yeah, the font looks much better. Let's go back to our header.js, and let's see. The next thing is actually the logo. We want to make it, let's say, white, and we want to style this link. But link is not a regular HTML element, it's a component. So to fix styling for this, let's call it maybe logo, and let's do equals, and it will be styled here parentheses, and we'll put a link here, and then backticks, and here inside let's put color white FFF. And now let's see if this will work. Instead of this link we'll put logo, and let's see here, yeah, it's white. So now we can add like text decoration to be none, and yeah, it worked. For our header, let's maybe add some spacing, right? So let's put padding, and well, I would like this to be centered. So if it's this wide, it should be centered. It should start maybe here and end somewhere here. So we need a component that will just center everything. And I think I will put it as a separate component. So here inside components, I will do new file, and this will be called, let's call it center.js. And here, as always, export default function center, and it will return, just a regular HTML element. It will be a div, and inside we want to put all the children, and we want to grab them from the properties. Let's do children, and let's display them. Right, but now we want to have we want to style this div. So the easiest way would be just to do const styled, and let's call it styled div equals, and here styled. Let's import this dot div backticks, and here inside backticks, let's just do let's say max width will be, let's say 800 pixels for now, and let's add maybe some margin on the sides. So let's do margin and 0 on the top and the bottom, and maybe 20 on the pixels on the sides. And now let's use our styled div here. So let's do styled div, yes, and inside our header, let's just use our styled div, or sorry, our centerer. So here inside, let's put center, yes, and not like this, because we want to put everything inside our navigation, logo, and so on. I will reformat this a little better. Now let's see. As you can see, now we don't have our background anymore. So that's weird. Let's see here inside how it looks like. We have our header. It looks like header doesn't have any color. That's weird. So we get this small error that after we refresh, we don't have this CSS from those generated classes. We don't have any CSS styles that we created here. So to fix it, we need to go to next config, and here we just need to add the compiler options. So let's do compiler colon, and let's put an object here, and inside this object we'll just need to add style components to true. And that's basically it. And now, as you can see, it works. If I refresh, well, it still doesn't work, but that's because I need to restart my environment here. So let's do just yarn dev again. And now let's see. Now if I refresh, everything works, and if I keep refreshing, it still works. So now let's go back to our header CSS, header.js, and let's continue with our header. As you can see, now this looks better now. It is centered. Well, it looks like it's centered. It has this max width of 800 pixels. Well, but it's not fully centered. It has this margin 20 on the sides, and instead we want to do margin auto on the sides. So let's do margin here auto, and now let's see. Now it looks like this. If I make it wider, then it is centered. So you can see that this div here inside is centered. Yeah, so this works now. But if I make it smaller, well, maybe let's add some padding on the sides. So let's do 20 pixels. So we will have 20 pixels padding inside our center component here, center. And well, as you can see, now we have this 20 pixels here on the sides, just to have like a small spacing on the sides. Right, and it will be mostly for mobiles. Right, now we have our e-commerce here. Let's go back to header.js. So we have a logo, and then we have our navigation. But now I would like this navigation to be next to our logo. And how can I do this? Well, we can put those two things inside another component. So let's create it maybe here. I will just call it wrapper, and let's just do const, just styled div backticks, and here inside I will just put display to be flex. And now let's use our wrapper, and here inside let's put our logo and navigation, and it should be next to each other. Yes, it is. Now I will just put justify content. Let's do maybe a space between. Yeah, so now we have e-commerce logo on the left side and the links on the right side. So that's good. We have styled our logo link here, and well, it looks like it worked. So let's see now. Now we need to add some styling on those links. But before we do this, let's add some more padding to our to the bottom and the top of our wrapper. So we have some spacing here. So let's do padding, and well, let's add 30 pixels on the top and the bottom and 0 on the sides. Yeah, I think that's better. Maybe 20 will be enough. Yeah, and now let's style our navigation links. So we can call it styled link, or we can call it just navigation link. So let's call it navigation link. It will be simpler, and it will be a styled link. Backticks, and now here inside let's just do color white, or maybe let's do color grayish. So let's do AAA. It will be gray. And now instead of all those links, I will put nav link. Yes. And now as you can see, those are gray. Let's add let's remove text decoration to none. Yeah. And now I would like to add some spacing between those links. And for this, I will style this navigation. So let's do a const, and let's just call it styled nav. Every time I don't know how to call an element, I will just add the styled and then the name of the HTML element. So let's do styled dot nav and backticks, and let's see. Now instead of this HTML element now, we can do styled nav. Yes. And here, now let's do display of type flex. And now let's also add a small gap of, let's say 5 pixels. Yeah, maybe a little bit more. Let's do 10. Yeah, I think 10 is much better, but I don't know if it's enough. Let's do 15. Yeah, that's much better. And if I zoom out, it looks like this in 100% zoom, but I will zoom in so you guys can see this better. Right, so what should we have here underneath on the rest of our homepage? Well, I think that first I want to show like a featured product, let's say a MacBook Pro with some text here, and then underneath I will show the latest products. This will be on the homepage, and then we'll fix the rest of the pages. So here, one featured product, and then underneath a list of latest products or new arrivals, something like this. So let's go back to our index.js, and we have only header here on our homepage. So the next component will be just a featured product. So let's do new file, and let's do featured.js, export default function. So it should be default function featured, and it will just return, let's say for now it will be a div, but here inside our div, well, inside this I want to have a header like h1, and it will say well, I will take the same title that they are using, let's say Pro Anywhere, something like this. And well, then let's maybe add underneath a description of the product. So for now I'll just put lorem ipsum, but we will load the description for this product. And well, let's see. I want to have this featured product here. So let's maybe start displaying this inside our index.js. Let's just use featured. Yes. So we have this Pro Anywhere. Well, I want to make this centered as well. So let's inside this div, let's put center. Yes, and let's put this inside. So now it's centered. Well, I would like to have dark background even on this featured product. So instead of this div, I will put I will define background. So let's do bg equals, it will be styled div, but we need to import styled components. So the styled, let's import from styled components dot div backticks. Inside here, let's put maybe, let's put it background color. Let's do the same as the header, 222, and let's use our background instead of this div background. And well, now it worked. Right, so now we probably need to fix this header, right? So instead of this h1, let's put, let's call it title. So let's do title, title equals styled h1. And well, inside here, I want to get rid of the margins, and I will do font wave of normal. And now let's use this title here, title. Now let's see, yeah, it looks better. But inside this background, I will also add that all text colors inside should be white. Yeah, I think that's much better. And I want to add some padding on the top and the bottom. So on the top and the bottom, I will add 50 pixels and 0 on the sides. Yeah, so we have some spacing. Let's see, let's zoom out. Yeah, I think it looks fine. But for this paragraph, for the description, I will type desk as description. Let's do styled p. And I want this to be a gray color. So let's do color, and let's do AAA. And here instead of this P, let's do desk for description. Yeah, so now it's grayish. And I want this to be smaller. So let's do font size, and let's do 0.8 rem. So it will be 20% smaller. Yeah, I think this will work. Now I would like to have an image on the right side. And I think, as always, I will use some kind of wrapper here. So let's define it here, const wrapper, or maybe let's call it columns. Now let's do wrapper, and it will be styled div. And let's put here inside, it will be display of type, let's do grid this time. Let's do grid, and inside let's do grid template columns. And let's just do 1FR, so we'll have 2 columns of the same size. And here let's do now just wrapper. And inside wrapper we'll have 2 columns, so let's put 2 divs. On the left side we'll have this title and description, so let's put it inside the first div. And on the second we will put an image here that we don't have yet, but well, let's see how it looks like. I think it looks just fine. Maybe we can add some spacing here, more spacing. So I will put actually here some gap of, well, at least 40 pixels, just in case. And now on the right side, I would like to have an MacBook image. I think for now I would just copy paste an image URL that we have for here inside our admin. I will just take this one, copy image address, and well, let's go here and let's put an image here. Source will be this, and well, it's almost okay. So to fix it, we need to put the width and height of this image, so we can make a styled version of this, or for our wrapper, we can do something like this. And we can do that all images here inside our wrapper should have max width of 100%. And as you can see, this worked. Well, the only problem is that we have this white background on this MacBook, but I have also other image that we can use. So I will go to our here admin panel. I will upload another image. I have this MacBook Pro without any background color, so I'm going to upload it. Now it's uploaded. I will copy the image address here and I will save it so we'll have it for later. Now let's go back to our front, and here instead of this URL, I'll put this new one. And well, now I think it looks much better. Maybe we could make this image a little bigger. So let's see, let's remove part of this description so we can make it smaller. And now let's go back to our columns. Let's see, we have two columns of the same size. Let's instead do that. The first will be 0.1 FR and the second will be 1.2 FR. So it will be bigger. Yeah. But now inside our columns, let's say inside our columns, I would like to make this text here centered. So let's see, we can make it here. Let's say that for divs that we have inside wrapper, all the divs should have align items center. Well, this didn't help because we would need to have a flex here as well. So I will remove it for now. And instead, I will add a styled component for this column, or maybe for those two columns. So the const column equals styled div. And here inside, let's do that it will be just display of type flex. And well, let's save it for now. Let's add also align items center. And now let's see, instead of those divs, let's put column here and column on the second div. Yeah, now let's see. Now the problem is that we have for the first column, because we are doing flex, it's putting those things next to each other. And to fix this, I would do flex direction to column. Now it's better. But we actually don't need to flex direction column. Easier way would be just to put a separate div, and let's put those two things here inside, and we have the same thing, and we get this, it's centered vertically. So we have the same spacing from the top and the bottom, and it's centered according to this MacBook image. Yeah, so this works really nice. Now the only thing we need here that is left is we need like read more and add to cart button. So to fix it, well, I would like to use the same color that we have here. So I'm going to actually grab it from here. Yeah, and well, now let's see. We need two buttons here inside our div. The first will be for read more, and the second will be to add to cart. So let's maybe put here just two buttons. First will be read more, and the second will be add to cart. Yeah, so we have two buttons, but we want to have styling for those. And I think that styling for those two buttons will be reused. So maybe it will be better to define this styling somewhere else inside the separate components. So I think I will put it as a styled component inside components. So let's do add to cart that, or maybe not add to cart, but let's do primary button, primary btn.js. Let's do export default function and the primary btn, and it's a function. Let's do return, and it will export a button. Sorry, not like this. It will be a button like this, and inside we can have some children, like text or something. I have misspelled here. It should be primary button. So let's put children here. And now we want to style this button. So let's do const, and let's do styled button equals styled. Let's import styled from styled components. Let's do button backticks, and let's see. Now I want to add the background color of this, and now let's use this styled button instead of button, styled button. And now let's use our primary button. So here should be children, primary button inside our featured product here. So let's do here primary button, and let's see. Yeah, it's blue, so it's better. Let's add some more styling here. So we want this to be blue. We want to remove the border. So let's do border 0. Yeah, that's better. I want the text color to be white. So let's do FFF. Yeah, that's better. I want to have some rounded corners and a lot of padding. So let's do padding. And let's say it will be 5 on the top and the bottom and 15 on the sides. And I want rounded corners. So let's do border radius of let's say 5 pixels. Let's see. Yes, that's much better. Now I would like this one to be bigger, but not the primary button to be always bigger, but just this button. So a cool feature here is that we can add some property here. Let's call this property size, and let's put large here. We can do even just large like this. And then inside primary button, let's see here, we can grab here size as well, and we can put this size here. So we can do size equals size, or we can just grab all the props like this, rest of the props. We can call it something else, but I think rest sounds nice. And here let's just do rest like this. And now we can use this property here inside our styling. So to do this, as you can see here in the documentation, we need to do something like this. So we need to do props, and then props primary, or the name of the property. So let's do $. Let's put curly brackets here, and here inside, as you can see, we need to check for it will be a function, so the props, and then let's do if we have props size, and let's check that props size is large, so L, and then and here we just need to do CSS function from style components. Let's import this way, and backticks here as well. And inside those backticks, we just add some styling here. So let's say we will have bigger text. So let's open preview, and let's do text size. Sorry, it should be font size. Let's do 1.2 rem. And now, as you can see, it's bigger. We can even add bigger padding. Let's say we'll have 10 pixels on the top and the bottom, and 20 on the sides. Let's see. I don't know if this became bigger. Yes, it did. So that is really nice. Now for all the buttons, I want to have cursor of type pointer. So I will have this hand. And well, I think this button looks nice now. And Now I would like to add styling on this read more. So for this read more, I would like this to be white. So maybe let's go to our featured, and here we have read more button, and I want to create a white button component. But maybe instead of creating different components for different buttons, we can reuse this one, primary button. But we can, for example, rename it. So I think we can rename it to just button, and same for this file name here. Let's just call it button. Now it failed here because we need to rename it inside our imports as well. Okay, here is button. Let's call it button with uppercase B, so it's not HTML element. And here we'll just do button. Let's see. Now it works. Let's do the same here. Let's do button. Yes. And this one doesn't have the size large, but we can add it as well. So let's do button size large. Yeah. But now I want this to be not primary. Only this should be primary. So I'm going to add the property primary on this one, but not on this one. And then inside our button, I will check for primary. Here, primary property. So let's do here, as always, props. And let's check props primary. And CSS, backticks. And inside here, inside backticks, I'm going to put this background color. Now let's see. Yeah, I think this worked. And now this white color should go here inside. Yeah, I think now it's better. Now our buttons look better. But I want to add other styling for this Y button here, and I will call it white. So let's do props arrow, and let's do props white, and CSS backticks, and here inside backticks I'm going to put background color of white, and the color of the text should be black. So let's do 000. Yeah. Now let's add this white thing here. So let's do white. Now let's see. Yeah, it's white. So I think it worked. Let's see, props white. Yes. And if we change it to something here, this will be yellow then. Right, so everything works. But now I would like this one to be actually outline. So I'm going to add this outline thing here. And well, now let's go to our button and let's check here. Here we have our white button, but let's say it will be white only if those background color and color only if it's white and not outline. So let's do not props outline. Yeah, so now we have default styling, I guess. But now I will just copy this and I will do the same styling for white, but with outline. So no exclamation mark. And now I'm going to do background color to transparent. Yeah, background color transparent. The color of the text to white. Yes, and now I'm going to add also border color. Border, let's do maybe 1 pixel solid and white. And we have our outline. Yeah, so now I would like those buttons to be next to each other. So I think we can make the first column a little bit wider. Let's maybe do 0.9 and 1.1. Yeah, so we have buttons next to each other. But because this one has a border, it makes it bigger by 1 pixel on the top and the bottom. And to fix it, I'm going to add here box sizing border box. Now let's see if they are the same size. I will zoom in, or I would just check like inspect, 44, and this one has 42 in height. So box sizing border box didn't help. Instead, I would just add the same border thing, but on this one with this primary color. So now those are the same size. Right, but I want to add some spacing between those. Let's go to featured and let's see here. Here we have those two buttons. And well, I want to have some kind of wrapper for those buttons. But we have wrapper here for the columns. Maybe we should rename this wrapper to columns wrapper. So let's put this here, columns wrapper, and here we will create, let's call them buttons wrapper. Buttons wrapper will be also a styled div, and inside here backticks, let's do display of flex, and let's add a gap of 5 pixels. Yeah, now let's use our buttons wrapper. Yes, and let's put 2 of our buttons inside. Yeah, so we have our buttons here, and well, I think it looks fine. So we have read more and add to cart. Maybe we can add an icon here to this add to cart. Yeah, I think that would be a cool thing. So let's go to hero icons and let's search for cart. I will go with solid. Maybe not, let's do outline. Let's let's maybe see. I will go with solid. Solid, I will take this cart, copy JSX, and here inside add to card. I'll put it like this, and here I'll put this SVG. Let's see now how it looks like. Well, it's too big. So let's go to button, and let's say that all the buttons will have display of inline flex. Now let's see. Yeah, that's a little better, but we want the icon to be smaller, right? So let's put here that all SVGs should be small. So let's do height of let's say 10 pixels. Now let's see. Yeah, it's this small. Let's maybe increase it to 16 by default. But for the XL version or large version, let's put that SVG should have a height of 26. Let's see. Yeah, that's too big. Let's just do 20. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's much better. Now we want to add some spacing here. I think the easiest way would be just to add margin on the right side of 5 pixels. Let's see. Yeah, I think this will be enough. Maybe we can add more spacing here between the buttons. So let's go back to featured, and let's see, buttons wrapper. Let's maybe increase the gap to 10 pixels. Yeah, I think this will work. Well, the buttons maybe don't need to be that big, so I will remove this size large from them, and let's see how they will look like now. Yeah, I think this is fine. I would just add some maybe spacing from the buttons wrapper. So let's do margin top, and let's do 15 pixels. Yeah, maybe more. Let's do 25. Yeah, I think this will be better. And then for this header here, I would like this title to be bigger. So let's do font size, and let's do free rem. Let's see. Yeah, I think this looks nice. I will also check if this is centered here for our buttons. So let's see, inline flex. Let's do align items center. Yeah, I don't know if this is better now. Let's see. Yeah, Now it's centered. So that is really nice.
All right. Right now we have this featured product here, and well, as you can see, it's just hard-coded content here, and we want to load this content actually from a database, right? So let's go to our index.js, to our homepage, where we use our featured product here, and I think that would be nice to read this product from our database. We previously created this product. Here is our MacBook 14 Pro, and here we have even our image. Here we have some description. So maybe let's read it. So here inside my homepage, I will export as well a function called get server side props. Yes. And now let's see. Here inside, I would like to fetch this product from my database, and then I would like to pass it, this product information, to this featured component. But before we do this, we need to connect to our database, right? And here inside e-commerce front project, we don't have any mongoose stuff and models and stuff like this that we had here inside our e-commerce admin. So basically, we could just copy, for example, this mongoose.js, so we can grab the connection. So I'm going to take it from here. I will create the same directory as we had here, lib. So I will do new directory, lib, and here inside, let's create mongoose.js. Let's put this code here. So we have our mongoose connect. And as you can see, now we need also to install mongoose here inside our e-commerce front as well. So let's do yarn add mongoose. Right now it's installed. Mongoose is installed. So now we can connect to our database inside the APIs and get server-side props, but now we need also our models, right? So let's see, we have all of the models here, product and category. For now, I'll just copy this product part, and I'll create models as well here inside our e-commerce front. So it's the models, and inside, let's do product. In the ideal scenario, you would like to have this those models in a shared repository, but for now I'm going to just copy paste it. So I have my product here, and now I can use this model inside index.js here inside get server side props. So let's do something like this. Let's do const, and I want to grab this specific product. To do this, I'm going to copy the ID of this product, which is this, and I'm going to assign it here to a constant MacBook, or maybe let's call it featured product ID equals this. And now let's do const product, or maybe we can call it featured product, doesn't really matter. And let's grab it. Let's do product, and let's do find by ID, and let's use our featured product ID. We need to add an await here because this is an async function, and then we need to add async here as well. And because we are using database, we need to put here mongoose connect and await here as well. Right, but now we have our product here. Now we can return props, and inside our props, let's just put this product, right? Now we can grab this product here. Let's do product, and we will grab it as a property here, and let's just do a console log product here to see if this will work. Let's see console, we get undefined. Let's see if I refresh, we get error on Mongo connect. And this is because, as you can see here, we are trying to use this MongoDB URI that we don't have. So let's add it here. We need to have an .env file so we can connect to our database. Let's close pages. Here I can see we have this MongoDB URI. So let's copy this and let's put it as well here. Now, if I refresh, we get a problem with our get server-side props. So let's see. I will go to index page. And now the problem here, it's also discussed on GitHub and stuff. If you pass something to props from get server-side props to the props that will be passed to the page, the objects here needs to be compatible with JSONs. And the problem is that Mongoose models, Mongoose objects documents are not compatible to just serialize with JSON. So to fix it, I'm going to do this trick called, I'm going to stringify this, sorry, it should be like this. It should be, let's do product, and now let's do JSON, and now let's do stringify, and we are going to put our product here. But this way, if I refresh, you can see that our product will be just a string here. Inside our console, you can see that this is now a string, and we don't want to have our product constant as a string. So I'm going to parse it back from the stringify. So let's do JSON and let's do parse. And I'm going to enclose it like this. And now we have our product as an object. So that's okay. Now let's remove this console log and let's pass our product here. Product equals product. Now inside featured, we can grab this product here. So the product, and let's see, maybe we can change this pro anywhere to title. So let's do product title, and let's see, now we get this MacBook 14 Pro. Maybe we can update the title to Pro like this. So if I refresh here, it should go to smaller Pro. Yeah, that's correct. We can make this left column a little bit wider. Maybe we can do again 1FR, or maybe even more here, 1.1 and 0.9 here. Yeah, and so we get the full title. For this description, I can fix it as well. For this description, we can put product description, and yeah, we get the description here. For the read more, I want to make it a link. So let's see, here we have button, outline, white, read more. Let's see how our button looks like. It's a styled button, but here inside our featured product, we would like to actually use a link instead of a button. So how can we do this? We can do a style link component with the same things as this button has. And let's do this. So because this will be an easy solution. So we want a styled link here, or button link. Let's call it button link, the link.js. And here let's just export default button link, and well, it will just return stuff. It will just return a link with all the props from here. Let's do props. Maybe we can, just do props like this. And it will do a link with all the props that we pass. And it's a function that I forgot to put here.
right? But the thing is that I want to have the same styling that we have on our button here, right? So this style button thing, I would like this to be this to be exported as well. So I will add just an export here. So this button file now exports both a button like this, and it exports this style button as well. But the problem is this will always be a button, and I don't want this styled button to be exported for a link, because then it will be always a button. So we need to find another way to grab all of this styling and putting this somewhere else, so both the button can use it and the button link. So how can we do this? I can show you the easy way of doing this. I'm going to select everything that we have inside those backticks, and I'm going to cut it out from here, and I'm going to define a different constant here, and this constant will be called a button style, and I'm going to do equals, and here I'm going to use this CSS backticks, and here inside those backticks I'm going to paste this everything that I copied. So now I'm going to use this button style to our style button. So I'm going to put it like this, button style. So now our buttons work, but I can also export this constant with our CSS to our, for example, button link. So let's define our button link here, and let's call it const styled link, and it will be equals styled. Yes, and let's call it as a function with a link inside, because we want to style a link. Then backticks, and here inside we can just reuse our styled button. Let's do styled button, and we need to import it from here. Sorry, it should be button style, yeah, and now it's imported for me here. If I save it, and nothing has changed because this is not used yet, so I'm going to put it here, styled link, yes, and now inside our featured, instead of doing button, we can do button link, something like this. Now we get an error because we need to provide href here for our button link. So let's do href, empty string, and now it works. But now let's fix this href so it will go somewhere. Let's say it will go to /products/ and the ID of this product. So let's do plus here product._ID. Right, let's see. Yeah, now as you can see, the URL is this product/ and then the ID. Right, but I also want to get rid of this underline. So let's go to maybe button here, and let's do text decoration none. Yeah, works fine. Let's refresh. We get a small error here. Let's see. Received true for non-boolean attribute white, and here we have received true for non-boolean attribute outline. Right, let's go to our featured, and let's see, here we have outline, here we have white. Well, we can change it to equal 1, and this equal white equals 1 to disable this warning. Let's see if I refresh. Yeah, then it's we don't have this warning anymore. Right, so let's see. Now we are done with our MacBook 14 Pro. We have this read more button. We will fix products page later, and we have this add to cart button that we're also going to fix later. For now, let's leave this featured product and let's focus on the next part, which will be new releases or recent products, something like this. So here inside our index.js, I want to have like latest products. So I'm going to create a new component here called new products. Let's do new products. Sorry, should be just new products.js. And here, as always, just export default function, new products, and it will just return. Let's say it will be just a div with new products inside. And let's put it inside our index.js page, new products. Yeah. And the same way we did with our featured product, we would like to have like all the recent products. So let's see how our products are created. Here inside our e-commerce admin, we have our product here. We have title, description, price, images, but we don't have the creation date. So to fix it to our schema, I'm going to add timestamps here to true, both here inside admin and inside our models here inside e-commerce front. I'm going to add timestamps to true. And so our products will get the timestamp. I'm going to update them first. So let's go back here. And let's say I'm going to go to every single product and I'm going just to save it. And I know probably I need to restart my development here. So let's do yarn dev again. And let's edit product and let's save it now. And let's check if we will get this information inside our database. So let's go to products. And here inside, let's scroll down. We have this updated ad that we can reuse. So I'm going to now update every product. So we will get some timestamps inside our database. Okay, now I think I hit just save, the save button on every product. Now let's refresh it somewhere here inside our database so we can check if we have timestamps on our products. Yes, we do. So now we can sort products by last updated ad. So let's go to our index.js page here. And here we are fetching this featured product. Maybe we can rename those variables here. So let's grab product and let's rename it to featured product. And here we need to rename it as well. Featured product, featured product. And now we also want to grab recent products, right? So let's do const or maybe new products. Let's do new products equals await. And here we'll do product find. And here we can filter what kind of products we want to find. It will be just empty object because we want to find all possible products. Then we have, after the filter, we have projection. We don't need this. I can just skip and put an empty object, but here I can add dot and I can add sort. Maybe not here because then it will be sorted after. But all right, here first we have filter, then we have projection, which means in what type of fields we want to select. And let's say it will be null. So by default, null, and it will just select all the fields, all the data about each product. But the third is options. And here I think we can just do sort. Yes, and we can tell how we want to sort. I'll put an object to define our sorting. And well, we can sort by updated at, which will be the timestamp about when every document has been updated the last time. Or we can maybe try to
sort by IDs. So let's try. Let's put string here underscore ID and here -1. Why -1? So it will be descending. So we want the last product, Xiaomi phone, as the first one here. So now let's maybe try to pass those products as well. We have featured product here, and we want to pass new products as well. So let's do new products, and here again we need to do this JSON thing. So let's do JSON parse. Inside here let's do JSON stringify new products. Yes, so we can grab new products here, new products, and let's do console log to see how it looks like. Let's do console log new products. But before we do this, maybe let's add here also some more things like limit. Let's for the new products we want to only select the last 10 new products, and we have only like, I don't know, 8 products, but just in case we will have more products in the future, we are okay with only 10, the latest ones. Now let's see, console here, we have object of new products, so that is awesome. And here, as you can see, the last one is actually Xiaomi, and we could sort by either updated at, but then we would get an array of last updated products, but basically we want to only have the latest products, so sorting by ID is good enough. Right, so we have our new products. So let's pass it to our newly created new products component here. So let's do just products equals, and let's pass this new products. Right, so this component is now empty, but we can grab new products from here. And well, now we can do something with this information, with all this information that we have here. So first, we want to have like a grid of products, so like squares with products, right? So we need some style components here. I will start by putting maybe products grid. So the const, let's do products and grid equals styled. Let's import this from styled components, styled div. Yeah. Backticks here, and now let's just do display of type grid, and let's put grid template columns. Let's say that we will have 1fr, 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 so will be 3 products in each row. Right, now let's try to put this products grid here, and here inside we want to just list those products. So let's do new products. Let's try to map through them. So let's do map, and for each product we want to do parentheses here, and here maybe for now let's just put the product title and see if this will work. No, this will not work because this can be undefined on the beginning, so we need to check here first that we inside new products we have length and it's bigger than 0, and then new products map. Let's see now, cannot read reading length of undefined. Let's just add question mark here. Now let's see. Okay, now it looks like it's empty, so we don't have any new products here. Let's see why. Let's go to index.js. We don't get it because it's called products. The property is called products. So let's rename this to products. Yeah, and now as you can see, we get the products in 3 rows. Right, so now this grid should be centered and it should start somewhere here. So here inside, let's put our center thing and let's put our products inside. Yeah, so now the columns start here and they will end here. Yeah, so that's correct. Now each product should be a little bit prettier, right? So let's maybe put it as a product box. Let's put it as a separate component. Instead of this div with product title, let's put a product box component. New file, product box.js, and let's do export default function, product box. Yes, and it will just return, for now it will just return a div, but here we will grab product information, and well, let's see. We can pass the product like this. Let's see here. Let's go to new products. We can now reuse our product box, and we can pass the product like this, product equals product, or we can pass the product information like this, product. And the advantage will be that this way we can just grab all the properties separately here. So we can do underscore ID, title, and description, and price, and yeah, it will be a little bit simpler if we spread all the properties inside new products like this. Right, now let's see. Let's go to new products. Let's go to our product box, and well, let's put back our title. So we have title here. Now let's style this product box. Let's define const, and let's define box equals. It will be a styled component. Let's import styled. It will be a div, and well, here inside for our box, let's maybe add some color. Let's do background color, and let's make it red for now. Now let's put this box here so we can see. Yeah, and we have red boxes. I want to make it actually white, so let's do FFF. So now those are white, but the background I would like to be gray, so light gray. So to do this, I will go to app.js, and here for body I will put background color to be something like F0. So yeah, so now we have maybe I can make it a little bit dark. Let's do EE. Yeah, I think this will work. And now let's go back to our product box, and well, let's see. Those products are really next to each other. So let's go to our new products, and here we have products grid. For products grid, let's add some gap here. Let's put gap of 20 pixels. Yeah, so now we have some spacing between the products. And well, let's add also some padding from the top. Padding top of 20 pixels as well. Yeah, that's better. Let's go back to our product box, and well, let's add let's start with padding. Let's do padding 20 pixels. Yeah, so we have boxes like those for now. And let's think here. What do we want to show in each box? We want to show an image, right? So we can grab here images as well. So let's do images. Yeah, and I want to show the first image here. So here, maybe let's do just EMG. And for the source, let's just show images of 0. I think this should work. Yeah, except that those images will be huge. So let's see. Here inside this box, let's do that images should have max width of 100%. And now it's fixed. The only problem that the phone is really long here in height. So we need to fix it by doing max height of, we need to define height of, let's say, 150 pixels. Yeah, that is better. So we have, but now the text goes next to the image. And I think I would like to put this title under the image, under this white box. So we have this box, and I will actually rename it to white box. Yes, and I want the title to be outside of this white box. So I'm going to put another component here. Let's put it here, const, and let's define it as product wrapper equals styled div backticks, and here inside let's just put for now nothing, and let's just use it here, product wrapper, and here inside we will put our white box, but the title, let's grab it from white box and let's put it outside underneath. So now we have a title here underneath. Right, now when it comes to this white box, let's fix some things. I want white boxes to be the same height, and here they are not, here they are not as well. So I'm going to do height, and I will do height of 150 pixels. So now all white boxes are the same height. Now for the image, we have a max height of 150 pixels. And we have this padding of 20 pixels. Maybe we can do just 10. Yeah, I think this is not enough. So I'm going to put it back to 20. Now I would like those images to be centered. So let's try with text align center. Yeah, this works, but I think this MacBook should be pulled down a little bit. So to fix it, I'm going to do display of flex here, and let's see. Yeah, but now as you can see, this MacBook looks really weird. So let's try to put this image here that we have inside a div. So I'm going to put this like this. Now this MacBook looks okay, but it's not centered, and to center it I will do align items center. Now let's see, yes, MacBook is centered, but those images that are really narrow are not centered here vertically, or sorry, horizontally. So let's now here do flex direction. Sorry, it's not flex direction. It's flex. No, it's not flex. It's align content, I think. Align content center. Sorry, no, not align content, justify content center. Yeah, now everything is centered. Right, so we have this, and now let's add some rounded corners on those white boxes. So let's do border radius of, let's do maybe 10 pixels. Yeah, so we have rounded corners here, and maybe we can put more rows here. So let's go to new products, and let's add one more column, one FR. So now we have 4 products in each row. Right, let's go to product box, and let's see. We have max width here to 100%, a max height of 150 pixels. I guess that's all right. Now let's fix all the things that go under the image. So let's fix this product title. Let's define it maybe somewhere here. Let's do const title equals styled. Let's call it just styled div. The title will be inside styled div, or maybe we can do h2. Right, and here our styled h2 title will be just well, what do we want here of this title? We want to make it maybe bigger, maybe wider, I don't know. But let's put this title here. So maybe we can style it in a moment. Title, and let's put title here. And now it's big because it's H2, but we can make it font wave of normal, and we can put the font size to just 1 rem. Yeah, now it's better. We only have some margins that we need to get rid of. Let's put margin 0, so it's back to normal. But now the thing is, well, I would like to add a small button here, maybe here on the right side of this under the title. And let me see, if I zoom out, it looks like this. Maybe I can make the titles a little bit smaller and the squares as well. So I'm going to do 120, but not on the images. On the images, it doesn't really matter. Let's do height here, 120. But the padding is, well, let's see. Let's change this to 100% as well. Okay, it shouldn't go like this. So here for max height, we need to do 100 minus 20 on both sides. So it will be 80 pixels. Yeah. So now it looks better. Now let's see. Here we have our title. Let's make it smaller, 0.9 rem. Yeah. And on the right side here under the title, I would like to have a button, add to cart button, the same we had here. All right, so here under this title, let's put a button, and let's put add to cart. Yeah, so we have a button here, add to cart, but I want to add the same styling as we have here. So I'm going to put primary, and yeah, now it's better. But maybe instead of this, we can get only this cart icon. That would be cool, right? So this cart icon, we have it, let's see, we have it inside our feature product, and it's this SVG. But I think instead of copy pasting, we can save it inside our components. Let's put directory icons so we can reuse this icon. Let's do new file, and let's say it will be cart.js. And here as well, let's just do export default function cart icon. Maybe just let's do cart. And no, I think it should be cart icon. Right, and even this should be renamed to cart icon. And here we will just return the thing that I copied here. Maybe the class name should be editable. So I'm going to cut it from here. Here we are going to grab a class name, but default will be this. Oops, this. So now class name here, and I can reuse it here. So let's put cart icon like this. Let's see if this works. Yes, it does. And now I want only the cart icon here for our product box. So now instead of add to cart, I'm going to add a cart icon. Yeah. Now let's see. Yes, it worked. So that is good. Right. But now I would like also to have a price maybe on the left, and then on the right it will be this button. So those three things, the title, price, and the button, should be inside a separate box, like product info box. So let's define it here, const product. Let's just do product info box equals styled div. And let's grab all of them here. So let's do product info box, and let's put this thing here, and we want to add margin top of, let's say, 10 pixels. So we have some small spacing. Yeah, that's cool. And now we want to put the price here, right?
every price for us will be in US dollars. So I'm going to put just $sign and then the price. So let's do price. Let's see. Yeah. But for this second row with the price and the button, I want to style it differently. So I'm going to call it price row, and it will be a styled div as well. I'm going to add here backticks, and let's do display flow, display, flex, and let's put it now here for the price and the button. So let's do price row, yeah, and let's add one div for the price and the second div for our button, right? Maybe we can put the button without this div. So let's put it like this. And now the first thing we want to center this price. So let's do align items, items center. So the price is centered, and we want to do justify content space between. So the button is on the right side, and that's all right. And now for the price row, let's add some small margin from the top as well. Let's say at least 5 pixels. And well, I think this looks good. Now let's make the price a little bigger. So let's do const price equals, let's do it as a styled span, or maybe styled div, why not? Doesn't really matter. And well, for the price, let's make it font size of 1.5 rem, so it will be big. And let's make it bold, so let's do font wave of bold. And now let's put this price inside our price component here. So now the price is much bigger. Let me zoom in so you guys can see this better. So we have something like this. I think that the spacing between products is not big enough, so I'm going to go back to new products. And let's see, here we have a gap of 20. Let's maybe do 30. That is better, but I think we need even more. So let's do 40. Yeah, I think that is better. Let's zoom out. Yeah, I think that is better. Maybe we can go with smaller, like 30. But we need to also do padding top here to 30 as well. But now the title, I think it should be a little bit closer to the product. So let's go to product box. Let's see here, price row, product info. Let's change this 10 to just 5. Yeah. And even this price should go a little bit up. So let's see, price row, margin top. Let's just do 2 pixels, should be enough. Yeah, I think this will work. Maybe instead of making them primary, we can make them a primary but outline. So let's do primary outline. And looks like we don't have styling for primary outline, so let's fix it. Here we have just for primary, but we need to fix that this primary is for primary and not props outline. And let's add the same styling, but for primary with outline. And for primary outline, this blue will be the border. Here we have this border, but the background color will be transparent. So let's add transparent here. And the color of the text should be the same as this blue. Yeah, so now it's like this. Maybe it would be better to put this add to cart text here. So let's do add to cart. And now it looks like this. Sometimes we don't have enough spacing to show all the information. Maybe we can decrease the gap here. Let's go to new products. Let's put gap back to 20. Well, not enough. Maybe let's get rid of this icon. It will make a lot of more space here. Yeah, and I think this looks fine. Well, maybe this blue is too bright. We could use something a little bit darker. So, well, let's see for our button. Here we have this blue that is defined everywhere. And maybe we should first define it as a constant somewhere. So we can reuse it later. So I think that we can add maybe something here inside our lib. And inside lib, I will just put colors.js. And here I will just do export const primary, and I will define the primary color that we get inside this button. So I'm going to copy this. Let's go to colors and let's put it here. And now instead of doing copy pasting this color, let's remove it from here. And now let's try to put it with primary. Yeah, let's see, it has been imported for me. And now I can just copy this and I can replace in every part where we are using this, right? So now everything is fine, but now I can try with darker color. So let's try with, I'm going to try with this purple-ish to see how it looks like. I think it looks better. Let's zoom out a little bit. Yeah, but it doesn't work here. Here I think we should have a white button, just white button. Or maybe we can go with something like dark green. So let me try with dark green. Let's do dark green. Let's see. Doesn't really change that much here. But I think that for outline buttons, I will make the border wider. So let's do border 1 pixel. We have it in 3 places. So let's do border 2 pixels here. And now let's see. Now we have something like this. Maybe that's not good, so I'm going to put it back. Here for this feature, I want to make it full white button. So this is primary. I want this to be white button. Yeah, I think this looks better. And now for those buttons, well, I don't know, but maybe let's try to make those bold. So inside button, let's add font wave of bold. Yeah, and I think this looks a little better, but now we need this border to change it back to 2 pixels. So the 2 pixels here. Now it looks like this. Maybe this 2 pixels was too big, and this looks fine. And this I would like to be actually like semi-bold. But to fix this, we need to go to our app. And here we have our Roboto font. And we are grabbing only the regular version of this font, but I want to grab more sizes here. We have regular, but I want to have medium as well. So I'm going to grab medium, and let's grab bold as well. So I'm going to grab this import and let's put it here. Yeah, now let's go back here to our website. And now we can use this 500 inside our pro buttons. Let's see, font wave, we have bold, let's change it to 500. Yeah, and let's see how it looks like with 400. Not that much of a difference. Let's see, with 400, 500, and 700. Maybe we can even use different font. So let's search for, let's maybe use this one, Poppins. So I'm going to grab the regular version, the medium version, and the bold version. Yeah, and now let's see here. There's the import, but we don't need Roboto. Let's just import this one, Poppins.
let's put it back inside our index app.js here. For our import, we're going to import this one, and let's just put pop-ins here. Now let's see if this will look better with pop-ins. Yeah, I think it does. Now let's go back to our button and let's see. For our button, we have this 500. If I change to 400, well, I don't see that much of a difference. Let's do 700. Yes, 700 is visible. If I zoom in a lot, let's see here, 400. Now there's no difference. So I'm going to inspect this one. And I think this is because all the buttons got this font family Arial. And I want to have my own. So let's define it here, font family. And I'm going to use my pop-ins, and the default will be sans serif. Yeah, so now we have something like this. Add to cart. I will zoom it back, and let's see how it looks with 400. No difference. 500. Well, I don't see any differences between 400 and 500, but well, let's leave it as it is. So we have buttons like those. I think they look okay. So let's continue now. Now I would like every box, every product, every image and the titles to be links to the products. So let's go to product box and let's see. I would like the white box to be a link. So let's change this div to be actually a link from next link. And then I need to pass to the white box the href attribute, and the href attribute I will define it here. I will define the link, or maybe the URI to be /product/ and +_ID. So I can put it here. Let's put it as URL. Let's name it URL. And let's see. Now also for the title, let's see, I would change it to a link, and let's see here where we have the title here. I'm going to put href and URL. Yeah, now we need to make it so it doesn't have this white blue color. So let's see here, title, a color, let's do inherit, and text decoration to none. Yeah, I think that's better. Maybe we could make the prices a little bit smaller. So let's try with 500. Yeah, I think this will work. But for pop-ins, maybe we can grab 700 as well. We have 700. Let's try with 700. And let's see how it looks like. Then it's super bold. What else do we have? We have 500 and 700. But we can add 600 as well. Maybe this will change something. Let's go to app. And we have 500. Let's also add here 600, semicolon. And let's use it inside our product box. Let's change this 700 to 600. Well, nothing really changed. Let's see what type of font is used here. Computed, family, we have pop-ins. Let's do font wave 600. Let's see here. Yeah, let's leave it as it is. All right, so now we can click on those images, on those boxes, and on the titles as well. And well, we have this add to cart button that we need to fix alongside with this one. But before we will fix those buttons, we need to put a title here, new arrivals or something like this that we forgot about. Let's go here and let's put here an h2 called new arrivals. Yeah, and this looks nice. I want this title to be almost the same as this one. So let's see, I will put here const title equals styled h2, and let's do font size to be 2 rem. So now let's put it here. Title should be capital T here. I forgot. Yeah, new arrivals. Now the spacing here is too big. So let's try with the margin 0. Let's see now. We still have a lot of spacing from the grid. Padding top we have 30 pixels. Let's see now. I think that is a little better. But now let's put some margin on the title. Let's do that 30 pixels on the top, 0 on the sides, 20 on the bottom. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is better. Let's try here font wave to be 500. Yeah, I think here it works nice. Let's see if I make it this small, and let's see now. 400. No difference. So it's just regular, as the same as regular here, or normal. Yeah, so it doesn't do any difference here. Right, so we have the title here. What should be the next part? I think that the next part should be actually that we can add those products to our cart that is empty, right? So let's do this now. So I'm going to create a component called cart context.js, because we need to have some kind of context for our cart. Yes, and here we will do const cart context equals create context. Create context. Let's import create context from React. Default will be here empty object. But now here we want to create a function or a component for our context. So let's do const, or maybe let's do function instead, cart context provider. And here we want to return, and we want to return cart context provider, like this, with children inside. So let's do children here. And what else do we need here? We want to export it, and here we need to pass value. And for us, the value, let's say, will be for now just an empty object, but later we will need to add this anyway. So let's put it here. Let's put as state. So let's do cart products and set cart products equals use state. Default will be empty array, and now let's put it here, cart products. It's not as a single value. Let's put it as an object like this. Let's reformat this a little better, and yeah, this should work. Now inside our app, let's use our context here. So let's put a cart context provider, and let's put our component here inside. And now let's see. Inside our page, for example, featured, we want this button to add this product to our cart. So let's see. Here on our inside our featured file, we want to, inside featured component, we want to add on click on this button, on click, and add featured to cart. Why not? Add featured
to card, and we will put it as a function here inside. Let's do function add feature to cart, and well, we need to use our context, so let's use context, and here we need cart context. I think we forgot to export it. Let's export it here as the cart context. Yeah, it has been imported for me here at the top, so that is cool. And we want to grab some information from cart context, right? We want to grab the only thing we can grab for now, we are providing cart products, but we want also to have set cart products. So let's provide this as well. This way we can grab set cart products and we can use it here. So now let's use set cart products, and let's grab previous value, and let's put it as a new array with all the previous products, and we want to add a new ID of this product. So let's do just product._ID. Yeah. So now if I click here, nothing will happen, but we added this ID of this product to our context, and basically we can go now to our cart 0. Let's see, header here, and instead of cart 0 we can print the number here. So let's do const cart products from use context, and here cart context. Yes, and here we'll just do cart products dot length. Yeah, so now we have 1 here, and if I click more here it will be more. Now let's do the same for those buttons, but because this function will be reused, let's see here, feature for adding products, I'm going to define it here inside the cart context. So let's put a function here called add product, and he will just take product ID. And the only thing we are going to do with it is set cart products, and the same that we did with our featured, we will return here a new array with all the previous plus the new product ID here. And we need to pass it here to our provider. Yeah, and now let's use it here inside featured. We want to grab it from here, add product. So we can do just add product with only this product ID. Let's see if it still works. Yes, it does. But now we can use it as well inside our product box. Let's see here. Here we have this button. Let's do on click. On click we want to do add product, but we want to grab it from the context. So let's do const add product equals use context, and here cart context. Yeah, and now let's do here arrow function add product with ID. I will reformat this a little better, and here we want to put product ID. Let's do just _ID because we get the ID here. Right, so if I click here we get even more products to our cart, right? So now the next step will be to actually fix this cart page. So for now we get 4. So let's go to pages and let's do new file, and let's do cart dot maybe with smaller c, cart.js, and here let's do export default function, and let's do just cart page, and that's it. Let's do here return, and here inside we will return almost the same thing we did with our index.js. We are going to return header. So let's do maybe first a React fragment, and here let's do header. So we have header. The only problem is here, as you can see, we lost the count on the products.
So if we go here and then reload, the context is empty. So how can we fix it? We can go to our card context and let's see, we have this state here. And the problem is, this problem is with all the React apps, because when you add something, when you click here, you have still the context. But when you reload, the context is lost because you just reload to the page and JavaScript is reloaded from 0. But here we can actually use effect and we can do arrow function here. For now it will be an empty function. Here for the dependencies we will grab cart products, and inside we can tell what should be done when this changes. And the thing is that when this changes, I want to save it inside local storage. First, I want to check if we have something inside cart products. Let's check the length is bigger than 0. And let's add a question mark here just in case. Then I will do local storage, set item, cart. And here I will just do JSON stringify and our cart products, right? And here, instead of this array here, I will first do JSON parse or empty array, and here I will try to parse from local storage. So let's do local storage and get item, and here cart. So now it looks a little bit odd, so I will try to put it like this so it will be easier to read. Now let's see. Local storage is not defined. This is because when the Next.js loads the page and tries to render it the server side, we don't have the local storage. So maybe we can just add this question mark. Let's see. No, this question mark will not help. Instead, we can do something like this. We can take this from here. Maybe we can just define local storage. Let's put local storage here, const ls as local storage. And here we will first check if type of window is different than undefined. Then we will return window. Then we will just return local storage. Otherwise, we will just return an empty object. Now instead of local storage, we'll do ls. Same here, ls. Oops, ls. Now if I refresh, we get an error here. Let's see. Here should be a question mark. If the window is different than undefined, then we can return local storage. Maybe we can do window.local storage, otherwise empty. Let's see, ls get item is not a function, so we can just add question marks here and question mark here. Let's refresh. This doesn't work either. So maybe here instead of this, we can return null, and this way we can check first here. Let's see if this will work. No. But we can do something like this. Now we have problem with this JSON parse. So let's define it here above. Const default products equals, and we want to take this. And now let's do something like this. If we have local storage, then we are going to try to grab it. Otherwise, there we are going to try to grab it and parse it. Otherwise, so colon empty array. Yeah, so now we have problem with car products length, and we don't use our default products here. So let's put it here. Still problem with cart products length. So let's maybe put it, let's maybe use a question mark here, right? We are grabbing here default product. Maybe let's also add an empty array here as well. So now if I refresh, yeah, I think now we got this. I will add a few products, 5 products to cart. If I refresh, we get a small error. because the server got 0, but the client got 4. And the problem is when the Next.js server loaded the page, it got 0, but the content, the client side got 5. And because of this mismatch, we get this error. So how can we fix it? We can maybe add another use effect that will run after we mount this component. So let's add an empty arrow function here. Here, no dependencies, so it will be run after we load the app. And let's see here. Let's put here the default will be just an empty array. But here inside our use effect, we will try to grab the products from local storage. So let's do if we will have ls and ls get item of cart. Then what we will do? Then we will do set cart products, and here we want to parse it. So let's do JSON parse, and here is ls get item cart. All right, let's see. So now we have 5. Everything works. If I refresh, I still get 5. If I go here, I still get 5. I can add some more, like, yeah, now I have 13. Now I have 16. So everything works. So now let's go back to our cart. And well, let's go to our cart page here. And now we want to display our products here, right? All right, so here we want to show all the products we have inside our cart. So like a table with the product quantity, and so on. So we have all of our products that we added here. So we can have them listed here, all the ones that are inside our cart. So let's maybe put this as 2 boxes first with the products inside the cart, and here maybe some small checkout box. Right, so here we will need to actually have 2 boxes or 2 cards, let's call them cards, and the styling of the boxes should be the same as this product box that we have here. So here, as you can see, we get this white box styling, and basically we want something similar here inside our cart. So let's see here. First, under this header, we want to have a wrapper to have 2 columns. So I'm going to define a wrapper here. Let's do const wrapper, and or maybe let's call it columns wrapper, and it will be a styled let's do styled div, and it will be display of type let's do grid. Yeah. And let's do grid template columns. And well, the first column should be much wider. So let's do 1.3 FR, and the second, let's do 0.7 FR. Something like this. Let's add a gap of at least 40 pixels. Yeah. And now we can use the here down there, but let's also first do a box. So a box will be styled div as well, but we want the same styling that we get from product box. So let's let me grab the background color, and we will need border radius of 10 as well. So let's do border radius of 10 pixels here, and now we can put this columns wrapper and 2 boxes here. Box 1, let's put 1 here, and box 2, so let's put 2 here. Now let's see what we got. And we get 2 boxes. Yeah, and first this thing should be centered, so let's import our center component, and this columns wrapper should go inside it. Now we want to have some spacing as well, so as the margin top of at least 40 pixels as well.
Yeah, now let's add some padding inside the boxes, right? So inside each box, let's put padding of, let's say at least 30 pixels. So now we have something like this. I think this looks now good enough. Now on the left side, we will print all the products that we have inside cart, and here inside too, we will put the checkout buttons. So inside too, we will put a header that will say, let's say H2 your, or maybe just order information, something like this. And then there will be some inputs and stuff, and on the bottom we will have a button that will just be continue to payment, something like this. But this button should be actually primary. Yeah, I think this looks fine. And but I want this to be block, so I'll add block here on this button. Let's add it here inside our buttons. That let's do the same thing, props and props dot block, the and CSS backticks, and let's do here display block. Yes, and let's also add the width 100%. Yeah, now it's better. And I want this to be size of large, so it's the size large. So now it's bigger. Maybe it's even too big, so I will change this to make it like this. I don't know, maybe it doesn't need to be bigger. I will remove this size large. We have this just this continue to payment, but maybe I would like to make it black. As the black, I don't think we have styling for black, so I'm going to add it. The same thing we have for white, but we will just change the white to black and black to white. Here we have outline version, so as the color of the text should be black, and the border should be black as well. Yeah, and those two should be black. All right, so now let's see, let's go back to cart, and instead of primary we have only black. All right, so now we have something like this. All right, and here in between we will have some inputs, and that should do. Let's put maybe one input here in between, input for placeholder of address, and the input for placeholder of address too. Yeah, why not? And we can style it later. For now, let's just list our cart, right? So let's go here, and here we want to grab all the products. So let's grab the products, or I think it's called cart products, from use context, a cart context. Yeah, so now let's here check if we have if cart products is if we don't have any length. I change if we don't have any length, then let's say it will say your cart is empty. That's it. And the second box, so the box on the right side, should be visible only if we have some length inside the cart product. So if we have products inside our cart. So if I do length, and let's do here bang bang, so this will be converted to Boolean, and parentheses, and inside let's put this second box. Right, so now I can probably go to inspect and see how this will look like. Let's go to app,
Let's go to local storage and let's remove products from cart. If I refresh, your cart is empty. Right, and I think that's good. Let's add a product, maybe this laptop here, so we have something inside our cart. And now here, let's check if we have a cart products length that is bigger than 0 and parentheses, maybe not parentheses. Let's do cart, or maybe let's do parentheses. Let's do parentheses, and here let's put React fragment. Let's put h2 first, and let's say it will say cart. So we should have cart here. Yes, we do. Now under the cart, we want to loop through the products. So let's do cart products map. And for each product, well, in general, this will be only the product ID. So we should rename it to product ID because we push only product IDs, right? Right, so that is a problem. I can print product ID, but then we have only IDs here. And the thing is, we don't want to put every information about every product to our cart. Instead, we want to grab those IDs here, and we want to fetch the information about our products. So here, let's do use context. Sorry, not use context, use effect. And let's put empty arrow function. And here as dependency, I will put cart products. All right. And here I will check if we have cart products length bigger than 0. And then I'm going to check to grab the information about our products. And then I'm going to put it inside state. So let's put products and set products equals use state. Default will be empty array. Right, and now I want to use API here. So I need an API endpoint. Let's do new file here inside our pages API. And let's call this one cart.js. Here, as always, just export default function. I think it should be async. So let's put async function here. And here, let's just name it handle or handler. Doesn't really matter. First, we need to connect to our database. So let's do await mongoose connect. Yes. Then we want to grab the information. So let's grab request and response params. And well, let's say that inside the request, we will have an array of IDs. So let's do request body and IDs. Let's do const IDs equals this. And now let's just do response JSON. And here let's just do await product find. And we want to find where ID is inside our IDs. So that should be it. So now let's go back to our cart page. And here let's just do Axios. By the way, I don't think we have Axios installed here. So let's do just yarn add Axios. So let's do Axios. Let's import it. Let's see Axios. Is it imported? Yes, it is. And now let's do Axios get /API/cart. And we want to send the IDs, right? So it shouldn't be get, it should be post because we want to send the body. And the body will be IDs and then those IDs that we have here, right? And then we get all the information about our products. Or first we get actually response here. So we can do set products and we can do response data. Yeah, and that should work. So now we can list our products. So here, instead of checking cart products, we'll just check for products. And then we will list those products as product, because we'll have full info about each product. And let's do product title. Now let's see, and we get the title of our product instead of only the ID. Right, but I have this MSI laptop here, and I will add 2 more. So now we have 3 of those. And so that's all right. So I should here on the right side display how many of those IDs we have here. So let's say that I will add colon here. And now after the colon, I want to display the number of how many. So we need to check for cart products for product ID from this product. So let's do cart products filter, where ID will be the same as product dot underscore ID, and then let's just print the length. So now I have 3, but I can add some more products. Let's say I'll get this headset. So now I have 1 headset and this MSI laptop times 3. Right, but it would be better to display it better. So I will put this here. This div will end here. And now I would also like to create a separate style component for this. So this will be actually nice to show as a table, right? So let's print a table here, and inside the head we'll have 1 table row, and we will have product, and we will have quantity, and we will have, let's say, we'll calculate price as well. And then let's put t-body here, and inside t-body we want to loop through all those products, but yeah, all those products. So let's put it here, and I will just add 1 more indentation here, but instead of those h2 I will put instead of this we will have table row, and table cell will be just this card can be moved actually above the table. Let's see here, above the table, and or above this your card is empty, something like this. Then we have this table, and here we are checking if we have any products. Well, I'm not sure if we need to check it here. Well, let's check it for the whole table. Here above the table, let's check if we have products, and this thing, sorry, not this thing, this thing needs to be put here after the table. Now we can put more indentation inside this table, so it will look better. Now we have this, we loop through products here. We should loop it inside t-body here. Let's some indentation here. I will remove this table row mess. Inside this div for each product, we'll put table row. And first we will do product title. So let's put it inside the first table cell. The second will be, as you can see, quantity. So we can just put this thing inside. And the second, the third will be price. Let's put price for now. So let's see. Looks like it kind of worked, except that the styling is a little bit off. But other than that, I think it looks fine for now. Here it would be nice to have some basic styling for our table. So let's maybe define it inside components. Let's do new file, and let's do styled. Let's just do table.js. And let's do export default, or maybe let's do export default function table, and we will just grab all the children here, and we want to have a styled component for the table. Let's do const
styled table equals styled, and it will be a styled table, right? And now here inside, let's just use it, styled table, with all the properties and all the children. Maybe let's, instead of doing children like this, let's do props, and let's pass them here, props. Yeah. Let's close this, and this should work. We just need a return here. Yeah. And for our style table, let's make it width of 100%. And now let's try to use it. Let's go to pages cart, and here let's use table with capital T. Now let's see, yes, it's 100%. Let's go back to our table, and let's see. We have width of 100%. Let's add also that th should be text align left. Yeah, so it's aligned to left, and I want this to make it in grayish and uppercase. So do text transform uppercase, and I want the color to be, let's say, AA. Yeah, so we have now something like this. I don't need this to be bold, so let's do font weight of let's say normal. Let's see how it looks like, something like this. I want this to be smaller, font size, let's do 0.7 rem, something like this. Product, yeah, I think this will work. Maybe we can make it 500. Let's see, I don't know if this changed anything. 600. Yeah, maybe we can make it even lighter. Let's do CCC. Yeah, I think we will go with this. All right, so we have product. Maybe here, instead of saying just product, we can display an image as well, right? So here on the beginning, here we have product, and here we are displaying the product title. But maybe I would like to display an image as well. So let's do image, and the source will be product images of 0, and now we should get some huge images. But to style this a little bit, I will style this cell, for example, let's say, and I will call this cell product info cell. So let's define it here, const product info cell, and it will be a styled TD. And well, let's say that images inside should have max width of 100%. Now let's use it, product info cell. Let's use it here. So now the images look a little better, but I will just also make it, let's do max width will be 150 pixels, and max height will be the same. So now I think that is better. I think it would be maybe nicer to put every image inside the box or something like this. So let's see, here we have this image, and maybe it would be better to put a separate styled component for this. Let's do const, and let's call it product image box equals styled div, and it should be product image box styled div, and I want this to be max width of let's say 150 by max height of 150 as well. I want to add some small padding of 10 pixels, and I want the background color to be light gray. So let's say it will be F0, 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 and I want rounded corners, so let's do border radius of 10 pixels.
And well, let's test it. Product info box, product image box, and let's see where we have our image here. Let's put product image box, and let's put the image inside. And let's see, now it looks like this. Maybe instead of gray, because the images have this white backgrounds, we can make it white, but we will add some box shadow instead. So let's do box shadow 0, 0, 10 pixels, and let's do black shadow to see how it looks like. Black is too dark, so let's do RGBA here. I would do 0, 0, 0 and 0.1, 10% of black. I don't know, maybe we can just do a small border instead. Solid RGBA, and let's do 1/10 of black. Let's see. Yeah, I think this looks better. And now this product image box, I want this to be the image to be centered, right? So let's do display of flex, align item center, and justify content center as well. Yeah, and then we can grab the image from here and we can put it here. And well, let's say that max width will be 130, same for max height 130, so we have something like this. But the width and height here will be fixed, so let's do width 150, height 150. So the boxes will have the same size. Think we can make them smaller, so let's do them 100 by 100. But after removing the padding, those need to be 80. The images needs to be 80 by 80. And then we have something like this. So that is better. But now we have this product info cell, and I think we can add some spacing in the cells. So let's put padding, and I will put 10 pixels on the top and the bottom and 0 on the sides. So now let's see. Yeah, now we have some small spacing. Maybe we can add the border as well. So let's do border. I will do border top 1 pixel, solid, and let's do RGBA. I want to do RGBA. I want to do 0, 0, 0, and 10% of black. Yeah, so we have something like this, but we have it only on the product info cell. But actually, I think this border should be on the table as the default. So let's do TD, and let's put this table, let's put it here. Yeah, so we have this border, we have quantity, and we need to now calculate price as well. So calculating price will be really easy. Let's go to our cart, and the price is actually only the quantity that we have here times the price of a product. So in general, we can do just quantity. So this times, and now the product dot price. So let's see. Yeah, it worked. And we just need to add $sign on the beginning, so it will be in dollars. Right, now it would be nice to have plus and minus buttons. We can increase and decrease quantities on our products. So let's see, here inside our cart component, we have our cart page here, and let's scroll down to our quantity. Here, as we can see, we have price, and here I guess we have quantity. All right, so now let's add some buttons. Before the quantity, let's add a minus button. So I'll use our button component. It will be with a minus label. Let's add another button component with a plus button. Let's see how it looks. Well, it looks fine for now, but for quantity, I would like to have some spacing here inside. So I will add some padding, and let's define quantity label here. So let's do const quantity
quantity label. It will be a styled, let's say, span, and let's add styling of let's say just some padding 0 on the top and the bottom, but let's do 3 pixels on the sides. So now I will use it, and now let's do a quantity label, and let's put this inside so we can have some spacing. Yeah, so we have some small spacing. Now we need to fix so those buttons will work. So I will add functions on both of those. First, let's maybe do the plus, it will be easier. So let's do on click, and let's put a function here. Let's call this function more, or I will do arrow functions like this, and now let's do more of this product. This will be the name of the function, and we are going to pass a product ID. So we'll just pass this ID. It's the same as the product ID. No, sorry, I cannot use this ID because it's inside our filter. I need to use this product on dot underscore ID, and I will put this on click in a separate line. Yeah, and now this should work. I need to just add this function somewhere here at the top. So it's the function inside our component here, more of this product, and we get product ID. I can just call it ID, why not? And if we want more of this product with this ID, we need to just add a product. So as you remember inside here, cart context, we are providing also this add product that we have here. So maybe we can just use it. So let's grab it from here, add product, and let's just use it here, add product and of this ID. All right, now let's see if I click plus, you can see it increases. Yeah, so this works. Minus doesn't work yet, but I will fix it now. And as you can see, the price, total price increases as well, so that's cool. And the cart here also increases. So now let's fix the minus button. Let's see here, button, let's do on click, and let's do arrow function, and let's call our function less of this, or maybe, yeah, less of this product, and let's pass our product dot underscore ID. I'll put it in the separate line like this, and yeah, this should work. Now let's define this function here somewhere on the top. The function less of this product, we get an ID, and now we want to remove a product. Let's see if we have such function inside our cart context. Let's see, we have add product, and we don't have any remove product. So let's do function remove product, and let's see if we want to remove a product with a specific product ID. What do we need to do? We need to update our cart products. So we need to use this set cart products. So let's do this, set cart products. And now we will get the previous value of our cart products, and we will get it here as previous. And now let's see. We want to grab this. This is an array of IDs, and we want to remove this product. Let's say we will do this only once. So in case there are more, we will remove only one ID. So first let's find the ID, the position of the ID. So let's see. We can do this by checking previous. Let's find index of, and search element will be product ID. And this way, inside this position, we will have the position inside the array where our product ID is located. So now let's see if position is different than -1. So we know it exists. We will just remove it. So let's do previous, and we can just filter, and let's filter the first inside our callback device will be value, but the second will be index. And now we can check that index is different than the position. Sorry, position. Yeah, and this will be the result. So we can just do return here. So it will be set to our cart products. Otherwise, if it doesn't exist, if product ID doesn't exist inside our cart products, what do we want to do? Let's just return the previous value, and that's it. Now let's provide this function here. So I'll add a comma, remove product, and now let's see. Let's go to our cart page, and let's grab remove product. Yeah, and now let's use this function here, less of this product with this ID. And now let's see, can I remove? Yeah, everything works. So that's perfect. Now, the next thing we need to have here is to have like the last line here. And I want to see the total price of everything I have in my shopping cart. So let's see. We have all those products here with IDs. We have only IDs here. But then we have here the prices and the names of the products. So using this as amounts, we can grab prices and we can calculate total. So let's do something like this. Let's do let total equals 0. And now I want to do something like this. For each product, let's do const product ID of cart products. For each product ID, I want to grab the price from the products. So let's do const price equals, and the price is inside our products. But first we need to, inside this products, find a specific product of this ID. So let's do this. Let's check that. Let's check that product dot underscore ID will be the same as our product ID. And then if we find a product, we will just do that price. So we'll grab the price. But in case this price doesn't exist, I will just in case add this question mark, and I will add default 0 just in case. So we have price of this product, and we will just add price to the total. So let's do total plus equals price. Right, now let's try to print this total somewhere here inside this table. Here we are looping through the products. Let's add another row here, and in this last row I will just add let's see, we should have 3 columns. I will just put 2 empty cells, and in the last cell I will just put total, and let's see if this will work. Looks like it works. So I'm going just to add a $sign here, and well, looks like it works. If I remove the last product, the last quantity here, it has been removed. Now, yeah, everything works. Right, so I think we are done with this part. Now let's fix this part. So we have order information here, and we have just 2 simple inputs here. Maybe we can create prettier inputs the same way we did with button. So I'm going to create a component here inside components, and let's do just input.js. Yeah, and here as always, let's do export default function, and let's do just input with capital I, and it will just return an input with all the props. So let's grab the props from here and let's pass them here. So we have all of our props now, and we want to, let's use it maybe. Let's use it. So go back to our cart and let's use input, this input. Yeah, it should be just input like this, capital I. Yeah, and now let's see if this has been imported for me. Yes. So now everything still works. Now let's go to our input and let's style it a little bit. So let's do const, and let's call this one styled. Styled input equals styled. Let's import this one from styled components, style input. And now for styling, let's see what we want to add. Let's add some small border maybe, and let's make it full width. So let's do width 100%, and let's add some padding of 5 pixels. And now we can use it here, so we can see the previous style input. Yeah, so now it looks like this. Let's add some margin bottom of 5 pixels. Yeah. And for the border, let's do border 1 pixel, solid, and let's do light gray. So let's do AAA. That's too dark. Let's do CCC. Yeah, that's better. Let's do rounded corners. So let's do border radius of let's say maybe 5 pixel. Yeah, that is really good. Now let's see. I need to add box sizing, border box. Yeah, so the width will be correct. And now I think everything is correct. So now let's go back to our cart page and to the bottom, and let's see what type of inputs we need. First, we need name. So let's do name here, name. Yeah. Then we will need email as well. So let's do email. And then I will do also, let's do city, and we will need also postal code. So the postal code. Yeah. Another one will be street address, and country. Yeah. So we will know where to send the package. Right. I would also like to put the city and postal code next to each other. So I will create a component quickly somewhere here. Let's call this const. I will call it just city holder. And let's do styled div, and it will be just display flex, and I will add a gap of 5 pixels. And that's it. And I will use this city holder here. Let's put city holder, and inside let's put city and postal code. Yeah, so we have city and postal code here. All right, now we need some state for those inputs. So let's scroll up. Let's see where our components start here. We need to add state for, let's see, name. Set name, use state, default will be empty string. Same thing for email. Set email, default will be use state empty string. And let's see, then we need city. Set city, default will be use state and empty string. Then we have postal code as the postal code, same thing, and street address, and the set street address equals use state and default empty string. And the last one will be country, so the const, const country, set a country, default will be use a state and empty string. Now we can use those state variables down here. So let's do this. So here first, value equals name, and on change we will do grab event, and we will do set name of event target value. Same thing here, but maybe I can just grab both value and on change. So let's put it here. Let's put it here. Let's put it here. I forgot about the space here, and here as well. So let's put it also here and here. Now we just need to, we have copy paste, so everything is in sync. So now let's fix it. Instead of name, we need to do email here, and here we will need set email. Here we need city, so let's do city, And here on change set city, here we have postal code. So let's do postal code, and on change set postal code. Here we have a street address. So let's do street address, and on change, let's do set street address. Here we go. And country. So let's do country, and on change set country, and that's it. I will just make it more readable. Let's add enter, maybe before the placeholder. Let's add enter here, and yeah. Now let's go to grab every value. Let's put enter here as well. And let's do the same on change. On change, let's add enter, and that should work, right? So now we have working inputs. So we can basically fix the continue to payment button. Right, so let's see, if I remove this, it's empty. Your cart is empty, but we still see this product. Let's maybe fix this before we go further. So we are looping through the products. And we have products from our here from our Axios request. So to get rid of those, here we are not getting rid of those if it's if cart products is bigger than 0. Let's add else here. Else if let's say if cart products length is 0, then we want to update this, and we want to set it just to an empty array. So now it's empty. Let's quickly add some products. Let's add this one. Yeah, so we have some products here. And now I will maybe get rid of this one. So we have only 2 products. And now let's see. Let's fix this button, continue to payment. So let's scroll down here. Here we have our button. Let's add on click. And on click we want to go to a Stripe payment. So to fix a Stripe payment, we will not do on click, but instead I will make it type of submit, and I will put this form inside a form here. So I will put a regular form element. It will be a method with as post, and action will be actually just let's say it will go to /API/checkout. Yeah, and I need to put those inputs inside and the button as well. So let's put it like this, and I will put identity more, so it will be inside. And now let's see, we have a type and placeholder and stuff, but we don't have a name of those inputs. So I'm going to grab the value on every input. Let's see, one more. And I'm going to copy what's inside the value. Now I will hit enter, I'll put name, and for the name I will just paste what I copied. So now we have for placeholder name, we have name of this input will be just name. For the email, it will be email with lowercase e, and city, and so on, and postal code. Right, so we can send it to our API/checkout. So I need to create this endpoint. I know you guys can wonder why we are sending it this way, as a regular form, and not with the Axios request. But it would be just easier to do this way. All right, so now we are sending, we will send to API checkout the name, the email, city, and stuff like this. But we will not send the information of our products. or the most important, what we have inside our cart. So let's see, here we have cart products, and we need to send it as well inside our form. So to do this, I will just add an empty input, and here I will make it hidden. So let's do input type hidden, and the value will be, let's say it will be just the cart products, but this is an array, and I want array of IDs, so I will add comma sign between the IDs. See, and now let's save it, and let's see if it's inside here. Yeah, we have type hidden value, and we have those IDs. And let's see, we have two different IDs. If I add one more here, we will have two of the same. Yeah, so we have here we have 80, here we have 62, and here we have another 62. Right. Now we just need to add a name here for this input as well. Let's call it name, and let's call it products. I'll put this in a separate line, and this as well. And now we can fix our API checkout. So here inside pages API, let's see, inside pages API, we have cart, and it just returns products. Let's create a new file, and let's call it checkout.js. And let's do just export default function handler. Yeah, and as always inside handler we will get a request and response. Right, so now the first thing is we want to check if the request method is different than post. Then we will just respond with an error. Let's say should be a post request. Yeah, and return here. So nothing more will happen. Now, if we have something, let's grab everything. So let's do const, and let's grab, let's see, we will need the name, email, and so on. So let's do name, email, and we will need the city, we will need postal code, and we will need the street address. So let's do street address. I think that's how we call it there, and country. Yeah, and we are going to grab it from request body. Right, so we get all this, and we maybe put half of it into new line. Let's put it maybe like this. Right, and we have everything except I forgot that we need also products here. Inside products, we just have a string of IDs separated by a comma. So now let's maybe get products IDs. So the const products IDs equals, let's do just products, and let's do split by a comma. Right, so now if we have duplicates, that means that we want more of this product. So if we have two IDs, but those are the same, it means that we want to have two of those two items. Right, but I want also to find unique IDs. So the const unique IDs, and to find unique IDs in this array, we will just do, first we'll do a set, new set, and let's put products IDs here inside. And to convert set to an array, I will just do spread operator to a new array like this. And now when we have unique IDs, we can grab products information. So the const, and let's do products infos equals, and now we need to connect to our Mongo database, and we need to use product model. So let's connect to our database maybe here. Let's do mongoose connect. Yeah, and let's add a wait here, and we need to add export default async function. And now let's see, we are connected to the database, so we can use product, our product model imported. Yes, let's do find, and we want to find where underscore ID is inside the unique IDs. So let's do just maybe unique IDs, and I think it should be work like this. Right, and we need to add a weight here as well, because it's a query to add to our database. And now we can we have our products, the IDs of the products we have inside our cart. We have information about those products, so we have prices and stuff like this. So now we can prepare data we need to send to our Stripe. So let's do let's prepare, maybe let's do something like this, line items. So every product we are sending, let's do let line items, it will be empty array. And now for each of unique ID, so let's do for let's do const ID of unique IDs, and maybe let's call this product ID. First we want to, for every product inside product ID inside unique IDs, first we want to grab product information. So let's do a const, maybe just let's do info equals, and inside products infos we want to find a specific product where the product underscore ID, and just in case I will do to string, because this can be an object of an ID. I want to check that product underscore ID is the same as product ID. That way I will get the information about the product. And now I will, when I have the info, I can now add stuff to line items. So the line items push, and here we will need to push some information about the product. So I have info from the database about this product. Maybe let's call it product info, but I need also quantity, const quantity. And to have quantity of this product ID, I just need to check how many times it occurs inside products. So let's do products, and let's do filter, and let's check that ID inside products needs to be the same as product ID we have inside our loop. And then when we get only the IDs from product with this specific product ID, we will check the length here. And I will just add a question mark just in case, and default will be 0 just in case. Now I will just check if quantity is bigger than 0, and if it is, I will put this inside. And now let's see, I'll make, let's check that quantity is bigger than 0, and we have product info. And when we have those two, we can push information to our line items. You can call it something else, but I think it can be like a line item, the same way we have it here, line item. Right, and that's how they call it on Stripe. So for here, we need to push the quantity with it's the same name, and then we need to send also an object of price data. And here inside we need to put currency. So let's put currency. For us it will be always US dollars, and then we need to put product data. And for our product data, we will put only the name of our product. So let's do name, colon, and product info that name. And this amount here. Let's do unit amount. And for the amount, we will just take the quantity times the price of our product. So it's product info dot price, right? And that should work. Now I will just try to do see if it works. So let's do response JSON, and let's print our line items like this, and line items, yes. And now let's check it. If I click continue to payment, products filter is not the function. Let's see. Products filter is not the function, right? It shouldn't be products because products is a string. Instead, I should use products IDs. Yeah. So now let's refresh. Should be a post request. Okay, let's go back. Let's hit continue to payment. And now we have some data here, right? So let's see. We have line items. We have 2 lines. We have 2 products. Let's see. The product data looks like it's empty, and it shouldn't be. Let's see. It should be product data. We should have name, but maybe it's let's see how it's called. It should be called title. So let's go back to checkout. Instead of product info name, let's do title. Now I will go back and hit continue to payment again. Yes, so now everything works. And let's see, unit amount 4798 because we have 2 of those. If I change to 1, it should be 2399. Yeah, and 1 quantity. So now everything is correct here. I can go back to my shopping cart, and let's see. Now it would be good to probably save it as an order inside our database. So we need a model for this. So I will do a new file. Let's call it order.js. Yeah, and now, as always, and the same way we did with our product, and we need first our schema. So let's do const order schema equals, and the same way we did with product, we just do a new schema. Yeah, from mongoose, it will be an object. And now let's see, what do we need here inside? We want to put line items, right? So let's do line, let's call it maybe, yeah, line items. And what will be? It will be just, let's call it just, it will be an object, right? For now. And then we need, beside products, we need all the information from here. So name, email, city, and stuff like this. So the name, city, sorry, I forgot that we need to put as a string. Same here, city, string. And then we need email, string, city, postal code, string, and what else? Street address, string, and then country, string. Yeah, and we want to probably know if it's paid or not. So as the paid, I will put that this is type of boolean, and default, or maybe we don't need the default. Let's just put that it's a boolean, and that's it. Now let's use our order schema. Let's go back to checkout, and here let's do just, instead of this response JSON, we will do first, we want to create an order. So let's do order. Sorry, we were not done with our model here. We have only schema and nothing exported. So first let's create a model. So let's do const order equals model, yeah, and it will be with the name of the order with order schema. But in case we have it already inside models, we will check if we have order, otherwise we will create it. And let's export it. Now we can use it here, order, yes, let's do create. And we will just put all the information here. So let's do line items. We want to have also name, email, and city, postal code, and what else? Street address, and the country. And I think that's all. Yeah, of course, paid. Paid will be just false for now. And this is an async function, so we need to add a wait here, and we can just grab our order document as the result. So we'll get an ID. Right, so we have this. Now, what else do we need? We created an order. We have prepared information for Stripe. So now let's see. I have created a test account on Stripe, and but we will also need the Stripe lib here. So I will go here and I will do yarn add Stripe, so it will be installed. Let's do yarn add Stripe. Now, okay, yarn add Stripe is done. So now let's import Stripe here. So as the const, maybe just let's require Stripe like this. But this will return a function. I can show you here yarn. Let's do Stripe, and this is how we need to use it. So require Stripe, and we need a secret key passed here. So I will just copy paste it here, and let's grab our secret key. So I will go to, here is my test e-commerce. I will go to developers. Let's grab API keys. Here is secret key. I will change it later so you guys cannot use it. And of course my test e-commerce is with test mode enabled. And I have copied this secret key. I think it would be much nicer to have it somewhere here in our .env. So let's put it Stripe secret key equals this. Yeah, and maybe we will need a public key as well, so we'll add it as well. So let's do Stripe underscore public key equals this. Yeah, so we have it. Now let's go back to our checkout, and let's see, here we need this secret key. So let's use process.env.stripe secret key. So we have it, and now let's see, now we can use our Stripe to create a payment. So let's scroll down here and let's continue. So let's do Stripe, and we can do here session, and just maybe not Stripe session, Stripe checkout, yeah, and then sessions, yes, and then create, right? And here we have params, and for our params will be line items that we have prepared before. Mode will be payment, so let's do just payment. And now we will need also customer email, so let's do customer email, and because this is required and we have it inside email. Then we need also two URLs, and the first one will be success URL, and this is the URL the user will be redirected after everything is correct. So for now it's just localhost 3001 for us, but I think I can put it as an environment variable as well. So let's do just URL, and let's do just for now HTTP localhost 3001, and after maybe I can call it a public URL. And after we are publishing this app to Vercel or somewhere, you need to change it to your Vercel URL. But for now, it will be just public URL, localhost 3001 for us. So let's do here process process.environment.public URL, and I will add here that we will go to slash let's say it will go to /cart, but with information like success equals to true, something like this. And we need also cancel URL, and it will be the same, but with just cancelled equals true. Yeah, this should work. Or maybe we can just do one here and one here. It will be simpler. Right, one last thing I want to have will be metadata, and the metadata will be just the extra data we want to send, and it's just one thing here. I want to pass order ID. So let's do order document underscore ID, and just in case I will just do on this ID I will do to string, because this will be actually an object. And I think that's it. Now this is an async, so we need to do a wait here, and the result of it we can just call it session for now, session. And the thing now, we just want to do redirect to session URL. So we can do either response redirect like this, or we can just change it back to just response JSON and do this the default way. So let's just repair response with JSON, and let's do session.url. Yeah, and now let's see what will happen if I click continue to payment. Invalid email address. This is an error from Stripe, so I need to fill some info here. Let's do example.com, city Stockholm. Right, I'll hit continue to payment, and now I get this URL. Let's see if I open it. I see what's to be paid, but as you can see, it's $32.98. So something is wrong. Let's go back here. It should be $32.98, not just 32.98. So we need to do times 100 on the price here. So do times 100. So this should be actually with cents, in cents, right? And now for our continue to payment, I don't want this to go through this checkout. Instead, I want to grab this URL first. So let's go to API, not API cart, just to cart component, cart page here. And instead of doing this form, we can just call it manually with our button. So let's remove this form, and we don't need this type submit. We will just do on click, and let's say that the function name will be called do payment, or maybe go to payment, go to payment. Yeah. Now I will put this into separate line. Same here, and we can remove one indentation here. So let's do like this. And let's see, we need to define this function here on the top. Let's see, here we have some functions. Let's do function and go to payment, and we just want to do Axios, and we want to call /API/checkout with all the data that we would do the same way we would do with having a form here. So we need name, email, stuff like this, and we want to have products as products IDs like this, joined with a comma. But we can just compute it inside the function, so we don't need it here. Let's scroll up here and let's see. First, let's send everything from here, from the form. So let's do name, email, and we need the city, postal code, and we need also street address and country. And I think that's everything. 2, 4, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now we need the products, but we need the products from cart products. So I think I would just send us cart products, and inside our backend, inside our checkout, we will just fix it. So it doesn't come with commas, it just comes as an array. So let's go here on the top, and here we will get cart products. Yeah, and the cart products will be the same as products IDs. So let's just put it here. We don't need to do any splitting. It should just work. Let's go back to our pages cart. It's an access request, but it should be a post request. And yeah, now we'll go await here and async here, and we will grab a response. So the const response, and with this response, we will get information. So let's do now. If we have response data, let's see, what was it? It was URL. All right. So let's see if we have inside response data, we have URL. Then we want to go to this URL. And this is a URL outside of our React app. So we will just do window location equals this URL. So let's do this. Yeah. And now it should work. So let's see. I will fill this form. Now I will click continue to payment, and it redirected me to this test, and I can use my card or something like this, and then I click pay. There is there are test credit cards we can use. Let's see here. Let's go to overview, successful payment. Yes, let's copy. Let's put this card here. And if I click pay, everything is fine. And it redirected me to my success URL. And with this card, on this card page, we get the success equals 1. So here, let's see, we have our cart and products and stuff like this. But before we will return all of this, let's check if we have this success 1. So maybe I will do something like this. If we have window, location, and we will check that href have index, or maybe includes success, then I will just do something else. I will return header. I will return empty React fragment with header. Yes, and let's see, what else do we have? We have center, columns wrapper, and let's do center. And I would just put one box inside, and I would just put h1 saying your payment is successful, or maybe your thanks for your order. Thanks for your order. And let's add more text here. We will email you when your order will be sent. Yeah, we will order you the details. Doesn't really matter. So now let's see. Thanks for your order. We have some information here.
So that is cool. Maybe we can also put this columns wrapper, and let's put only one box here inside. Yeah, thanks for your order. We will email you when your order will be sent. And so we have this. So now if I go to my Stripe and I will go to payments, I can see that this last payment, it's 3,298. It's paid. But I would like to have this information that it's paid inside my database. So I don't need to like check for my orders, everything I have inside my orders database, and check, okay, the ID of this order, is it paid or not, and stuff like this. But before we'll fix it, would be nice to have here orders working. So if we go to orders, I want to see my latest orders, that I get a new order from my e-commerce front, right? So now we are going back to our e-commerce admin project, and let's see here. Now here inside our e-commerce admin, I want to fix this orders page. So now it doesn't work, but let's fix it. So here inside pages, let's do new file, and here we will just need orders.js. And now let's see how we are doing with other pages. Yeah, we just need to return a function with layout. So let's go to our orders and let's do export default function. Let's call it maybe orders page. Yeah, and let's return here, and we are going to return a layout component we are using here, and let's say it will have h1 with just saying orders, and now we have orders. Let's see for categories. Yeah, we can just have this h1 here, but underneath I would like to have like a table with my orders. So I need an orders model. We have a model for it here inside the e-commerce front. So I think I can just copy paste it, right? But there's something else I would like to add here. We have all this data, but I want to add here a second param, a second object, and I will add only timestamps. So this timestamps will do that. We will have some more information about where, when this order has been created or updated. So I'm going to add those timestamps. Let's go back to let's copy this, and let's just create an order here inside our models, inside our e-commerce admin project, order.js. Let's put it like this, and now it should work. So let's see here. Here we have our orders, and let's print maybe a pretty table like this. So we want the same table we have with categories. Let's see, categories. It's a table with class name basic. As you remember, here inside e-commerce admin, we are using not styled components, but instead we are using tailwind. So let's go to orders, and let's do table with class name basic. Yeah, and what do we need to know about orders? What do we want to know? We want to have like the head with all the headers. Let's put one header line here, and th, the first will be maybe order ID, and then we want to know who ordered. So let's do recipient, and we want to know also we have the ID of our order, recipient. Let's do also products. Let's do products. Yes, and we have now something like this. Let's see, categories. Something is off here with t head, tr, and th. Let's see here for categories. Okay, it's because we have td here.
there's something wrong with, because this should be th as well, but let's fix it inside the globals. Let's see, here we have it. Let's do that. The same thing should go for th here inside the head. Yeah, that's better. Now back to orders, and let's put t-body here. And we want to have all of our orders fetched here. So we need to add here use effect. So let's do use effect, arrow function here, and the default will here dependency will be empty array. And now we need to have an API endpoint for our orders, right? So let's fix it. API new file orders.js, and here just export default function. Maybe we can do async function. We will need this, and let's call it just handler. And here we will just have request and response. First we need to connect to our database, so let's do just await mongoose connect, and then let's use our order model to grab everything. So let's do just find, and let's do response JSON, and let's respond with all the orders. We will not do any pagination here for now, and let's do just await here because it's a database query. So we have this. Maybe we can do order by, or maybe it should be sort. The sort, and here we will just do created at and -1, so it will be descending, and that's it. Now let's go back to pages orders, and let's see. I will do Axios and get request to /API/orders, and need to import Axios, I think. Let's do Axios, yeah, and let's do then. We will get response. Let's do arrow function here. With this response we have data, and it will be our orders, but let's put it inside a state. So let's do const orders and set orders equals use state. Default will be empty array, and we will put it here set orders, and let's do put it inside array like this. And now we can use orders here. So let's do that. Let's check that orders length is bigger than 0. Then end orders dot map, and let's here do orders map for each order. Let's just call it O. Maybe let's do order so it will be easier to understand. Parentheses, and let's do just a table row. Not true, it should be table row. And for the first one will be TD. Now first the ID, so it's the order dot underscore ID. And yeah, the next will be table cell, and we want all the information about the recipient of the order. So let's do order dot name and the order dot email, and let's add a break line here, and then now some address information. So let's do order city. Let's put order postal code break line. Now maybe before we break line I will put also country here, order dot country, yeah, break line. And now let's do order dot we need city address, sorry, it was street address, and I think that should be it. Now let's see, we get 4 because why? We go to /API/orders, it should be orders, right? Now we get this info here, so that is nice. If I make it wider, this ID is super wide. I don't know if I like it. And we need to also put information about our products, right? So let's do this. So here we have products, and I think I would like to have a date as well. And I guess we don't need this ID. So instead of this ID, let's put a date. And here, instead of this ID, let's put created at. Yeah. So now those dates are empty here, but we will fix it in a moment. And now let's put products information here. So let's do last table cell, and now let's see. For order, we want to grab order lines like this, and let's map through those. And for each line, let's call it just L. I will do arrow here, parenthesis, and let's put just React fragment. And for each, I will put, let's put it just as JSON stringify L and break line. And now let's see, properties of undefined. So order lines is not a map. So let's first check it. Let's go to order. We have line items. It should be line items. Let's go back to our order page. It shouldn't be order lines. It should be line items. All right. Now let's see. So we have like quantity and the name, product data name, so we can use it. So let's use it here. Let's print line product data dot name and times. So let's do X and quantity. So let's do L quantity. All right. Now let's see. Cannot read of undefined. Looks like L is undefined in some cases. Let's see. We are reading name, but product data looks like it's undefined. So let's do just question mark here. And let's do quantity, price data. Okay, it's price data, not product data. So let's see. If I refresh, it's still X here. So let's see. Quantity 1. So we have just an empty X here. Let's see. L quantity. I think I have misspelled quantity because it has one T. Right now we have X1. Now let's do product data name. So let's do not price data, product data name. Product data name should be Xiaomi. Product data. Then inside we have name. Let's refresh. We still don't have a product data name, so that is wrong. I will put one more break line here. So we have a quantity that works, but we need also the name, and that we have here. Name this, product data, name this. So let's see, product data, and we need name. Let's see if I remove this question mark, reading name on undefined. So let's see, I will add back this question mark. Looks like product data is undefined here. Let's see how it looks inside our database. So inside our orders, let's see how it looks like. We have line items. We have, let's check this one. We have price data. Okay, looks like it's a price data that we should check. Okay, we have price data here, orders. For each order, we have line items. Yes, line items. Then inside the line items, let's see, line items. For each line item, we are looping with map. And for each of those, we need to grab price data. Let's see, not product data, it's price data, and it should be then the product data inside. So let's do another dot here, product data and then this. So now let's see. Now we have Xiaomi Redmi Note 11 times 1. So we can get rid of this JSON stringify. Yeah, now it's much better. As you can see, we have 3 orders that are the same, and we don't have timestamps. So I think I will just delete all of those. So I will just click here, delete, and the last one, let's delete it as well. And now it should be empty. Yeah, and I will just create a new empty order. So let's go to here, home, and back to our e-commerce front. And one more thing here, as you can see, if we go back to cart, even if we were done with our order, we still have it. We still have all the information inside our cart. So let's fix it. Let's go to cart.js here. And well, let's see. Here we are checking if it's success. And if it's success, we should have some kind of use effect. So let's add another use effect here. Arrow function, and the dependencies will be empty array because we want to run it only once when our component mounts. And here I want to check the same thing. So I want to check if we have success inside URL. That means I want to clear the cart. So we don't have any function for this, but I can create it here. Let's do function and clear cart, and it will just do set cart products to empty array. Set cart products, and let's do empty array. And now let's just add it here, our function clear cart, so we can reuse it here. Let's do clear cart, yes, and so we can use it here. Let's just do clear cart. So now it's not empty, but if we are on URL with success, it has been cleared. So now we need to go back to home, and let's say I will add this headset. So let's go to cart. We have this headset. I will fill this information. Yeah, now I will go to continue to payment. I'll put this test credit card as 1 to 3. Here test, and let's pay it. Okay, looks like we have a problem here. Window is not defined. So here I will just check if type of window, or maybe we can just check like this. Let's do window question mark. Let's see, window is not defined, right? I will just check here if type of window is undefined. It's undefined, then we will just do return nothing here. Yeah, window is still undefined in line 100. Okay, so let's scroll down here, and let's do the same thing here. If type of window is not undefined here, and undefined, and window location blah blah blah, hydration failed because the initial URL does not match what was rendered on the server. All right, that is because we cannot use this window thing here inside our render part. So instead, let's put it inside the use effect. So I will copy this part if it's success, and here we have if it's success, then we are doing clear cart, but let's also add set is success to true, and I'm going to add this as a state somewhere here above. Const is success, set is success, default will be false. And then let's go here, and instead of this long div, let's just check is success like this. And now we have thanks for the order. So now everything works. Now let's go back to our e-commerce admin and let's see if we will have this order. We have new order, and here if I refresh, I get order as well, but I don't have the timestamps. Let's see. Here we should get the timestamps. Timestamps true. But maybe because I just need to restart my environment. So I'm going to delete this order and I'm going to just recreate it. I'm going to recreate this order. So I will go here and I will just put this and let's see, 1. Okay, continue. Okay, now it has been created. Let's now see here if I refresh if it has the timestamps. Let's see. Yeah, we have created that and updated that. So that is cool. Now let's see here if I refresh. Yeah, we get the date here. So that is really nice. Maybe we don't need to have this type of date and we want to make it prettier. So let's see here. We have this create that and let's make it prettier. So I will split this T, and instead of T I will do a space. So I'll do it here dot replace. Instead of T I will do space. Yeah, and here we should have a space. I will do it here like this. So we have a space, and well, after the dot I don't want to have anything. Well, let's say I want to have this part. It's let's say around, let's do something like this, sub string. I want to start from 0 to 11 characters. Let's see. No, that's not enough. Let's do 16. Yeah, maybe we want to have seconds as well. Let's do 19. Yeah, so we have minutes and seconds. I think that is good. We have name, email, and other stuff. Yeah, so now we have all the information about our orders. So we can just mail this, so we can prepare the products and we can mail this person, hey, your product is on your way. But before we do this, we need to go to payments. I will go refresh it. Payments. Let's refresh. This is the latest order. As you can see, it's my email here. I can go here inside. We have this one item here, so we can compare it with items here, product items. Here even we can see where it has been created. So it's 4:21 p.m. and it's the same date, almost the same date that we have here. But in here I have 14:20 because it's in UTC, so it should be 2 more hours added here. So this date is not actually correct. Instead, I will do something like this. I will remove it and I will put parentheses. Let's do new date, and then let's put order dot created at with a lowercase t, and now I will call to, let's do to ISO string, and let's see, and we have something like this. Let's see what else do we have. To UTC string. Let's see this one. No, we don't want UTC, so let's do to local date, to local string. Yeah, so we have something like this, and we can check that for 20:55, and here for our orders 2:21. So yeah, so we can check the date and the time for our orders here. So we will know that, okay, someone has bought this Sony
headset here, and we can find, okay, it's this order, and if the time is correct, yeah, it's around correct, so that's the same order. So we can check, okay, let's grab it and let's send it to this person. But checking orders like this is annoying, let's say. So instead we had this paid boolean, and when we create an order, let's see here inside our checkout, we are saying that let's see, order document paid false. It would be nice to display paid true somewhere here, so we know the order is paid and we can send the products, right? And the way they want us to do this, I can go to developer, is to use webhooks. And we are sending this invoice, let's say we are sending this order to Stripe, and they want to send information back to an endpoint. But the problem here is that this will not work as an endpoint, right? Because this is not a public URL. So they cannot access it. They cannot access my localhost 3001 because they don't know where it is. So to fix it, they want us to, let's see, test in local environment. They want us to use Stripe CLI, download the CLI, and they want us to log in and forward requests to, let's say, localhost 4040, 4242. For us, it will be localhost for 3001. So that's what we are going to do this. And this way, when they will send, when the order is paid, they will send the information back to our endpoint with information that it's paid. So we are going to create a webhook now for this. Inside API, inside e-commerce front, I'm going to put a new file here, and let's call it just webhook.js. And here, as always, just to export default function. Let's maybe put a default async function handler, and let's just grab request and response. And here we'll just do await init mongoose, not init mongoose, sorry, it's mongoose connect, yeah. And then let's see, what do we need to do here. Let's not use Ruby, we need to use Node.js. And here you can see we have an example for Express, but we are not using Express. We are using Next.js. But I will just copy this part, everything that is inside this webhook endpoint. Let me just put it here. So as you can see, we need to fix some things. And the first thing is they are sending Stripe signature. So instead of request, we will just do rec headers, Stripe signature. Yes, this should work. Then they have this Stripe that we need to import here. So let's do same way we did it here. Let's see, checkout to the top, Stripe. I just copy paste it to here. So we have Stripe, construct event, request body. Yes, they take all the body, but let's see. Here they are passing information to Express that this is a raw request. And for Next.js, they are parsing requests by default. So to prevent this, I will do something like this. I will do export const config, and inside this config, I will tell Next.js API to disable the body parser. So let's do body parser to be false. Yes, and that way we can disable body parser. So it will not try to JSON decode, JSON encode the request body. Right, now instead of this
request body, we need to put a buffer of this. So for this, we are going to use something called micro, small thing for microservices. Yeah, I'm going to just add it. So let's do yarn add micro, and from our micro, we are going to just import thing called buffer. A buffer from micro, and this way we can put this our request as a buffer, because this is the way they want to have it. So let's do await, and let's do just buffer and our request. Yeah, so that should work. We have endpoint secret here, and let's see here. I think it's not defined here. Here it is, endpoint secret. This is your CLI webhook secret for testing your endpoints locally. All right. I'm going to just copy this, and let's put it maybe here on the top. So we have endpoint secret. Yeah, and yeah, so we are try catching this. In case something is wrong, let's just do response status 400, webhook error. Yeah, and here we are. Let's see, here we have payment inted succeeded, and here we have then define and call function to handle the event payment inted succeeded. Right, handle other events. We don't need other events, only when it's paid. All right, let's see what do we have here inside this payment succeeded. I will do just console log, and let's do payment event succeeded. Or maybe we can check here. Let's see, received events. Let's see, add an endpoint. No, test in local environment. Sample endpoint. Let's see, I don't know what's here inside, but we can console log it. So I will bring now terminal, and let's do Stripe login. So do Stripe login, press the enter to open browser. Now we have this Stripe login. Let's allow access. Maybe I need to copy this, verify. Let's allow access. Yeah, I don't know if I need this key, so I will just put it here. And Stripe CLI is configured for test e-commerce with account ID, blah, blah, blah. I will just grab this account ID just in case we will need this. And well, let's see. Now let's maybe try to do an order so we can see if this will work. So let's see here. I will go to cart, and let's do order. I will change the products to something else. I will take maybe AirPods. Yeah, let's fill it. Let's continue to payment. Credit card, and let's pay it. Now let's see our endpoint. Nothing has happened, probably because we need to put more. Yeah, I forgot about this Stripe listen thing. So let's put it here. Let's see here. No, let's put it here. Stripe listen, but we are going to use 3001. Let's see, yes, 3001, and /API/webhook. Webhook, enter. And here we have a signing secret. Same we had here. Let's see if it's the same. 78D. Yeah, it's the same, I think. So now I will try to do. Another order. Let's pay it, and let's see if we have some information here. Yeah, we have some information here that we console logged. Here, console log, And we have information here. Let's see. We have charges and method options, and I'm looking for our order ID that we should have created. URL. Looks like metadata is empty here. Okay, I will try to do another one. Let's go to checkout, and to our metadata, let's put maybe test to be okay, something like this. But we should have order ID as well. I don't know why it didn't work. Let's see, we should have order document and we should have underscore ID. So that is really odd. We should have metadata that shouldn't be empty. Or maybe, do we have some more information? Let's see. No, I will try to do another order. Okay, looks like metadata is still empty. So that is really weird. I think that maybe we can check something else. We have event data object that we are checking. And there are other events that we are not resolving. Unhandled event type. Unhandled event type charge succeed. Right, what we are doing, we are doing payment intent succeed. Let's do instead charge succeed. So let's do charge succeed, so we know it has been charged. And then let's try again. Okay, even on this charge succeed, it looks like metadata is empty, but it's maybe not the correct metadata that we should look for. Let's see, here we have a switch and of event type. Let's see if there are other events that we are not handling. We have unhandled event type for checkout session completed, payment intent succeed. I will check this one, maybe session completed. Let's see, because before we had the payment intent succeeded. Let's see, session completed. I will do one more order. Thanks for your order. Let's see here inside our console log. Let's see what type of data do we have. We have metadata. We have test OK and order ID. This is what we are going to need, because then we want to check if it has been paid. Right, so in this event we can grab metadata and order ID. So here from this, let's grab order ID. Order ID equals payment intent. Maybe let's call just data. Yeah, from the data we want to grab metadata, and we want to grab order ID. I think it's correct. Order with lowercase o. Yeah, like this. And it's metadata, right? Let's just copy this, and yeah, that should work. Now, how we can know if it has been paid? So we need to have a payment status here somewhere. Here we have some payment intent, payment status, paid. Okay, so we need to check that payment status is paid. Let's do const paid equals data payment. I would just copy this part and I'll paste it here. And we want to check that data payment status is paid. Yeah. And now instead of doing console log, we'll do just if it's paid, if we have order ID and it's paid, then we want to update our order. So it's the order import update one. Let's see, find, we can do find by ID and update. The order ID is here, order ID. And what do we want to update? We want to do paid to be true here because we know it's paid, right? And we need to do a wait here. And I think that's all. And we just need to do response status 200. And let's send just OK. All right. And now I will do one more order. I will do another AirPods, why not, to see if we will get our paid to be true, if this will be updated inside our database. Country Sweden, let's continue to payment. I will use a test credit card here from Stripe. Let's click pay. See if I would see it doesn't matter. Okay, now it's paid. Thanks for your order. Let's go to our database. I will refresh the orders and let's scroll to the bottom and we can see we have paid true. So inside our e-commerce admin, we have products and yes, let's add another column here after the date, saying if it's paid or not. So let's do paid and let's add a cell here. Let's do TD and if it's paid, order that paid, then we will do yes, otherwise it will be no. So now we see that this one is paid. Maybe we can make it prettier, like green and red. So that would be nice. Instead of this table cell, I will do yes, no cell. Or sorry, here we are using actually, here we are using not style components. Here we are using tailwind. So here I will add class name, and if it's order dot paid, then I will do text green and let's do maybe 600. Otherwise I will do text red and let's do maybe 600. So now we should have yes and no. So that is really nice. So we know which one we can send, which order we can send without checking the order here in Stripe payments. So we don't need to check this. We can just check here and we know it's paid. Then we can grab AirPods, pack it up and send to this person. And we can email this person, hey, yo, your order is on your way. So now I guess we have all the basics ready. So we have our e-commerce, we can add products only from new arrivals. We don't have all products page, but the cart and orders and webhooks and Stripe, everything works for now. And the last thing is that we just need to disable this test mode when we go live. But for now we have a working webshop. All right, now it would be nice to have this all products page fixed. So as you can see here, we have link products and we get 44. So let's create a page for this. Here, a new file, and let's just say products.js. Yeah, and here we will just return, export default function, and let's call this just products page. And here let's just return, and let's see how we are doing this here in index. We just have a header and that's it. So let's put a React fragment, and here let's just put header. Yeah, and let's put maybe h1 with all products. Now let's see. Yeah, we have all products. Now we need to make it prettier. So I would like this h1 to be the same size as this. So let's maybe define it here. The const title equals styled h1, and I need to import styled. Let's do styled from styled components, yes. And for our h1, I would like it to be the same size as this one. So let's see, 1.5 em. So let's do font size 1.5 em, and we have all products, but we need to use this title. I will make it uppercase because this will be a component. So let's do title, and we have now the same sizing here. Now let's see here inside index or maybe new products, we have this center component. That would be nice to reuse. So let's go here, products, and let's put center, and inside center we'll put our title. So now it's centered, and now maybe we can just reuse our components, and we are going to use the product box. But first we will need our products the same way we get them from featured products. As you can see here, we have a featured product, one product. Here inside new products, we are grabbing products this way, and this is passed from index. So let's see here, we get new products from get server-side props, and this is the same way we are going to do for our all products page. So let's do here export function get server side props, yes, and now we want to return props here. For now we don't have them, but let's prepare them here. So first we need to connect to the database, so let's do mongoose connect. Yeah, we need to add a wait here, and let's add the export async function. Yeah, and now if we are connected to the database, we want to just return all the products. So maybe let's put it this way, and let's put enter here, and here let's do products, and for our products we are going to use product model. Yes, and let's see if this has been imported. Yes, imported from models. Now let's do find all, maybe just find, and we want to find all the products, so we don't need any params here, but I will just put a wait here, and well, here we don't need any params. I can put empty object if I want, but on the second param I can probably put here sort, and let's sort it by underscore ID. Let's see the latest products here. Here we have new products. We are grabbing all the products this way, and we are also sorting by ID. But we want to reverse the sorting, so let's put it as -1. So instead of just ID, let's put an object of underscore ID to be -1, like this. But now let's put those products as a constant. Let's do const products equals this, and here we have products then. But as you remember, here we need to do a JSON stringify, and then on top of it we need to do JSON parse. So let's do JSON.parse, because otherwise there will be problems with those mongoose document objects. Right, now we can grab our products here. Let's do products, And now we can, let's print how many products we have. Let's do products.length. Yeah, and now let's see. Looks like length is undefined. Let's see, products, and we are putting products. Let's put maybe question mark here. We don't have any products. Let's maybe here inside products, let's maybe do console log products to see what's inside. If I inspect here, console, and inside products we have products that is products is actually undefined. So maybe let's check products here if we get anything. Let's do console log and let's do products to see if we will get anything. Let's go to the bottom here, and if I refresh, yeah, we get some products. So let's hide this, and I think here is the problem. We are doing this empty param, but for example here, yeah, it shouldn't be the second param. For sorting and other information, it should be third, because the first param is filtering, like definition what kind of products we want to find, but we want to find all the products, so that's why we just passed an empty object. The second object, the second param, should be actually what type of information we want to select. And we don't have any sort property on the products, and so that's why it's empty. Instead, we should put null here, so everything will be selected. So now let's see. Now we have 9 products, and now everything works. Right, so we have 9 products, but we want to loop through them and display in the same way we do with new products. So we just have this products grid, and we are printing product box. Here for the grid we had 4 columns with this gap and the grid. I think that inside this new products we can maybe export this products grid as a separate component, so we can reuse it and no copy paste this products grid or creating something similar inside our products. So let's create a new component, new file here inside components. Let's do products grid.js. Yeah, and here let's just do export default function products grid. Yes, and he will just return nothing for now. Let's maybe put a div, and we want this grid from new products, so let's grab it from here. I will copy it and I'll put it into products grid, but I need to rename it because now we have the same names here and here. Let's maybe name it styled products grid, and now instead of this div, let's put here styled products grid, and let's say that here we will get products as param property, and then we will just loop through them and display them here the same way we do this with new products. So I'm going just to copy this and I'm going to put it here. Yes, and we have product box as a component imported for us, and now we can use this products grid inside our new products here. So we can get rid of this products grid from here and from here, and we don't need to import product box for now. And here we can just do products grid, and we want to pass products to be products. And now we can reuse the same thing inside our products page. So here, instead of showing the length of the products, let's just put this products grid, and let's see if it works. Cannot read properties of undefined, reading 0. Okay, looks like we have a product without images. So let's see here. Let's go inside products grid. We have a product box here, and we have here an we are displaying an image for a product. Let's add question mark and dot. So in case this doesn't exist, it won't be shown. All right, so now we have all the products, but as you can see, we don't have all the information. So let's see, here we get, looks like we get only the IDs. So that's not good. Let's see here, products, and we are getting this. Maybe we are getting only IDs because of this null here. Let's see here inside index. Now this is the same thing here with null. Let's see here. Yeah, maybe I would just try to console log all of our products here to see what type of data we get. If I refresh, okay, now everything works. Maybe it was just some weird cache. So now looks like everything works. We don't have a key property inside the products grid, so let's fix it. Products grid, and here we want to have a key property, and we can set it to be product._id. So now we don't have this warning. Let's get rid of this console log inside products. Let's see, here we have this console log. Let's remove it. Yeah, so now we have a page with all the products. Yeah, so we can add products even from here. But one more page that we actually need to add that is really important is a page for a specific product. For example, when I click here, I want to see the page of this specific product with this specific ID. So let's fix it. As you can see, we have structure product slash and then the ID. So inside pages, let's do new directory product, and inside product directory, we're going to put a new file, and here we are going to put square brackets id.js. And now here, as always, let's just do export default function, and let's call it product page. Yes, and well, let's return React fragment here. Let's put a center component here, and the first thing I would like to add is a title. If I refresh here, I can see an empty page. Maybe before the center, I will put our header. So we have the header, and now I would like to have the title, but I would like to reuse the same title we have here on the products. So we have this title with this font size, and I think maybe I will put it as a separate component, so I don't need to copy paste this styled thing. So I will just copy this, and let's do a new component here, new file, and let's call it just title.js. And we can do the same way we do this with, let's see, for example, input, that we are exporting a function with styled input. But let's try something new here with title. We have this. We have title that is styled h1 with this font size, and we are importing this style from styled components, but let's just export this one. Export this one as a default. Export default, let's do title. No, this will not work. As you can see, I have some error here. Let's just define it first. So let's do const title equals this, and now let's just do export default, and now let's do title. Yeah, now it should work. Let's go back to, for example, products, where we have all the products. Let's see, all products. And now instead of doing this title and having this title all products, let's import our title component. So let's do title, and let's do all products. Now nothing should change. Yeah, and that's correct. So now let's fix the product page. And let's go to product and ID, and let's maybe put here title. Yeah, and now we would like to have information about this product. So let's put it maybe here as a product. We can put it like this. For now, this will be empty, but I will add here export function and get server side props. And we can do this way with get server side props, or we could use API endpoint with use effect that we were doing in other places. But I think it will be better with get server side props, because this way, in case Google will visit a specific page, it will be pre-rendered with all the information. So let's do now Mongoose Connect first. Mongoose Connect, and we need to add a sync here and await here. And now we want to return object with props, and our props should be should include product. So let's put product, and product will be just well, product will be product, but we need to define our product. So let's do const product equals, and now let's just do await, and let's use product model. Let's see, here it is. And now let's do dot, and let's see, we need to do find. We want to find by ID. Well, but here we need to know what is the ID. So we don't know yet. We need to grab it from the URL. So to do this, here we can grab something called context, and let's print this context so we can see what we have inside. So I will do console log, and let's do context. Yeah. And now if I was, let's go to the bottom, let's refresh. Models, product, invalid schema. Well, let's see here. Here we have some context, and there's a lot of information here. Let's scroll maybe to the top. There is too much of the information, but I think there should be something called query. Yeah, so let's do like this. Let's scroll to the bottom, and if I refresh, I think it's this one. I get query ID to be this, but just to be sure, I will put it as an object, and I will put query here to be this. And now if I refresh, I get query and ID and this. Right, so now I can grab ID. Let's do const ID, or maybe let's do like this, const ID from context query. All right, and now we have ID, so we can grab the product. Let's do product find by ID, this ID, and let's provide props product to be this product, but the same, we have the same name here, so we can just do product. Right, and let's see, return the server side props, blah blah blah. Cannot be serialized to JSON. Please only return JSON serializable data types. Yeah, this is the same thing. We need to serialize and unserialize product first. So let's do JSON parse, and then JSON stringify. Inside here, let's just put our product. Now let's see. Yeah, looks like it worked. So inside title, we have our product here. Let's print product title, and let's see here. So we have Xiaomi Redmi Note 11. So that works. Let's check other product. Let's see, maybe this MacBook 14 Pro. Yeah, this works. So now I would like to put maybe images here, and here maybe description and the title and stuff like this, and a button to add to cart. Right, so here I need to define something like columns wrapper, because we'll have the same layout as we have here, but the left column will be smaller. So let's define this columns wrapper with a const, or maybe let's just put call wrapper, and this will be a styled. Let's import from styled components, styled div, and I want to put it as display not in line, it will be in grid. And let's put grid template columns. Let's say the first column will be just 0.6 FR, and the second will be 1.4 FR. Maybe we can make this one smaller and this one a little bigger. Yeah, and now let's put here columns call wrapper. So we should have 2 columns. So the first will be the left side will be like a card with images, and the right will be information. So I want the images to be in something like a card or something like this, the same way we have for cart page. So here, as you can see, we have this box with background color, border radius and stuff. Maybe I would just copy this and I will put it inside the component, inside the separate component as the new file. Let's call it just box, or maybe let's put it as whitebox.js, and let's paste it here. We are doing const box. Let's just put whitebox instead, and let's just do export default white box. Yeah, and now we can reuse it here inside our product ID. So the first column will be white box, and inside white box we will put an image. Let's put word image for now. And the second, the right column, for now it will be just a div with a title inside, and underneath let's put paragraph for now with product description. Yeah, so now let's see. We have MSI laptop LED, and we need some spacing and stuff. So for now, let's start with spacing between the columns, so we'll have the same gap as we have here. Let's check here for the cart. We have gap of 40 pixels. Let's do the same here, gap 40 pixels. And now we need also this spacing here. So let's see inside cart with margin top of 40. Let's do the same for our product, for call wrapper. And now let's go to all products. Let's see MacBook 14 Pro. Yeah, this looks much better. Now here we should fix the images, and here we should have add to cart button. Yeah, so let's see here. And well, first let's fix the images. I want to here show the first image. So let's do img source, and let's just do product images, and let's do first image. So just 0 like this, but in case it doesn't exist, I will add a question mark and a dot, right? And now we should have the image. Yes, we do, but it's really big. So let's put styling for now here. I want to test something, so for styling I will put max width to be 100%. Yeah, so it will look okay. But now we have only one image here, but there is something more I would like to fix for our product page, and it will be with to show other images, because here, as you can see inside our admin, let's go to products, iPhone, MacBook 14 Pro, let's do edit, and we have more images for products. And if I will select other product, let's see, iPhone 14, we have 3 images, and so on. So I want to show all the images for each product. So here I would like to have a component that will show all the images, and when we click on the images, it will change this main image. So so here I would like to create a new component. Maybe let's call it product images, something like this. So here inside new components, I will do new file, and let's do product images.js, and let's just do export default product images. We don't need any import here, and this should be actually a function, export default function product images. and we want to have a property passed here called images, and this will be an array of images, links to images. Right, and for now let's do the same thing we were doing here. So let's just return one image. So from the images we will just grab the first image. So let's do this will return, let's do parentheses here, let's put React fragment, and here for now I will just do image source, and from images I want to grab the first image. In case it doesn't exist, I will add question mark and the dot, and we should see an image. Right, now let's go back here. Instead of showing this image, let's use our component called product images, and we want to pass images to be product.images. Yeah, now let's see. It's super huge, but we want to fix it. Let's go back to product images, and let's call this one the main image. It will be called big image. So it's the const big image equals styled. Let's import styled from styled components, styled image, and now let's do something like this. Let's do max width to be 100%. And now instead of image like this, we will do big image. So now this looks fine. But now underneath, under the big image, I would like to show the rest of the images, or all the images. So let's see, I will put the div maybe here underneath, and now for each image, so let's do images dot map, and let's see, for each EMG, maybe let's call it image, let's do arrow function, parentheses, and here let's put maybe a div with an image inside. Inside this div, I will put just a regular image tag with, let's put it as source will be image, and let's see. So now everything is huge, but we will fix it. First, we have this div, and we have this image here. This image is also really big, and I cannot see the image that should be small, but don't worry, we will fix it. First, let's maybe fix the images. So we have this big image, but let's rename it to just image. So we have just image, and here let's put this just image as well. So now we have max width of 100% on all the images. So this is the first image that is here, and then we have a div with those two images. As you see here, we are showing the first image, and then inside this div we are showing all the images, so even the first one. But this is because I want to show those two side by side, and so we can click on them and change the main image here. So to do this, I will change this div to, let's call this div image buttons equals, and let's do style div, and this will be just display as a grid. Yes, and let's do grid template columns. Let's maybe do 3 columns, so I'll do 1FR, 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 and now let's put it here. So image buttons. Now let's see. Yes, so now they are next to each other. Let's do that. This div will be an image button, not buttons, so singular. So the const image button equals styled. Maybe let's do div as well, and let's do that image button will have a border of 1 pixel solid, and let's do gray AAA. So now let's do image button. Let's see. Yes, so we have some borders. Let's put maybe a gap here. of at least 10 pixels. Let's see. Yeah, that's better. Now, for those images, I would like that they will take, they should take the same height. So I think instead of defining columns, I will remove these columns and I will change it to flex. Yeah. So now they just take the same, they just take the whole width, and to fix it, so they don't take the whole width, I will do flex grow here, grow to 0. Now let's see, nothing have changed. Let's put this flex grow here, maybe on image buttons. Still nothing changed. Right, let's see. Let's maybe define the height here on a specific image button. Let's put height of 20 pixels. Now it will be super small. And the images are too big, but let's fix it. Let's put maybe 40, so it will be a little bigger. And now for the images here, let's put max height of 100% as well. So now it works. As you can see, they have the same height and they don't take the 100% width. So that worked. Now I would like to add a little bit of padding inside each. So let's do padding 10 pixels. But now they are smaller. Maybe let's add here 60 pixels. Maybe that's too much. Let's do padding of just 5 pixels. Yeah, I think that's still too big. I will decrease it back to 50 or maybe even 40. Let's see. And we don't need that big padding. Let's just do 2 pixels. Yeah, I think that's fine. So now I would like to add some margin here. So let's do margin top here to, let's do 10 pixels for now. Yeah, I think this is fine. And now I would like to have cursor of pointer here, cursor. Let's do cursor pointer. So I will have this hand cursor here. And yeah, now I would like to have a different border. So I want this to be rounded here. The corners should be rounded. Let's see here, image button. Let's do border radius. Let's do maybe 5 pixels. Yeah, I think that's better. And instead of border, I will put background color of gray. So let's do maybe CCC, light gray. Yeah, and we still have some kind of okay. So here we have gray background on both of those. This is just because we have white background on this image, and there are many products that we have a white background on. Let's see, for example, this iPhone 14. Yeah, so I think background will not work that well for those images. Instead, I think we should use actually border. So let's put it back as border, 1 pixel solid, and let's do CCC. Yeah, that's better. Maybe we can put make it bigger. So let's do 2 pixels border. Yeah, I think that looks fine. But now I would like to fix that when we click on those images, this main image should change. So to do this, let's scroll down here. As we can see, we always have this 0 image as an active image. So let's put it as a state. So let's see here. Well, first we want to get rid of the style things, and we should put them outside of our component here. Yes. Then let's put our state here. So the const, and let's use square brackets here. Let's put active image and set active image, and equals use state, and here default value will be empty string. Yeah, or maybe we can put directly images
of 0. In case it doesn't exist, we'll just do question mark and the dot. Yeah, so now we can use active image here for source. Let's see, yeah, it still works. And for now, for our image button, we can add on click, and on click I will do arrow function here, and let's do just set active image to image, because here we have the source that we are using for a specific image. So now if I click, yes, it changes. I don't like that it jumps up and down because of the height of the image. So for this big image, I will also add the max height. So let's define it maybe here. I would const, let's put back big image equals styled emg, and for big image I'll put max width of 100%, and I will put also max height to be 200 pixels. Right, now let's, instead of image, let's do big image. Now let's see, and now it's this big, but would be much better to have it centered here in the middle. So so I need to add some kind of main image wrapper. So the const big image wrapper equals styled div, and here inside this div I will just do text align center. Now let's put this big image wrapper, and inside let's put this big image. Now let's see, yeah, that's much better. And if we click on other images, we see other images. So that's nice, but I would like to have the border only on the selected one. So let's scroll down here, and we have this image button. Let's add the property of active, and property active will be true if the image is the same as active image. Right, now we'll just put it here in a different line, same here, so it will be easier to read. Now let's open just console to see if we have any errors. No, we don't, or we actually do. We don't have a key property, so let's add it here. Key equals I just put image as a key. Let's refresh, let's click, yeah, everything works. Now this active property, let's use it here inside image button. So here I will put let's put dollar curly brackets. Here let's do props, and let's do props dot active question mark, and here for active and here for non-active. So for active I will put it I'll put it like this, and for active I will put that we will put border color to be red, yeah, and this border I will put on the top, yeah, and for not active I'll put border color to be transparent with lower t. Now let's see if this will work. Yeah, looks like this worked. But now another thing I would like to add will be to probably change this color to back to CCC for a selected one. But another thing is that for non-active I would like to do opacity of 0.8 or maybe 0.7. So those will be semi-transparent. Yeah, I think that is good. Well, I don't know if I like this opacity. I will remove it for now. So for now we have only this border for selected, and I think this looks good enough. Now let's go back to all products, and let's maybe select MacBook 14 Pro. Let's see. Yeah, I think this looks nice. And we have this title here, and we have description.
So now the last part that is really important for a product page will be add to cart button. So let's go to our product id.js, and here for the under the description, let's put just maybe let's put a button. So let's do a button, yeah, and let's put add to cart. Yeah, let's see here we have add to cart, and we can add some extra classes on this button. Let's see, what do we have on the home page? It can be this, it can be that. I think that I would like it to be a primary, something like this. Let's see, what do we have here? It can be black or primary. So let's do primary to see how this will work. Primary, let's see. Yeah, add to cart. I would like to have add this icon, cart icon. So let's add it here, cart icon. Yeah, so we have this. I need to show the price here as well. So let's maybe put those two things inside the div. We have a button here. Let's put price. So do dollars, and let's do product dot price. Let's see. Yeah, so we have price here. And but I would like to style this a little bit. So instead of this div, I will put it as price row. So let's do price row equals styled div. And now let's see. Here inside, I will put that we will have a small gap of 20 pixels. And this will be display of flex. All right. So let's put price inside a separate div, and this button also as a separate div. Yeah, so we have something like this now. Now instead of this div, I will put price row. Let's see. Yeah, now it's like this. Now let's add align items center. So I hope this price will be centered. Yes, it is. Now for the price, I would like to add a span. So let's do price equals styled span. And let's just make it bigger. So let's do font size. And let's do maybe 2 rem. Let's see if this will work. Let's put this as price. And let's close this price. Oops. Price here. Maybe I will put it into different lines so it will be easier to read. Now let's see. Yeah, maybe it's too big. Let's change it to 1.4 rem. Yeah, I think that is better, and I think this will work. So let's see, we have cart here. Let's remove everything. Your cart is empty. Let's go to all products. Let's see, MacBook 14 Pro. Let's add to cart. No, it doesn't work for now because we need to do the same thing that we have, for example, inside our new products. Let's open products grid, product box, and here we have on click we need to add to product, and add product is a function from our context. So we need to use a cart context. So let's go to product, here ID, and let's grab it from here. So it's the const add product, and we want to grab it from use context, and here I think it was cart context. Yeah, so now we can use this add product. So here button primary, let's add on click. I will put it inside several lines so it will be easier to read. Now on click I will do arrow function, and let's do add product, and now product ID we have inside product dot underscore ID. So now let's see, if I click it, we have cart now 1. If I click another one, we have cart 2. Let's go here, cart, and we have 2 MacBook 14 Pros. So that's correct. And the price is outdated as well, here and here. If I decrease, yeah, everything works, and this is updated as well. So now I think we have all the basic functionality. We have new products here. We have all products here on this page. We have a product page, images, and we can add it to cart. So yeah, now we have like all the basic functionality that any e-commerce website needs. Now, another important thing that we need to fix here as well is to make our e-commerce front responsive, so mobile responsive. For now, if I make it small like this, as you can see, I get some horizontal scrolls here and it doesn't look good. It's not mobile responsive, and while our e-commerce admin is, so if I make it this small, it's actually fine. We have this navigation here, and well, it works. I can edit a product, and even if I'm on mobile, everything works fine here. And I would like to do this mobile responsive as well. So let's start with our homepage. So let's go to our index and see our homepage is actually just header, featured products, featured product, and new products. So maybe we can start with a header. So let's open header, and the header is just some bunch of links. But to make it easier, I would like to just copy paste some things from here, because here we have some cool navigation that we can just reuse. So we can either maybe reuse this one, or maybe we can create from scratch so you guys can learn some things. Maybe let's do this from scratch here, because on our e-commerce admin we were using tailwind, and here we are using styled components, so this will not be compatible. Here we need to write our CSS ourselves. So let's do this. So let's say that for small screens we don't want to show this those links like this, and we want to show a button for navigation, maybe here on the top right corner. So let's put it maybe here after the style navigation. Let's put a component called nav button, and as you can see, it will be just a nav button, but I would like to have an icon here inside. So let's put closing, and here let's define this nav button for now. Let's do const nav navigation button to be styled button. For now it will be just styled button. So we have something, and we want to put an icon here inside. So I will go to hero icons, because I don't think we have this icon here, and navigation, menu. Yeah, let's copy this bars free, copy JSX. Let's put it the same we did with our cart icon. Icons, new file, and let's do bars.js. Export default function, and let's do bars icon, and let's do return parenthesis, and let's paste it here. Let's see, cart icon, we have a class name here as a param, so let's do the same thing with this. So let's put a class name, and default will be this, and let's put class name here. Yeah, and now let's go back to our header here. Let's see here, let's put our bars icon, bars icon. Yeah, so let's see how it looks like. Looks really bad. Let's define some styles here for our button. Let's do background color to be transparent. Yeah, I don't see the bars, but we'll fix it soon. Let's do width of let's do width 200 pixels, height to be 200 pixels. We'll fix it soon. Yeah, well, now we see our bars at least. Let's remove this border to be 0, and well, now let's make it a little bit smaller. So do 100 pixels here and 100 pixels away for height. Let's do even smaller. Let's do 50 by 50. Yeah, now the color inside, the color of the text should be white, so let's do color white. Yeah, I think that is much better. And let's add the cursor to be pointer, right? Yeah, now it's much better. We can make it even smaller. Let's do 20 by 20. I think now it's too small. Let's do 30 by 30. Yeah, I think this will work. And it should be visible on mobile. So let's scroll. Yeah, I hope it's somewhere here. I don't see this. Maybe let's do color red. Let's see if it's somewhere here. I cannot see this. I cannot see the button. So that is not good. But well, first let's fix that those links shouldn't be visible by default. Those links should be visible only for desktop, right? Or maybe let's change them that this styled navigation should look different. Should not put the links next to each other with flex, but instead it should put the links one by one. So let's put here. Let's put this display to block. So now they are still next to each other, and this is because every link is an inline element. But if we do display block on them, now they are under each other, and if we change this to flex, they are next to each other. Yeah, so now let's change this to block. Yeah, but now we want to do something like this. Let's do media screen and minimum width of this, and let's do that. If the screen is big enough, we want the display to be flex. Yeah, now let's see. If I make the screen here bigger, they're next to each other. If the screen is smaller, they are not next to each other, right? But if they are not next to each other, I would like them to take much more space. They should go from left to the right. So let's put here for mobile, it should have a position of type fixed, and it should go from top 50 pixels to bottom 0 pixels, and from left 0. Let's put it 0 like this, and right to right 0. Now let's see. Yes, that's better. Maybe we can add from the left to be 50 pixels. Let's see now. That's too much. Let's do just 20. Yeah, I think that's good. Or maybe we can change this left to 0 as well, but we will add a padding of 20 pixels. All right. And let's add background color as well. Background color will be the same that we have here. So let's just 222. Let's put background color 222. Yeah, that is really nice. And if the screen is big enough, well, now we have some problems because we added this position fixed and so on as default. But now if the screen is big enough, we need to change position to static, back to static. So if the screen is big enough, it looks fine. But now we should also remove this padding for bigger screens. Let's see. Yeah, I think now everything is correct, except this button. This button shouldn't be visible. if it's mobile, if it's big screen. So here, let's grab this big screen thing. Here we have navigation button. Let's put, if we have big screen, then let's do display to none. So now we don't have this navigation button, but if we have a smaller screen, we have it here. This button now doesn't do anything, so we need to fix it. First, let's maybe change the color of this button to white. And now we should fix that this button will open and close our navigation. All right. So let's add maybe a constant or a state here. So the const navigation active and set navigation active. Default will be use state and default will be true, or maybe default will be false. And let's rename it to mobile navigation active and set mobile navigation active, and it will be use state, default will be false. All right, now for this side nav, let's add mobile navigation active to be mobile navigation active. And for our navigation button, let's add on click. It will just toggle, let's do arrow function, and this will toggle set mobile navigation active. Let's grab the previous value and let's just do the opposite. All right, so now nothing happens because we are not using this let's see, this mobile navigation active here. Style nav, we are not using this, so let's use it now. So let's do $, let's do props, and let's do props dot mobile navigation active. And now if it is active, then something, otherwise something else. If it is active, I will put this display block. If it's not active, I will put display none. Yeah, so let's see now. Yeah, now I can toggle this navigation. And there's one more thing I would like to fix, and it's this header. So first I would like to add change this top to 0. And I would like to add padding top to be 50 pixels. Yes, let's put those two together, so it will be 50 pixels here and 20 here, and this way we don't need this one. Now let's see. Yeah, and it should show the logo here. So let's see where we have logo here. So let's do position relative, and let's add that index of, let's put maybe as 3. So we have it above here. Same with the navigation button. So let's copy this and let's put it here, position relative, so we can still click it. Yeah, that is nice. Now let's see. Yeah, I think this looks fine. And let's see. Yeah, if you want, you can add some animation or something like this, but I think this is good for basic mobile navigation. Maybe we can make the links prettier. Here we have navigation link. Let's maybe let's maybe add some more padding. Let's put padding of 10 pixels on the top and the bottom, and on the sides 0. Yeah, so we have more padding here and more here from the top. Let's do 70 pixels. Oops, 70 pixels. Yeah, so we have more spacing. But if it's a big screen, we should remove this huge padding that we added. Let's see, navigation link. Here we have 10 pixels extra, and we want to remove it for big screens. So let's add padding just 0. Yeah, let's see now. I think it looks fine, and I can toggle here. Yeah, it looks fine. So now I think we are done with this header. We have some basic support for mobiles. Now we need to fix this featured product. So let's go to featured product. Let's see. Product box. No, it's not this. Featured. Right. And here inside we have columns wrapper. We have 2 columns, but we want to make it just 1 column if it's small. So I will copy the same media query from our header. Let's see. I will copy this and I will put it inside featured. I'll put it here, and now let's see. We want those columns only for bigger screens, and for smaller screens I want only 1 column to be 1FR. So we have something like this, but for small screens I would like this image to go first. So here let's put columns order. No, it's just order. Let's do 1, 2. I don't know if this will change anything. Maybe we should just do -1. No, it shouldn't be here. It should be on a specific column. All right, I will remove it from here. But there's something else we can try here. I think it's column order or sort, something like this. Column span, no. Grid auto columns, no. Let's see, grid and grid column start. Let's see, and let's do revert. And let's see, no, let's do start. Let's see, auto, revert, and set. No, this will not help. So we need to point specific columns. So let's see here. Inside the columns wrapper, we have 2 columns. And they don't have any differences here. Let's see, if I make it bigger, the text is on the left, the image is on the right. I think that's correct. But now we want to do something else. So here I will put maybe div, and let's do env child of 1. And I will put order to be 2. And now, as you can see, it have changed, but it changed even for the big screen. And for the big screen, I would like this to be something else. So let's do div env child 1. Let's do order 0. Let's see. Yeah, and now it's correct. So now it looks really nice. But we have a max width of 100% here. Maybe let's put this here for big screens, but for small screens I would like also to add max height of 100 pixels. So it will be smaller. Yeah, that's correct. Maybe we can make it a little bigger, 200 pixels. And I would like this to be centered. So let's see here. Maybe we can just add that the first column, or maybe actually the second column that is shown as first. So let's do here div env child of 2. So the second column, the column with the image that is actually shown first. Let's do text align to be center. This didn't help much. Let's see why. We have column with image. Maybe we can just remove this text align center. And let's see, maybe we can add just display inline, or maybe we can do just display block. And let's do margin of 0 auto. Yeah, now it's centered. Let's see if I make it this big. Yeah, it looks fine. So I think this looks now good enough. Maybe we can make the title smaller. Let's see, title here. It's super big, free RAM. It should be only this big for big screens. So let's add big screens query. and let's put font size here. Otherwise, let's put it 1.5. Yeah. So now it's just this big. Yeah. And then we have this new arrivals. So we have new products grid, and let's go into products grid then. And let's see, for products grid, we have this style products grid with 4 columns. So that's why we have this horizontal scroll here. And I would like to fix it by doing that we will have, let's see, we can have either 2 products in a row or maybe 4. I think we can have 2 products. So I will just grab this query. Let's go to featured. I'll grab this. Let's go back to products grid. And for big screens, I will put this. So let's put this here. But for small screens, I want only 2 products. Yeah, this is better. Now we don't have horizontal scroll. Let's see this as well inside all products. Yeah, I think this looks fine, except those buttons. So we want to make it a little bit prettier for mobile. So let's go inside product box, and we have this white box here. We have image, we have price and price row. So let's see, we can either do price smaller, or we can make those things under each other. I think it would be better to put the price, and then under the price we'll have this add to cart button. So let's see, here we have price row with display flex. Let's add media screen and minimum width this. So display flex should be only for big screens. Otherwise we should have display of type block. So now, as you can see, we have this the price here, and then we have add to cart. But now for the price, I think on mobile it shouldn't be that big. So let's go here, and I will put this media query here. So for the big screens, it should be this big, but for regular screens for mobiles, let's do just 1 rem. Yes, and I think this looks good, but I would like this to be on the right side. So let's do text align, not center. Maybe let's try with center. Now I think it should be to the right, and it should be to the left for big screens. Let's do left. Yeah, now it's to the right, but the button should take all the width. So let's scroll to the button. Let's see, price row, white box. I think we don't have any styling for the button here. So let's see, here we have a price button. Let's see if I add just block here. Yeah, now it takes all the width. And if I make it this big, yeah, I think it looks fine. Yeah, and yeah, I think it looks all right. We could put the price inside the button. I think it's not that important. Here, I think now we don't have any spacing, so let's add it. Price row. Let's add for big screens. Let's add a gap of at least 5 pixels. Now let's see. Yeah, I think that is better. Let's see for small screens. Yeah, I think it looks all right. But maybe to make it look even better, I would like to put the price inside the button. So let's scroll down here, and let's add the dash, and let's put the price here. So let's put product, and let's see, do we have product info? No, it's just price that we should use. Let's put price. Yeah, so we have prices like this. Let's see how this will look like for desktop. Now, I think we should have the price outside of the button. I think this is better. Let's go back. Yeah, I think this is good. The only problem is that, for example, here,
that we don't have enough spacing, but we can fix it. Let's see, price, row, price. Let's maybe make it smaller, 1.2. Yeah, I think now it's much better. And if I make it smaller, yes, it looks good as well. Yeah, maybe it doesn't need to be this 600 wave. Let's do 400. And I think this looks good enough. And if I make it this big, yeah, I think it looks fine. So now we have our homepage done and mobile responsive. Let's see. Yeah, I think everything looks fine. Now if I click a specific product, let's maybe do MacBook 14 Pro. This doesn't look good. So let's go to our product ID, and now let's see. We have this columns wrapper, and the thing here, we just need to add media screen, minimum width 768, why not? And this is when we should have 2 columns, otherwise we should just have 1 column. Yeah, something like this. And as you can see, now everything just works. So that is really nice. Maybe we can add some margin bottom here as well. So let's do maybe just margin 40 pixels and 0 on the sides. We have some 40 pixels on the bottom as well. Yeah, and let's add to card. Yes, if I go to cart, here we have a problem as well, because as you can see, we have this horizontal scroll here. So let's jump to the cart and let's see. Here we have 2 columns as well. So let's do media screen. Yes, and let's put those columns here. But if it's small screen, by default, it should be just 1 column. So yeah, this looks better. And we have order information here. Yeah, maybe accept this table here. Let's see how we can make this smaller. We can decrease the padding here. Let's see, product info box. I'll grab this media query. And now let's see, we have padding of 10. I will add media query here on the bottom, and let's say padding 10 pixels will be here for big screens, but for small screens it will be just 2 pixels. Yeah, so we have something like this. Now let's see, this looks fine. Now we have only problem with quantity. So let's scroll down here and let's see if it's a separate component. Table body, we have buttons here, and then we have quantity label, and here we have just button and quantity label. Maybe we can do quantity label as block. So let's see here, quantity label. Let's copy this media query for big screens. It will be empty for now. Here by default it will be display block. Yeah, and for big screens it will be display inline block. Right. Let's add some padding. For small screens it will be on the sides. It will be, let's say, 10 pixels. Yeah, or maybe let's do 15, so it will be centered, kinda. And let's copy this here for big screens as well. Let's see for big screen. Yeah, I think it looks good even for big screens. Maybe we can decrease it a little bit. Let's do 10. Yeah, let's do screen bigger. Yeah, I think it looks fine. So here maybe the image can be a little smaller. Let's see, product image box. Let's put this image even here for big screens. For big screens it can be 80 by 80, but for small screens, let's put 40 by 40 as a maximum. Yeah, so now it's this big. Let's maybe change that the max height should be 50, and same here, max width will be 50. Let's see how we are getting this big padding here. I'll make this a little bigger. Let's see, div, we have image that is this big. Okay, it looks like we have width and height of 100 pixels. So this width and height of 100 pixels, let's put it here for big screens. For smaller screens, let's put width of 50. Yeah, so now it is smaller. Maybe we can make it a little bigger. Let's do 60 here. Yeah, I think it looks fine. Maybe we can do 70. And well, this can be bigger as well. Let's increase it to 60. Yeah, I think this looks fine. And if I make it bigger, it looks like this. And if I make it smaller, it looks like this. I think it looks fine. We have cart, product with the title. We can increase and decrease here. It's in the wrong order, right? Right. But that's not that big of an issue. Let's see now other buttons here. I think that's correct. If we go to homepage and let's see, this link is wrong, so let's fix it. Featured product. Let's scroll here. We have a link to read more and it should go to product slash. Let's see. Yeah, now it's all right. Yeah, now everything works. So we have both this website is responsive and even this e-commerce admin is also responsive. So both of our products are now responsive. Alright, so now we have built all the main functionality of this full stack e-commerce. So congratulations on completing this project. If you are interested, I've made an extended version of this course where we build much more features. You can check it at david.link with w/ecommerce, or you can find the link in the description. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video, and if you did, make sure to hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. That's it for today, so have a nice day and see you in the next video.